shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything that was again in the vicinity.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise!
Nero, give him 10 in a row. How about this guy having a series? Oh my God! 12 HyDra at the incredible. With 3, you gotta find these kills. Dashy gets it.
I don't know how they do it, Miles.
That was amazing. But gives him the beat down. Standy with 2 more, and it is a massacre.
Shotzzy finds one. Shotzzy finds the second.
What is this from Simp? Oh my God! Atlanta FaZe. Oh my God, guys. How did that happen? That was disgusting. Finds 2, surely not. He just, oh my goodness. The exhaustion. 1v1 and busted. Will bring it back up, guys. Priestahh. What a legend.
Let's get into the Call of Duty League. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of you beautiful people, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. And what's happening today is going to be the last set of qualifying games before we head into Minnesota for Major II.
The New York Subliners versus Toronto Ultra. It's a pivotal game for both teams tonight. They're fighting for one of the few remaining spots in the winner's bracket.
And I can't wait to check that out, but check this out. You're not going to want to miss our Game Fuel Market matchup of the day between the Atlanta FaZe and OpTic Texas, a rematch of the Major I Finals, guaranteed to be a banger.
And we're going to go through it all and break it all down. Your CDL pre-show headquarters starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has all come down to this, the last day of qualifying matches before we head over to Minnesota next week for Major II. And I'm the desk host, this is Nameless Man. Yo, ever since Major I ended, we had a grueling, just a tough schedule heading into Major II. There was no time off.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these teams, they came right back and got ready to go. A lot of teams made some improvements. Some teams had a huge dip in performance, and it's sure to be a crazy bracket. We got some heavy hitters already in loser's bracket. We have 3 teams that are guaranteed there, and another team that might find themselves there in Toronto Ultra.
It's actually pretty interesting because Stage 2 has been a lot different than Stage 1, and let's take a look at the standings to see how things have unfolded. There's been a bit of a seesaw battle when we're looking at the teams that were last and in the middle of the pack, and looking at the last place team, yes, it's a shock the Los Angeles Thieves are joining the Toronto Ultra and Paris Legion smack dab in the bottom 3, but the top 3 is looking good as well. But Nameless, what I'm really looking at is the middle of the pack where we see LAG and NYSL.
Yeah, LAG and NYSL. NYSL, you know, they potentially make winner's bracket today. They're in winner's bracket with a win. I mean, we'll have more details with the first 2 matches results, but you know, they're going up against the Toronto Ultra team that has been struggling. And for Toronto, it's a crazy match as well because they're 6th with the win and 11th with the loss. I mean, we have this sheet with just a bunch of different scenarios here that we're going to be going over all day. And that's why I like the final day before these events, because there's so many scenarios that could possibly happen. Every single map matters. These teams are under a ton of pressure.
Yes, now actually, let's just show you guys who actually qualify for the winner side of the bracket and also the loser side, because on the winner side, surprise, surprise, we got OpTic Texas, you know, the kings of CDL this year, joined by the Breaches, the only undefeated teams here. Both teams are currently 4-0, but the London Royal Ravens, Atlanta FaZe, LAG, and this is a surprise. I love seeing it. The Florida Mutineers are also in the winner side of the bracket, Nameless. You love to see the progress, man.
Yeah, you love to see the progress. I mean, a lot of it's due to their first 2 matches going 3-0, 3-0. Like, that becomes very important. And for Florida Mutineers, you know, awakening the skies, they've had a way better Major II qualifying stage. You know, still a lot of issues on that team, but to find yourself in a winner's bracket spot, I mean, that's progress. Hopefully they can put it together when it comes to land.
Right, and on the loser side of the bracket, okay, this is gonna hurt right here, man, okay. Paris Legion, this isn't a surprise compared to what we saw Major I, right?
Yeah.
But yo, what if I told you last month that the LA Thieves and Minnesota Røkkr would be joining them?
I mean, that's wild, but like LA Thieves to be 0-5 is just insane. And we know what I see what the community's saying. Everybody's saying blow it up. They still have potential to make a run here in the losers bracket. It's like the last opportunity. They have so many good players, and it's just wild that they went from being the best hardpoint team in the game to just completely losing that and falling off. So for LA Thieves, it's turmoil in that camp, and they're the only team that is just in a locked position of dead last. Only team locked in a position headed into the major. There can be people shifted up in terms of seeds today.
You got that right. Definitely want to see them step things up when it comes to Major 2 because they only have one game to play before they get eliminated if they lose. But let's also take a look at the schedule for today, the last few matches, and we have some good ones, baby. The first game of the day is going to be between the London Royal Ravens and also Boston Breach. But the Mountain Dew marquee matchup of the day will be a Major 1 Grand Finals rematch. ATL versus Texas, OpTic versus FaZe. You couldn't have asked for a better matchup, but the last one to me is going to be super important. And it's kind of weird, man. NYSL facing off against Toronto Ultra, and Toronto, they have to win this.
Yeah, they absolutely have to. I mean, they've had Paris Legion. They didn't beat them, which is like basically a gimme if you're a Toronto Ultra team. And then you played New York as well. So, like, this is, in terms of strength of schedule, it's one of the easier schedules that we've had. So for Toronto to come out, if they lose this match, I mean, it's going to be a nightmare as well. Kind of LA Thieves like.
You got that right. Now let's talk about that marquee matchup of the day between Atlanta and OpTic, and this is going to be a really good one. So FaZe, they didn't win Major 1, but they came into Stage 2 with a little bit of fire behind them, but not as much as we would like to see, being the team that lost a game this stage compared to OpTic Texas, and OpTic just looked better than ever. The best team in the CDL, hands down. You can't debate it.
I mean, you couldn't have wrote the story any better. I mean, for Atlanta FaZe, obviously, a lot of this has just been practice. They think they're, going to get to another final. Obviously, they're very confident themselves. They're a fantastic team. We could check out the team versus team stats right now, but for FaZe, it's been about getting better at certain maps. Really, in that finals, like where they lost was they lost both controls. That is the big edge that OpTic Texas has over everyone, and that is why Atlanta FaZe ended up faltering there. They won 2 search and destroys, obviously lost some hard points, but they've been working on their hard point, especially Gavutu. To me, as teams right now, they're playing Gavutu the best of all the teams that we've seen. That P3 to P4 is just flawless, so that could be the difference, but still, it will come down to them playing well in control when it comes to the OpTic Texas series. That is the most important, and today they must get that win without the home field crowd that OpTic Texas has at LAN. Doesn't matter where you are if you're OpTic Texas, you're going to have that home crowd. It's going to get them going. So for Atlanta FaZe, they have to strike blood today to get that confidence. Otherwise, OpTic Texas will be fully delusional confident going up against FaZe, and it'll be a lot tougher on LAN.
You heard the crowd, man. There's no doubt about it that there was an advantage in Texas, but this being online, we're going to see if FaZe can be able to pull out that dub, because OpTic, hands down, the best team out there, the best team when it comes to control. They have the MVP on their squad. Scump is looking so good this year, and my man Shotzzy is unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, Shotzi's been ridiculous. Scump in that last series, I mean, he's absolutely unreal. It's really just a battle of titans with these two teams.
Yeah.
You know, there's very minimal mistakes when you watch both of them play. For OpTic Texas, there's still some to be desired on Berlin Hardpoint. You know, they're still 0-4 in that game, map mode combination, and also Bocage S&D. That's another map that they have to work on. And when you look at Atlanta FaZe, like, they've been trying to work on that map as well. So, I mean, OpTic Texas has the edge on most maps, especially when it comes to control. So it'll be interesting. Atlanta FaZe will have to be absolutely on point. But from what we've seen, Arcitys has improved a lot. So he can potentially match up, go up against Dashy, who I think was the biggest edge that they had over Atlanta FaZe in that match.
You got that right. And take a look at OpTic Texas's road to Major 2. Nothing but thick dubs, baby. W's all around, knocking down LAT, Seattle, Florida, LAG. It doesn't even matter. But if they beat the Atlanta FaZe today, they're completely perfect. And they're going to make a statement heading into Major 2, and that's going to be beautiful. But another matchup I really want to talk about, NYSL versus Toronto. At the beginning of the year, I really didn't expect that both of these teams would be in a similar situation, but if Toronto loses, and we're talking about a team that was second best last year, you know, a phenomenal roster top to bottom, if they lose this, like, this Major 2 is
gonna get real scary for the Toronto Ultra if they lose this, man. They've had so much time now to figure out their hard point. They just haven't been able to do it. I mean, they're 2-8 across their last 10, and they're going up against a New York team that has switched up their roster. They bring in a fantastic hardpoint player in Paul X, and granted that Bocage didn't look that great yesterday, but still able to clutch up in the end and get the W. Neptune and HyDra have become so comfortable. They're now a good SMG duo, at least in the 2 matches that we've seen. It has been Paris and Minnesota, so I'm not going to jump the gun, but to be 4-0 in hardpoint with a fresh roster is impressive nonetheless. Going up against Ultra, we've seen them at times. Players have been prone to the bad game. Kleenex hasn't been nearly as consistent. Vance hasn't been as consistent. Nobody is positive across the board in hardpoint. So, you know, they really have to step up in terms of the slaying power, have to be a little bit quicker. We've seen glimpses of that, though, like the Tuscan hardpoint we saw when they went up against FaZe, I believe is who it was. They played fantastic on that map. So, Toronto, They just have to put it together right now. This match is so important. They have the composure. They have to win this to get into winner's bracket, because if they start an LB, I don't have that much faith in this Toronto team.
No, I definitely don't as well. Let's take a look at the stats, because ever since NYSL made their change to bring in my man Paul X, they've been looking so much better. Currently 6-2, and look at the overall KD. Every category they've begun significantly better, except when it comes to control. But look at that hard point, 0% win rate, and now 100% win rate. Paul is a difference maker, baby, and I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Paul, I mean, we really saw like what they wanted out of him when they played Bacaj. I mean, he was like 32-20 or something like that. Just popping off, picking up the big kills. He plays at a faster pace than what they had Clay playing at. Now you have Crim in that main AR role, and it just seems to be working. It's a slay-heavy team, hyper-aggressive. You heard him in the interview. They like to get mixy, and that is where a lot of teams find success in this game. It's kind of like the Florida Mutineers in Hardpoint. When it gets mixy, they really find success. So for New York, still a lot of improvement need to be made, but at least right now they have the initial formula.
New York's currently picking up the pace, but Toronto seems to be losing theirs. At the beginning of the year, we're talking about a team that was just so phenomenal in Hardpoint, right? But when Major I came around, they weren't able to win that at all, but Search and Destroy became their bread and butter, but it wasn't dominant. The dominance came from individual play from players such as Insight. But once that stopped being good for them, we started to see Toronto Ultra struggle a lot more, and this team is facing a major identity crisis at the moment. This is time for all of them to step up and show the world what they're made of.
Yeah, I mean, looking at their stats, just everybody has to step it up. I mean, they're not positive in a single hardpoint map. A lot of the hardpoints that they lost, I mean, they've been at the very end. You can see right here, look, in this Paris series, they lost the very end of Bacaj, they lost the very end of Tuscan. They just can't seem to figure it out. I mean, talking a little bit about Bocage, like, they prioritize the P2 spawn so heavily. We've seen a lot of teams do that. I mean, yesterday we saw in that New York series, nobody wanted to get on P1. It's because people have not yet figured out how to play that map correctly. Like FaZe and OpTic Texas, what they do is they don't even rotate on that map. They literally, there's only one hill they really prioritize spawns on. It's like P3 at times. So, you know, looking at Toronto, it's just some foundational mistakes that they're making. And their best game mode has been control across the last 10. Search and Destroy has been 50-50. I mean, they lost 2-6 to Paris on that game 5. Like when the stakes are at the highest, when you need a win, that's uncharacteristic of Toronto. So, you know, they need to figure it out.
Yeah, hopefully they do figure it out, though. But ladies and gentlemen, that is pretty much it for our CDL pre-show headquarters. But on the other side of this, we actually have a really good matchup. I call it the best of the third best in the CDL. It's going to be between the London Royal Ravens and also Boston Breach. We'll catch you guys on the other side to kick off our last day before Major II. I'll see you soon.
Octane. Howdy doody.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
And he'll have some words for Crimsix. Forcing the issue on Mikey's inside of the bait, and that's going to be 5 in a row. On the fence, there's 2, there's 3.
Just a legion of players here. He can
Bill. I've been here the whole time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to get this ball rolling because the first matchup of the day is destined to be a great one. Boston is playing against London, and both of these teams have a lot to prove to show that they are the real deal. But me, I'm your host, Velli, and of course, you guys know the deal. This is Nameless, man, the OG. And I'm Nameless when it comes to this matchup right now. London weren't able to capitalize at all against Atlanta FaZe, but against Boston, hopefully they could turn the ship around.
Yeah, this is a big match. You know, just to paint the storyline a little bit, this will solidify who like the top three teams are in the game. I mean, obviously it's OpTic Texas, Atlanta FaZe. They weren't able to beat FaZe, which could have proven it there. But now Boston Breach, who have now been on their streak, if London are able to beat them here, can just further solidify them there. And then Boston, are they the real deal? But going into this match, I'm very excited. The hard points that we have are GvU2 and Berlin. Boston are trying to set a record. This is, if they win their next two hard points, they will break the Chicago Huntsman record from the MW season for most hard point wins in a row with an average differential of 80 points. That is so impressive. Odds are stacked against the Royal Ravens here. Start strong on Berlin hard point. Boston is outscoring teams 35-8 on opening Berlin P1s. Also improved Bloods in Bocage S&D, winning 36% of first Bloods. They're 11th and they're 10th in round win percentage. So I personally think Bocage S&D, especially on offense, like you have to take your time. A lot of teams like to just rush, but I think you can take your time. The spots are very predictable. There's a limited amount of places you can go to and get those picks. So maybe slow it down a bit and then find balance in control. 7-3 on GvU2, 1-2 on Tuscan. We saw Boston come out hot on that GvU2 control yesterday. The update really benefited them. They're aggressive, they get on the point, they get those ticks. So for Royal Ravens, maybe a little bit of an adjustment going into this one. And map 3 will be Tuscan, where London Royal Ravens aren't as comfortable on. They're 1-2. I've only played it 3 times. And it looks like Boston's a bit more comfortable on Tuscan. So can get wild.
Hopefully the Ravens can get a lot more comfortable because Boston, they're not an easy team to go against. We're talking about a team that's been taking the CDL by storm. The expectations weren't really high, but from what we've seen so far, and the tone was set from the kickoff. Classic, baby. Boston is looking better than ever. And heading into Major II right now, they're just walking off of a big 3-0 win against the Florida Mutineers. And the question is, are they able to do the same against a team of quality just like the London Royal Ravens? We're going to find out right now because from what they're doing right now, man, players like Zinni are definitely proven they're on top of the league.
Yeah, let's get into the game field keys to victory. I mean, and just to talk about Zin for a second, the guy's KD, I think, is like a 1.36 throughout the qualifiers. He's back in MVP form, man. But continue the hard point form, 9-game hard point win streak. 3 of the last 4 wins have come by 100+ points. And in the hard points in this series, they're 9-2 combined. These guys have been lights out, everybody, all 4 of them. And then also press advantage on Tuscan Search and Destroy. London last in round win percentage. Boston is 5th, but still in Search and Destroy, like Boston's still 2-4 on that map. So a lot to be desired there, especially in offense. And then keep improving in control. 5th in round win percentage in stage 2. They were last in stage 1. So they have had a big improvement. Even the controls that they lost were prior to the update where they weren't getting defense in game in round number 5. Chance was talking about it yesterday. This is a team that, you know, they play aggressive, but sometimes they don't get the right amount of kills to pull that defense. So the update heavily benefits them. Even Capsidal confirmed that in the interview. So since then, 1-0 control.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time for the pick'ems right now. And we know how hard you guys go for pick'ems on Twitter and Reddit and whatnot. It's life, right? It's Bible. But me, I'm going to have to rock with Boston, man. I'm going to rep their Zinni glasses for this one, man, because this team, I'm going to be completely honest, Nameless, man. All right, so being completely honest, right? Boston, they're the fan favorites, and they're just phenomenal in every way out there. The point that he was making about Zinni, a.k.a. Methodz, is pretty much on point. The guy is solidifying himself as one of the top ARs in the entire scene. He's above, like, he's up there with 0 our season wrestling, in my opinion, man. I think he's great. That's not a hot take at all. I think that they're going to prove to us that they are the 3rd best team in the CDL, and I think they take it 3-1.
Well, that was a nice spiel there, and Boston has been playing great, but they're not going to break that record, and the London Royal Ravens are going to come out here and win this series. I'm picking London in this one. I believe in the boys. They've had some time to go over and get better since their last match. It's going to be a 3-1 London.
3-1.
Baby. Yes,
3-1 London, 3-1 Boston. Hey, Boston, I got you. What's up?
They're going to win both HPs.
No, Big Cap is going off today, baby. I like Afro, but listen, Cap is that guy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and throw this over to the commentators. Bryce and Ton, my EU brothers.
Biased casters. London are going to take it. Let's get it.
Hey, what do you guys think are going to win this match?
It's kind of an interesting one, actually, for benchmarking in terms of going into the major. We spoke about Boston at length in Major 1 for a very good reason, right? I said at the moment they're like a top 6 team. It was a very good placement for them. Since that point, though, Toronto Ultra obviously not having a good time. They've slipped in the power rankings. The same thing with the Thieves, who have basically just bottomed out in the power rankings as well. Boston look like a top 3 team right now, but it depends. Are they top 3 or are they top 4? London stands in the way. Truth being told, when we went through the maps on this one, Ton, as you know, because you were in that conversation, it's a difficult matchup both ways.
It is, and I've tried to look into the maps in terms of how those teams have been performing more recently, because obviously Boston Breach, they didn't have the best start of things, so I try not to take those into the consideration. But when you look at these maps specifically, which I'm sure we'll get to have a chance to look at very, very shortly when we do jump into this series, they are very, very well contested by both these two teams. Good maps for pretty much everybody, apart from the Control, which is obviously something you could possibly lean towards Boston a little bit with it being Tuscan. But the change-up is maybe something different we're going to see out of London as well. They're going to have to make those adjustments that we see in Boston do well in. But it's difficult because then you speak about Bacage S&D as well. How much do you really put into that previous Bacage sort of variant that we did have before the bomb site moved? There's so many different things in this series that you could argue for one team and argue for the other. But as soon as I seen we had it, I knew we had an absolute banger on our hands. Look, everybody's going to be looking towards OpTic and FaZe today, but this series should be absolutely crazy. Very, very excited to jump into it. And it's just for me, can Boston keep up this uptide they're going on? Because I think London are arguably the hardest team that they're going to be facing off against since Major 1.
Yeah, I think so. And that's the kind of the interesting part about both of this, right? Is when you look at the teams coming into this major, London have had a little bit of wobble coming in for qualifiers. We know they've had, obviously, Gizmo had to come out, and we've had players come in very, very briefly. So we're wondering whether or not it's the same London we're used to seeing. On the other hand of it, Boston have been on the ascension. The entire way through, Boston have been looking better and better as time goes on. But where is that ceiling?
And that's something we're going to find out maybe over the next couple of weeks, right? I can't believe we are so close now to getting to major number 2. I feel like it was like 2 minutes ago we were in Texas, and here we are already ready to get into the final games before we do head over to Minneapolis, of course. And yeah, I mean, just looking at some of the records when it does come down to the hard points specifically, if you look at Gavutu and Berlin across the whole of season number 2, only 2 losses actually coming in from either one of these two teams, and both of those were for London on Gavutu. But it has to be said, they would go up against Atlanta in one of them and Thieves in another. So it is one of these things where you can lean into that sort of thing. But so far, so good for Boston. They have not lost a single one of the hard points that are in this series so far. Hence that record that they currently have at this moment in time, looking for the 11 in a row if they win both of these hard points, which would be a record, of course, across the CDL. But I mean, look, there you go for Gavutu hard point. It's looking good for Boston, but at the same time, London are very good at this map also.
Yeah, I think the only thing that is a little bit different between the two of them, obviously, is going to be that break percentage, right? Everywhere else, Boston leads. Break percentage, though, for London Royal Ravens is still one of the highest in the CDL. That is the difference, and the reason we have to talk about this game so much, obviously it doesn't mean as much as some of the other games. There are qualifying games today that can drop people out of the winner's bracket, but this one, though, figuring out which of these two teams could be a contender, could be in the grand final at major number 2, is a very serious game.
Yeah, and it's a good benchmark to have, but I'm very curious when we do get the major, because I absolutely believe that these two teams are in and amongst that conversation. It's for both of them finding that step to then get in and amongst that conversation with OpTic and FaZe, who are undoubtedly the top 2 teams in this game right now. That's the step that these guys need to make. I think it's maybe a touch bigger step for Boston to try and make at this moment in time. London very much solidified themselves as that 3rd place. But then that's the answer to the question we're going to get today. Are Boston there with them? Are they ahead of them? Are they behind? It's something that a lot of people are really struggling to work out at the moment, because Boston, for all, they have been playing well. You look at who they've been playing against, they're teams that you would have expected them to go on to beat outside of Toronto. You thought that would have maybe been a little bit closer, and they smoked them. So I think that's what's given everyone a little bit of hope around this Boston team. Can they step up to the plate here, and can they go a step further for the team that finished 3rd at major number 1?
Yeah, 100%. I'm looking forward to it. We've had a big change up in the CDL, and I'm all for keeping it interesting going into some of these games, but both teams look pretty ready to get into this first map. Gavutu Hardpoint is where we kick things off, and both teams will be feeling good, but a couple of rotations in that may feel a little bit different. There are those statistics again, by the way. Obviously, London Royal Ravens choosing not to rotate as much as a lot of other teams here, but their break percentage is still very, very high. The difference being, though, Boston Breach on this map, the #1 hold percentage. And you've got to ask yourself, is that the difference maker here? Especially on a map like Gavutu, it could prove problematic for the Ravens.
Yeah, well, #1 hold percentage, and what was that, 8 in break percentage? If they don't get there, they're in trouble. So these rotations are going to be super important between these two teams. And as we kick off into this one, it seems as if we are not ready to kick off into this one, and maybe just a little beach visit early on in the summer. It's been a little bit of a nicer weather. We've had a little bit of a heat wave in England over the past couple of days, but Gavutu not quite the place to go for that little beach holiday for the London boys, of course. But yeah, I think it's very much down to, of course, what we've seen in the stats there. The break percentage for London is there more than it is for Breach. Breach are very reliant on their rotations. So for me, I'm really looking at the...
What is going on with the size of that chair?
No, he's leaning down on it. He's just slumped. I mean, his back is in absolute pieces right now with the way that he's sitting. It's not that big, bro. I understand what you mean. I'm sure. It looks so big.
This is like a booster seat or something. Someone get a regular sized chair.
He's not 5'3", mate. He's not the same size as any. Come on now, let's get things leveled up here. But realistically, yes, it is about the breaks. It's about those rotations. I know that can kind of apply to hardpoint on every single level, let's be honest, but it's very much about the rotations here. I'm really looking forward to seeing Methodz going up against Zero. Zero is really, somewhat surprisingly, being one of the best performers here for the Royal Ravens throughout. It's kind of felt like, specifically at the beginning of the season, you've seen them in their first couple of games, and it was like Zero and the 3 demons. I even messaged him. I was like, you got a good team there. And he says, I don't really have to do anything. And he's just going along, average performances. That's all he needed to do. But he really has stepped it up since then, especially online. He was absolutely frying. So for him, having a good game here today is very, very important, because we know how well Zinni has been playing recently. Let's see if he can match up against Zero, though, because I think it's a very, very hard AR battle to win up against Trey. So, yeah, I'm excited. No bias involved whatsoever, though. We're not going to get biased. Go on.
I want to talk about the other side of that, because it's a very good point you made about the battle against Trey. But now, I'll be honest with you. I'll be perfectly honest with everyone at home. I didn't think an awful lot of Methodz coming into this year. After he got kind of taken out of Ultra and then went into challenges, we didn't see an awful lot of him. He wasn't kind of breaking any records. He was doing okay. Coming back into the CDL, I was sitting there going, how good is he going to be? And here's the truth. At Major 2, that's probably the best Major 1, sorry, the best I've seen him play in 2 years. And I wondered if it was just a fluke. It doesn't seem to be. Methodz has found an entirely new lease of life. This team, or the chemistry, or whatever is going on in Boston Breach, is bringing the very best out of Methodz. And it's the reason why, when you talk about that matchup versus Zero, I don't think it's all Trey's way at all. I think Methodz has been playing lights out this entire qualifier, and I am very excited to see what Methodz is doing going to Major 2. We spoke about where is the ceiling for this team. Well, Methodz' ceiling has gone up in my estimation. He is definitely a much better player than I gave him credit for even a few months ago.
100%. I absolutely agree with you. I would argue, looking at some of the AR lineups that he would have had to go up against previously in this season so far, you've got Seattle, so he's going up against Accuracy, Toronto, so he's going up against Insight, Florida, so he's going up against a couple of very, very good guys. Obviously, Dave Paddy in amongst it as well. Minnesota as well, going up against MajorManiak. I feel like Zero is kind of above the ARs on those teams, though. So this is a good test for us to sort of see where he's at. He has had a good time with things so far in Major 2, but Zero is a step up. It is a test to see how well he's going to do against them. I'm not saying the whole series rides on him, because we know there are good players around these players, but it's just quite often a battle that we have to look at in this series, specifically with the maps we got as well, that we don't like to have a Bakaj point, which, the ARs are still very important, but it's more so about the SMG players. For very much when it comes down to Gavutu, specifically on hardpoint, at least anyway, Gavutu and Berlin, very, very much about those rotations being quite dominant. There's a couple of money hills on these maps specifically. Can they lock in these rotations? Can they get these angles? Can they cover their crosses? This is what Methodz and Zero are going to be trying to do. And who's going to do it better will definitely benefit their team. But I mean, the SMG duo lineups as well are really, really interesting to look at. Cap going up against Afro. I mean, and this is going to be a crazy one. Those two boys have been absolutely fantastic so far throughout this season. But yeah, Methodz is kind of being the catalyst for the Boston Breach to get things rocking and rolling once more. And I'm interested to see how it goes here when we do eventually jump into map number 1.
Yeah, obviously, going into this game, obviously, we spoke about it being close, and when we get into it, we'll exactly see how this benchmark does go down, of course. But yeah, I think you're right. I think it's an interesting kind of comparison between these two teams, especially, and it's probably what a lot of the socials are talking about. When you actually look at these two teams for it, like I said before, coming out of Major 1, London Royal Ravens were a lock for me at 3. They looked fantastic. We knew there were some fundamental issues with their game in terms of the hard point. We knew that they were great at breaking, not so great at rotation, and that can eventually cause issues down the line. For the Boston Breach, the only way was really up for them And we were thinking, you know, can they continue to push forward into this? And then we go into further statistics, right? We're now talking about the search and destroy on screen. And if you're being honest, even though the map win percentage is slightly towards the Royal Ravens, statistics usually look a little bit better on terms of the S&D for the breach. So this is a very close game pretty much the entire way through.
It's going to be really hard to split them, and honestly, I think it's sometimes hard to delve into some of these stats a little bit because of obviously some of the teams playing different squads. Sometimes, you know, you can look at Minnesota last season; their stats overall look terrible because I think they played 4 of the top 5 teams. Whereas, you know, of course, in this season, everybody's kind of played somebody different, as they often do. When you don't have that barometer of everybody playing everybody, there's a certain way you can read into them. But this is the thing: you see these stats, we will only be able to tell who's the better team with whoever comes out on top in this one, I would say. And of course, if they do meet up on land, that's another very, very good, tantalizing game that we can look towards. But yes, okay, the stats do quite often lean towards the breach in some sort of certain ways there, and of course some are leaning over towards London. I'm not going to read too much into them at the moment. There's been quite a few switch ups in the game. I'm very curious to how it works. I'm just excited, to be honest with you, to get into it. I really, really want it. When I seen that game, you know, I seen that game this morning. I remember I got those little I got butterflies, Percy. I got a little bit in my stomach. I was like, oh, a little bit nervous for this one. It should be a good one.
So while we're waiting, because let's be honest to everyone watching the video, obviously we're waiting for this game to get underway. You don't want to look at our terrible faces or listen to us any longer than you have to, but the games will be underway any second now. What I want to talk about is a couple of players on both of these two teams. Obviously, we've already talked about Zero. The question mark for me on the London Royal Ravens is Gizmo. We know that obviously he had to take a quick break. He came back, and I don't think he was as happy with his performance as he could have been. But Gizmo has been a force to be reckoned with on the Royal Ravens in their entire year this year. One of the big stories coming out, obviously he coming into this team, how's he going to do? Well, it turns out fantastic, an unreal player for the Ravens. And truth being told, I am looking forward to see his form going into the major. This is the last time we're going to see him before we get to that main stage, before he has to face down whoever comes up against him in the seeding. I'm looking forward to see where his head is currently at. I'm looking forward to see how he's playing these games. And that's another question mark for entirety is, where is Gizmo and where does that leave the Ravens?
Yeah, very much so. I think, you know, he did probably have quite an average to put a series or event, I should say, at Major 1. And I think to see the fact that he did play it, I don't want to say he didn't play bad, but he didn't play on his level that has kind of been set. The precedent was set across online of how good he had looked. We didn't really get to see much of that in Major 1. It was very much Zero taking the headlines, and yet a 3rd place finish. If Gizmo can step it up, that's when that step up for them comes in, to placing up against OpTic, to placing up against FaZe. That's when they're going to give them problems. If Gizmo can bring that level that we have seen before. The rest of the boys are wildly consistent. If he can bring that level at Major number 2, who knows? But first, they've got to get through the Boston breach, and this game is ready to go. And oh, I told you those butterflies are back. Oh, a funny little feeling.
All right, well, it's been a lot of talking from me and Ton, but gameplay is finally here on the horizon. Gavudu Hardpoint is where we will kick off. Boston Breach versus the London Royal Ravens. They will throw down a little bit of seeding at play for this game, and we won't go through all the different seeding scenarios at this point. If we have to fill again, we will, of course, but this doesn't change the most it does. It basically kind of changes our top 4. So everybody here guaranteed for winner's bracket. That's why we're a little bit more interested in the benchmarking for our own heads and figuring out how they play. But let's get right into this one then on board as we head towards P1.
Yeah, and again, we'll just reiterate, the rotations are so important in this map, specifically looking at these teams' statistics. Whoever wins the rotations typically is doing very, very well for both of these two teams, but it is going to be London to lock in a decent amount of time over towards P1. Boston have notoriously done pretty well on P1 in Berlin. Let's see how they do on Gavudu.
Oh, Nero going straight in. Capsidal will eventually get it as well. Methodz actually ended up killing his own teammate as Afro takes 2 down. And that's a little bit of an aborted break there for Boston. They were looking to try and get into that top ring as quickly and as easily as they can. So what they're now going to probably do is take boat control, ready for that rotation away from London.
See if they can lock it in. It is actually just going to be TJ making his way over there. These fights are going to be won by Afro, so that's a good chunk of time for the London Royal Ravens, and Afro on a 5-3 to kick things off. He'll probably try and work on these streaks if he can. Capsidal will end that pretty much momentarily. Well, I mean, the rotation was there for the side of Boston Breach, but London have punched on through.
Slow start at the moment for Boston, not really finding their feet in this game. You can see Gizmo just watching it. TJ coming up against him and gets gunned down. That stun really slows him down as well. At the moment, London having it all their own way. Boston trying to get a bit of time here onto boat before we go for this rotation. One thing they will be keeping an eye out as well is if you push London off this boat control, they may end up wrapping ring, looking for that next rotation themselves.
Yeah, and the thing is for London here, they get so many points on P1 that, I mean, you don't want to sacrifice much, but you can start thinking about this rotation around over towards P3, but they're kind of going to punch through the front door. They haven't been able to. Boston, as soon as they have getting control here, it's been very, very difficult for Ravens to even get out of their spawn. A kill from Zero over towards Ring, though, may just relieve that little bit of pressure, although Methodz is looking to put it straight back on. There's the kill on the Zero. Rotations over towards P3, starting to come in. It's looking like Boston are going to be the first ones there. Zinni controlling P1. Looks like Boston are going to control P3.
Yeah, huge play for Boston eventually in the end, getting that boat control and then rebuffing all of the Royal Ravens has really slowed them down and brought this back to a very, very close game. Methodz up top Ring, though. Going to be the linchpin of this defense, or at least the first wave. Looking for somebody coming up, already gets taken down by Afro. Still, reinforcements will flood in for Boston. They have the better spawn for this. And it will try and be Afro, who continues to just power forward in this game, already 7-4.
Yeah, that's about 6 kills in a row coming in here for London. Make that 5 or so. Sorry, I think it was 4 and then 5. Maths is hard. Anyway, Afro inside the point, only going on spree so far. It's a 5 and a 3 currently for him inside the point. And it's really quite hard to break it. As soon as any Methodz, I should say, drops inside of P1, that it's so difficult for London to then still continue on. But they win the gunnies, they get a hold of the point, and this is a big fight. Zero going up against Capsidal. Capsidal surviving. That's pretty good from him, though. The fact that he can stay alive gets that information for his team. But this rotation for London locked in.
Yeah, London do have this one pretty much nailed. Boston would have liked to have tried to get a little bit more map control here. They're going to go through the boat for the push. It's never fun approaching this one. Trust me, I've done it a million times as a rank player, and it never goes well for me. But Methodz with that first beam, trying desperately to get somewhere near this hill before they can do anything really. But at the moment, London Royal Ravens are just keeping them at arm's length. They're not letting them get any sort of toehold or numbers where they need them.
Oh, they actually have managed to infiltrate just a little bit here. TJ's going to find a big kill and push him around the back of his Capsidal. He's going to get taken down, but momentarily London outside the point. Let's see how this fight unfolds, but I mean, what really went for London there was having a lot of purchase in the mid-map, but right now, Boston pretty close. Methodz finds 2. And they're all dead.
At the moment, it's all London.
They're all dead.
That's a difficult one there for Boston. They never really got there early enough to actually put some pressure on. As we go for this second rotation, that's what they'll try and get this time back. You can already see it's Nero on the outside by Beach. He's looking for a player there. I don't know if he's seen him. Zero is going to somehow come away with it. No! Zero's just been dunked on by Nero. And that's going to be time for the Boston breach. They do currently have this one locked in, and the Ravens are now streaming across the map, trying to figure out how do we break this open.
I mean, true to form, both of these two teams, when they have been rotating, they have been holding it down. And that's due to the fact that, well, I mean, Boston's breaking isn't fantastic, and when London do get those rotations, which they rarely do, their hold percentage is pretty good. So far, so good on the rotations for these teams. We talked about Methodz having to have a big game. 11 and 8 out him so far is a decent turnaround. Still for Zero, not as many interactions, not getting in amongst it quite as much. Now Nero, though, he is getting aggressive up top, but if he can get this control as well, there should be 3 points for the side of Boston Breach. 19 remaining. We're going to be heading over towards P1. There's fights going on over there as well in just a moment. London have gotten a lock in these rotational kills. But just on a touch before we do get over towards P1 again, which is locked in for London, it's very much been about these rotations, but the teams are expanding out. They're making it that you have to get through a couple of waves of the players before you get anywhere near it, and it's making it very, very difficult for the opposing team trying to break to get themselves in.
It certainly has. Well, London have this rotation, and the pressure will come from Boston. But let's find out from the English comms. It's time for the London Royal Ravens. Listen in.
How are we? Push it up, Joey. How do you do? Focus your mid.
Yeah, what's up, be close.
I'm one shot.
Oh!
I'm one shot.
How do you do, Joey? Just focus mid trap.
Top broken. We guys, let me know. Give me up, alright? Give me that com, okay?
Yeah.
Listen, one for a tank, you see me?
I've got your big cut, okay?
I'm giving you up, Joey.
Your pink is open.
Yeah, I'll give you up, Joey.
Narrow, we can't.
They didn't hit him. He went arse at a time. Close right.
Hit it. I'm playing the scrap, bro. He's weak. Let's up P1. Let's P1, okay?
I'm needing P1 for you. Wait.
Yeah. I want to play hold a bit.
I'm top low, guys. I'm top low.
One to new, guys. Nice. Just have I'll play P1 hold. I'll play P1 hold.
He likes to play.
He's red stairs. He's going their hole, I think. Their hole.
Wait. Methodz, their hole. They're Nero, okay?
He might push up the left, okay, as I spawn.
Top broken weak. Almost top broken.
I didn't stand him high. Yeah, leave it light. I've been naded a weaker. Stay on the way.
One weak up, Nero. He's their hole. Oh, okay, I'm with you. Their hole. He's pushing our hole out.
I'm stunned.
One more cap on hill, okay?
Time dead.
Nice.
Watch out, Ready top right, Marcus. Attack us all.
I'm trying to get top right. I'm trying to get it. Top right Methodz.
Whereabouts?
He's top right behind the stairs.
Low hole. Methodz. She's in time.
No.
Chaotic and fast, the Ravens are feeling the pressure as Boston have come back into this game. It is very, very close between these two teams as Boston continue to try and get more points on the board. The difference this set of rotations, by the way, is that London are here first to next hill.
Yeah, because London get the spawns over towards the back and they made them work for them. aBeZy, though, turns around at the wrong time. That's going to be P1 control for the side of Boston Breach, and they can make their attack a little bit more effective from here. The fight over towards the Scrap is going to go over towards TJ. That prevents Nasty from flanking over towards P1. It's just going to be having to lock the doors and bolt the hatches for London as the Boston Breach now trying to find themselves a way through. Capsidal on the point. aBeZy will deal with them. Zero is theirs. The trade there from Nasty. Yes, it is. The only fight that has went Boston's way is with TJ, keeping that pressure on. Still a P1 in mid-map control for Boston, but can they make it work to find a break on through?
They can already see they want to try and give this one up, but London may have committed too many people to going for top ring control. They will lose control of this site entirely, and now aBeZy top ring is all alone, surrounded by Breach. There's very little he can do here. Surely eventually does go down as London fight for this scrap time bound to this one. What it will do, though, is put London on the back foot. They will actually be well away from this rotation at any point, even with Nasty getting that scrap.
Yeah, he is going to get a hold of the scrap. I'm not too sure what that was from London there. I think if they kind of make that move 10, 15 seconds later, I kind of understand it as he's trying to set up a little bit of map control to get that rotation coming on in. But they don't do that. They extend out. A little bit of a questionable play. Nonetheless, Brycey, they're still 19 points away as we head over towards P4. But Boston Breach, can they lock in a good amount of time here? Kills in mid-map went London's way. Can they now find the break and stop Boston catching up to them now?
Well, Keystone here, Methodz 24 and 15. Capsidal not having a good game at 10 and 24, but Boston needs to hold. This is one of the best break teams in the game in London Royal Ravens, and one of the best hold teams in the Breach. But in comes Zero, he does find two already. And they are now putting the pressure onto them. It's going to have to be a redemption here for Boston. They're pushing through 3 on the beach already. Nero's going to go down, but he does get that nade through at the same time. They do have it at the moment, but both teams are throwing players at this, trying desperately to either end it here or hold on.
Gizmo just went absolutely huge. The London Royal Ravens can win here. Boston Breach are going to get the spawn out. I don't think there's going to be anybody here to get it in for the Breach here. Capsidal's going to have to do this on his own. He needs the rest of the team. He's waiting for them to come through him up. There goes Capsidal. I don't think anyone's near it. And London Royal Ravens, that break percentage comes on through and true to form. Breach can't hold. Breach lose map number 1.
Yeah, Boston Breach, I thought they might be able to hold that one and bring us back into another set of hills, but unfortunately, London just kept winning the gunfights we didn't expect them to, and that's how it goes sometimes when you're facing a team with the break percentage of the Royal Ravens. That's why it's so successful. Even with Methodz, by the way, dropping 26 and 18. And I don't like to usually talk about the slow start here, but Capsidal obviously having a few issues on that map, not really being the phenom we know him to be.
Yeah, not really getting mixy in and around the hard point and win those fights. I think if you were to make a direct comparison of who it is he's going up against, it's aBeZy. He goes positive, finds those kills when he is up in the face of the opposition team, but Capsidal are really not able to get going. TJ neither at the same time able to do much himself, and they were also going negative, and the only shining a light once more is Methodz with the side of the Breach, but they can't make it work this time around. When it comes down to the rotations, though, it kind of just rang true until those final moments when, of course, Boston Breach did lock in that final rotation up towards P4. You may well be down. Ravens may well only be 15 away. That is one of the hills on this game where you can really lock in a decent amount of time. If Breach hold that as well as they have done in the past, or as well as London did on that first rotation, we're heading over towards P4, and we're over towards P5, green, sorry, and all of a sudden you're in a very, very different game. But London find that break, and the fact that Zero is able to push up through Cliff and find 2, questions are going to be asked in that scenario of where the comms were for the Boston Breach. But this time around, it is going to be the Royal Ravens who take the hard point, and that ends the streak of Boston. I believe it was 9 in a row. Make that 9-1 over the last 10.
Yeah, and to be honest with Boston, like that was a very, very close game. They could have easily walked away with winning that one as well. And you got to say, you know, I thought especially when they maybe have given this one up, they might not have been able to kind of bow to the pressure coming through. But as we move into this last hill on the highlights, you can see what essentially happened. London just killing all the kill feed, all the gunfights going their way, and Boston found themselves spawning out ring and just no way back into it. It was a game of holds on the hard point, except for the last one.
Yeah, very well played by the Ravens. They make those break percentages count when they are needed. Very, very well played. Gizmo finding the 2 inside the hill was huge too. And the problem is that on that hill, of course, you can't hold it down so well. But when you get broken, you are then in the worst spot possible because you start spawning up towards the back next to beach. And it's really not a fun place to be when there's teams with solid ARs locking down that hill. But that's a really good win for the Ravens there. They'll be feeling confident heading to map number 2. And I mean, I don't think they were ever behind there, to be honest, Bryce. I think, you know, they went into the lead straight away off the rip. And that ends up being about the difference. That P1 hold on the initial kind of traded from then on out. So the Breach should be a little bit disappointed with their slow start, because outside of that, they would have, you know, realistically been very, very close to it. But in the end, it's a 50-point game for the Ravens to get it done. They'll be feeling good heading into Bacage coming up next.
Yeah, they certainly will. But it is an opportunity for Boston to strike back. Can they win this search and destroy and bring it all tied up as a 1-1? And here's the thing, when we go through all of these, like, we speak about the difference in percentage in statistics for these two teams, and the reason you'll find the casters talking about benchmarking, by the way, is because statistics always tell the truth, but they don't always give the full picture. If a team is doing fantastic against some of the, let's say, the lesser teams in the CDL, then, you know, and a team that's had mid results versus some of the best teams in the CDL, it doesn't give you the full picture. With these two teams, it has been a little bit of a mixed bag. They have played some very, very good teams, and they've played some of the lower teams as well, which is the reason why we're looking to figure out which of these two on the day is actually going to be better. Tan, I know when you look through the maps, you were feeling some kind of way.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I kind of explained that at the top of the show there, that in terms of these statistics, it's hard to really put a pin on it in terms of how everybody doesn't play everybody across the regular season. I think if you were to look at the two most influential results, so you see Boston playing up against Toronto, winning both hard points there, one of them by the 3 points up Bacage. We won't get that one. Of course, on Gavutu, though, they absolutely smoked Toronto by 150 points. If you look at London and their influential games, they went up against Atlanta. Unfortunately, not looking good for them in that one, losing that one 3-1. It's difficult because, you know, you see Atlanta as that kind of next step for the Royal Ravens, and they weren't really that close in that game specifically. It's hard because you haven't seen Boston play against Atlanta. You haven't seen London play against Toronto in a while. So that is where it is very, very difficult to try and get a barometer, which is why we were so excited for this game, to try and understand how far have Boston come. Are London still the third best team in this game? We're getting some sort of answers throughout the rest of this series, I would like to hope. But so far, so good for the Ravens. They'd be happy to stop that streak for the Breach, which was starting to flirt with, I think it was the Huntsman and FaZe from last year in terms of hardpoint streaks. They've been looking so good. But the 10th time of asking, it is going to be London who shut them down on one of the better maps as well. So heading into the second map, I do believe we'll see more than 3, and we will see another hardpoint. I think Berlin will be very, very interesting. I think both teams will be up for that one. But heading into the search and destroy on Bacage, this is kind of like when we have that conversation around stats. For me, kind of throw 90% of them out the window for Bacage search and destroy, because honestly, when it comes down to this, it has changed up quite a lot. Of course, B wasn't necessarily that popular, so we can't really put too much on the stock of the map, because now B has become a little bit more popular, and A is now this little bit different situation going on there. It's kind of hard to judge it. Things have really changed up with this map, and completely changed, if I'm honest.
Yeah, they certainly have. Well, while we're talking about map changes, let's move on to top performers for our search and destroy squads. Of course, Capsidal, 1.25 coming to the search and destroy, and that's where we'll look for him to shine. Not a great first map, but a great second. Certainly, we'll put him back on the board. Obviously, up against him, Nasty, though. Nothing to be sniffed at himself. A 1.15 KD and 6.6 kills per 9 rounds. Pretty close, these two, in terms of statistics. The edge to the Boston Breach player, Capsidal.
Absolutely, Boston have looked pretty good on Search and Destroy as of recent. I mean, they had their kickoff, didn't they, where they really look good on Search and Destroy. Can they continue some of this form, though, heading into Bacage? I said it is very much a brand new map in certain degrees, and let's see how they can do going up against Ravens. But for Nasty, he's kind of going to be playing a couple of different positions. I don't think he'd be holding down B. I think this guy's going to be in top grandmas, of course, above the kitchen area, getting some info as best as he can, looking over towards that bomb site. I'd imagine you may well see 0 towards the back tanks. You'll see Afro down low, and then Gizmo. Who knows at this point? He'll probably just linger around, see what he can find. So let's see what Nasty does on this map. For Capsidal, it's a very different role for him. He will very much be in the mixer inside of Grandma. So let's see how the S&D does turn out for both of these two players specifically, and for both of these two teams heading into map number 2.
Well, we will find out what the difference it makes into this one. Obviously, coming into this one, it does look pretty tied up, 2-1 for both these two teams. London's loss comes to Atlanta, whereas Boston's comes to NYSL. London have beaten OpTic on here as well as Paris, and Boston have taken down Minnesota and Florida. So benchmark that however you please. It kind of gives me a mixed opinion on it because some of those results were a little while ago, and of course, Røkkr has changed just a tad.
It has. Boston Breach, good record so far this season on the Search and Destroy. They'll take that. Anything positive is good in my eyes, to be honest. But heading into this one, looks like a heavy B setup for both two teams here. Of course, London on the attack, Boston on the defense.
Already that Sunlight gives a little bit for it, and Methodz opens proceedings with the first one against Nasty, and Nero has to go back and get the bomb. Well, they're having a little bit of trouble. We know it. Capsidal is up top as well. Nero's coming under some fire, though. And he's actually going to get Charles. Gizmo goes for it, but it's a great trade there from Methodz.
So, absolutely contrary to what I was saying. It's actually Capsidal up top with the auto. Now, with 2 versus 2, those Afro is very much getting mixy inside of Grandma's, though. And there you go. That's a little bit of purchase on some areas of the map that you want to see locked down. Now, for Zero, what's his route that he can take? You know, the Afro's in bottom Grandma's. Doesn't really have the back tank spawn kind of covered. So what's the route here for Zero?
Well, at the moment, he's trying to figure out if it's safe to go anywhere near this.
Cap's going to check top window. Will he see him? Yes, he will. Afro's probably going to fly.
It looks like they're actually going to try and get away with it as well. TJ throws a long bomb, and Capsidal was ready for him up top. TJ going to be looking for Trey here. And Zero does manage to get that bomb and gets away somehow, but he is outgunned considerably.
Oh, gets a little bit of bad time out. Does he get the good time? And oh my goodness me, he's done ring around the rosy. Check the bomb, lines them up. Oh my goodness me. Zero, the stars align. And that is an easy as of 1v2 as I've ever seen. Passing ships in the night rings to mind there, Pricey. He gets a little bit of bad luck in terms of the timing because they jump straight on the bomb, but the good luck with that wall, they transition across each other and gets the angle immediately.
Well, that's about as an easy flank to get the bomb as you could probably ever see.
How did TJ not see him? How did TJ not see him, though?
I think TJ just missed him by the tiniest of margins and probably thought he was just playing the interior. I think TJ knew where he was, just wasn't expecting him to just go for the full flank.
Nasty's going to open up a kill over towards the outside. Nasty actually playing over towards the back tank. Zero over towards the B side. So they are locking down both areas of the map that is needed. Nero just doing a little bit of info gathering. Shots are being put in. Nobody from London is biting for the bait yet.
Nero trying to figure out exactly who is in around A. Smashes the window and dips back out here. And you can tell they're worried about it. Eventually Nero will get inside. It's like, where on earth are the London Royal Ravens? Still doesn't know. He's the only real player making a move apart from now Methodz, who is moving up the map and going through tunnel.
They're being very, very patient on the Royal Ravens. Afro was the first one to move in quite some time. Not a lot of activity goes on, and eventually Gizmo breaks cover and will find 2 in the mid-map, and all of a sudden Methodz is left in a 1 versus 4. Methodz is dead. Ravens 2 up. And Gizmo was just lingering in around double doors for so long. Must have got a little bit of information, maybe a sound cue, pops his head out and says thank you very much. There's 2 kills, and Methodz never able to do very much from that position. Good stuff from the Royal Ravens. Very, very patient from them.
And you know, there was a lot of movement there from Boston. They were trying to figure out, how do we get through? How do we break this? Where are the players? Nero was checking time and time again, hoping to maybe bait out a London player or figure out where somebody was. But the Ravens just didn't bite. And when they did bite, Gizmo bit hard and took down 2 of them. Now we're going to see, can Boston Breach convert a win here themselves?
Look at this from London. It's complete bottom Grandma's control. Now they probably want to move their bomb carrier up that side of the map. They know TJ will be back here. Here's some information. The grenade was actually a little bit misplaced, but Afro ain't going to misplace those MP40 shots. Nero falls. Still Grandma control for London. What can they do with it?
Nero just caught the worst possible time in there, and Afro took advantage. And with the first blood, the Ravens have the opportunity to kind of dictate this pace. They do go for an A push. It might be a little bit of trouble though. TJ is towards the back, but Afro's going to try and get it flanked while that's going on. And Methodz takes down Zero, but it's still going to be advantage to the Ravens. And I say that when Methodz is in a great position again. He's managed to find one. Is he going to get taken down here? He does, eventually. It's now 1 versus 2 for TJ, and he finds the first. The second actually jumps across the screen. And now he just runs. He's like, all right, 1v1, I've got to reposition and rethink.
Methodz does a superb job. The grenade actually comes over from B, over towards the A bomb site. Absolutely nails it. Now Arthur left in a 1v1. Which way is it going to go? Here's TJ slides out, and there's another round for the Ravens. My goodness, I mean, that got very, very tense. I think, as said, Methodz does a great job over towards B. Finds the grenade onto the site, and then finds a kill and just slows down London. Gets loads of info for his team. But they can't convert it into anything. TJ does well to find one, but the 1v1 up against Afro, very, very patient once more. That's 3-0 to the Royal Ravens, who are putting a stamp on this third place that we talked about so much so far. Dominant here on map number 2.
I honestly thought TJ had that for a second. Saw both players and just only chose to kind of shoot one. I think it was just one of those things where it was kind of a shoot and move, and unfortunately that second player did eventually go against his crosshairs, but he wasn't hanging around on the off chance. Methodz though, looking to see if he can get anything going towards B. He has got some information there, but Gizmo gets first blood, and Capsidal's going to try and hunt it down. And he's found him, shooting through the cobwebs. The Spider's not going to be happy, but Gizmo doesn't care. And now, Boston Breach have found themselves in a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, what they feeding the Spiders and Gosh, bro. I mean, it's a pretty solid web, nonetheless. 2 versus 4 for Boston Breach, make that a 1 versus 4 for Boston Breach. And as he so often is, Methodz last alive. Afro's going to find him on. This should be the round over towards London. My goodness, they are running through Boston right now.
Boston just getting really unlucky that first blood they had in that first round wasn't converted. The 1v2 versus 0 has kind of shut them down a little bit. They haven't had much opportunity to get anything else going. But this is not over yet. There is always that full regain that can come in. And Boston will be looking for it. Let's see what they can do this time. As obviously London Royal Ravens are feeling pretty motivated.
One of the keys to victory that was pointed out is improved first bloods and Bacage Search and Destroy. Only won 36% of their first bloods on this map previously. London, I believe, have won every single one of the first 4 rounds.
Let's have a look at the moment. Afro has been a key player for them at the moment. Might actually be playing for streaks. He is very, very close. Capsidal and Gizmo. So close in this heart, and eventually he's going to know. Capsidal might react to it. For the player around the corner, and he is going to call him out as well. Somehow Gizmo gets away alive. Surely not. Eventually does go down to Nero, bringing it back to a 3 versus 3. And Afro, as he peeks out towards fences, does not see that player coming through.
Boston just ran a 3 in mid, and I've actually been picked apart here. Methodz now in a 1v2.
And he's found him. Methodz finds the first. Methodz finds the first, but not the second. He does go down. I thought maybe could be a Boston catalyst if he had managed to find the 1v2, get him right back into this game. But as it currently stands, the London Royal Ravens are up 5-0 on Bacage.
And I think Boston maybe presumed that the Ravens have just rotated over towards the A bomb site, so it was kind of be a bit of shock and awe, but Ravens are still playing very, very patient. I think we've seen 1 bomb be planted so far, and it really kind of rings true to the London Royal Ravens and how everything has been working out for them. They've just been patient.
Well, that's first blood lost.
3v3. Nero trades it.
Big nade going on. TJ going to try and make a hero play here. Going to find Nasty towards it as well. Does take him down. Advantage now to Boston. Afro hitting the back here. They know that with that down, it may be a plant towards A. Is this a good nade? It's a very, very good nade. The long bomb comes in for Afro. Now he's looking towards it. You know he killed a player there. And 0 has to back off. Boston trying to make a move for this.
Oh, Afro slipped the net. They didn't see him make the push. TJ's going to get out, but that's so much information for the side of London.
Kind of crazy.
I actually like that Afro didn't go for that challenge because it could have been a potential trade that came on through. But now they know he's top Gromaz. Boston kind of need to deal with that information and try and figure out what to do. But this could be a huge kill. Methodz is in a really good spot. Does he know where 0 is?
Boston have the advantage technically. Is he going to find him here? 0 versus Methodz, and Methodz will get it this time around. Afro for a 1v2 for the London Royal Ravens. straight out here, looking for the player he knows is going to be behind, and he's actually going to go for the full loop here. Is he going to catch Methodz, or will Methodz get the timing and turn? He's not. He's going to find Methodz. That's one down. Looking for another 1v2 here against Boston, and no! TJ says no thank you. They're in the game. They're on the board. And it could have been disastrous, but Boston Breach have prevented the 6-0.
I thought he'd gunned him, if I'm honest. It was the child that came through. TJ just sees him, has a couple of shots and then pre-fires and waits for the challenge to come on through. It's Afro. You know exactly what he's doing. He is flying at you. But Afro chooses to not take his time in that scenario. Nearly wins the gunfight, but TJ gets it done. The important thing is here for Boston is that they're on the board. Capsidal 1-6 not having a great series. Those entries not working, but something to point out. Afro, streaks available. That could be huge.
Obviously, Capsidal can't see what we can see, but there are players in his gun sights. Methodz going to throw an aid, looking for that information. No hit marker for him either. And TJ's around the back, and Zero's trying to get away from it. Besides, that is not an advantageous gunfight for me, and there's a lot of pressure coming in from Boston. They're going to find a Nero around the back. Does eventually get two. Taken down by Afro. Advantage to Boston. As London Royal Ravens try to get back into this. And they're not going to. TJ with a shutdown.
Very, very easy to read what Gizmo was going to do there, even if you just want to check it. TJ ready and waiting, but the big play comes out on Nero, finds a route to get around behind two members of London, and now Afro 1v3, not going to happen. A second round on the board here for the Boston Breach. The full sale starts to tick on in, but still a big, big mountain to climb for the Breach here, but two very, very good rounds. But for Nero, I'm really curious how he actually got here. I think he must have pushed around outside when TJ found that flank onto Zero, gets a little bit of timing, gets inside, finds the 2 kills. Nero lighting the round up here for the Breach. Can they continue this streak, though? 2 in a row so far. London found 5 in a row before. Can the Breach do the same?
It always feels too early to call a full sale, but I haven't seen one in quite a while. We'll have to see if Boston can make the magic happen. Looks like they might be going for a B push here if they can figure out a way through B Street. Obviously, we can tell that Zero has a tiny bit of control over it, but they're actually going to go for this Afro, dropping the glide. And he's called all of those players in here. He's going to try and thread it through the door. It's not going to be good enough. So that has been committed.
Yeah, that gives London the opportunity to then push up the map. They know exactly where that info is coming in. They know that they're all in barn. London could just push up that little bit. Look where Nasty is. Boston,
slow, steady, time burning, and Capsidal kind of touches the window. You can tell already, they're going to find Afro, finds the one. It's now 3 versus 3. He's looking for Capsidal, who's just giving in the ditch, and he goes out towards TJ, and he's still somehow alive. Afro running left, right, and center. Eventually, Capsidal comes for revenge, and it goes down to a 2 versus 2 as chaos explodes on Bacage. And now Boston have to catch their breath and figure out, where are we going?
Gizmo getting around there could be huge. But the problem is, I don't think anyone knows where anyone is right now. So a little bit of luck. Which side is it going to be on?
Down to a 1v1 as they manage to get the trade out.
It's down.
TJ versus Zero. TJ will have bomb down. Majority of the time, that is an advantage. Zero playing incredibly patient towards the back, expecting TJ maybe to do something.
Did he just turn around at the wrong time? I don't know if he had the angle anyway. Has he seen TJ? Yeah, I don't think he has. But TJ may not have the information either. Does he see him down low? He does not. There's a 3rd round for the Breach. It's become impossible, Brycey.
And everyone that ticks by just ratchets up the pressure for the Royal Ravens. And they'll be feeling it. A little bit of sweat on the brow. A little bit of unnerviness as they go into this next round. Boston continue 3 back-to-back rounds here in Search and Destroy. Can they continue it? Will they get 6 in a row? They cannot make a single mistake on any round now.
Streak was wasted, remember, as well in that round. That is no longer in the pocket of the London Royal Ravens, so an equally as bad round, but there you go, Methodz. Maybe the information just comes on through, and then comes the artillery. A streak in itself as 2 or 3 nades from the Royal Ravens. This bomb's going down. Gizmo finds a second. Capsidal trades it, 2v3.
Big Capsidal going to be looking for this one, but will go down as well.
Huge.
And now Nero for the 1 versus 3, and he is going to get shut down as well. It is not the Magic Dream. Cinderella, you are not going to the ball today. No full sail for the Boston Breach. The London Royal Ravens will eventually shut down the search and destroy, and that's 2-0 now in this series.
Really well worked by the Ravens. Got a little bit scary towards the end, of course, but a 5-0 start, and it's in 99.9% of the time it means you win the map. Fantastic stuff to kick things off, and as I said, they were just so patient. Zero, Nasty, Gizmo all doing their jobs, all getting the trades, but the man of the moment there was Afro, finding multiple kills in bottom grandmas and just being so patient. As said, he was bottom grandmas, top grandmas, doesn't matter where he is. That was very much his house, not grandma's, and 14-5 represents that one. Boston Breach not able to bring it back. 3 valiant rounds, but not going to work out for them. 2-0 to London Royal Ravens now. And Search and Destroy was relatively comfortable there, Brycey, after pretty close map number 1. Heading into a map number 3, Breach need to turn this round very quickly.
Yeah, they do. They really do, Tan, and we'll find out whether or not they can do it, of course, because it's still a long series. We could see anything happen here in the Call of Duty League, but London and Boston have got 2 maps down. The third one is coming. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this break for more action.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CDL, and we're jumping straight into the Scuff player of the game, and this is Afro from round 3, getting the ace. Every single player of the breach will fall to his gunny.
We didn't realize. The prediction was like, oh, it's Afro's ace. I was like, God, an ace. I mean, the man was just all over the place. A constant threat across the whole round, and it's the 1v1 to close it out against TJ in a very, very influential round. I think, you know, that makes it 2-1 to London there. If it doesn't go London's way, of course, and it goes to the way of Boston. And that's a very, very different scoreline to 3-0, as everybody knows. It's these swing rounds that can sometimes go your way. You have to say, for Boston, unfortunately, a couple of 1v1s that they lose out on, a couple of rounds they got smoked. But a couple of rounds, I mean, you gotta think of the 0, the 1v2 in round number 1. You think Afro's 1v1 there at the end that he goes on to win. Those are 2 rounds that very much switch up the game. You could have been heading into a 5-5 to close things out there rather than a 6-3. But here we go, into Tuscan, into Control. Both negative records on this side of things, but only team that played so far in stage 2 is Boston. So, are London going to adapt here? Are we going to see a good Tuscan out of them? We haven't seen one for quite some time. Last time we did actually go on to see them play, it was up against Atlanta, which was on the 6th of March, which is quite some time ago. Let's see if they can get it done here, going up against the Breach.
And obviously Capsidal with 0.44. Obviously it's still early. I don't expect that'll be there towards the end here. Capsidal will probably have a pretty good game, but we'll find out how this one does kick off. You are right, very mixed bag these map for these 2 teams. Not really their strongest showing.
No, it isn't. Let's see if somebody can get something going though. And this is good so far from Nero. If he can get a tick in here, it could make the difference. London have to answer this now. That's the problem, isn't it? You know, these ticks count towards that round 5 defense if you don't want to get a hold of it. And well, that's going to be locked in there for the side of Boston Breach, although Nero will get the worst timing possible. Still having a little look at B here, but Afro says no, we'll find 2. Boston still with a little bit of presence over towards B though.
At the moment, looks like they really want to get that tick coming in, but they really haven't managed to.
They didn't get it.
London Royal Ravens continuing to put the pressure on, preventing this as well. TJ has just been stunned and naded to death, but it has allowed Boston to go over towards A. And it was a valiant effort. You got to remember, this is the new control. It is all about ticks and not lives now. So teams have been kind of experimenting during the past 2 weeks.
Good shots from Zenny. Can he find a third here? On the Gizmo as well, just lights it up. And those are 3 of the easiest kills that he will find. That should be A completely locked in. Nero will find a gunfight over towards 0 as well. So Boston probing. They got that further forward man to try and cause some chaos, to allow the rest of the team to push up, and chaos is what's being caused by Nero. Finds a couple on his way. Can he find Nasty? Not quite. The rest of the team do get cleared out as well. It's a full map reset. Now London Royal Ravens, 19 lives, 2 minutes to try and defend B.
And here they come, Boston. And obviously they can be a little bit more aggressive here. The lives are not as important. They're going to be trying to get those ticks onto B regardless. And a 0! A little bit wobbly as Capsidal takes advantage. And that has put London in a precarious position. See the pressure coming through as well as Methodz managed to get one to the back. Does eventually get traded out. TJ now running for his life, and he's going to eventually go down. But Boston do still have control around B. They are trying to get that first tick on the board, Ton.
This is really good. Can they prevent the flank that's going to come in though? Gizmo's on his way. Nasty inside the point though, trying to get Mixy. The rest of Boston, they've just managed to find the push on through. They found the kills as well. If you're Gizmo, you have to go. You have to go very, very quickly. There's 3 dead. Surely they know exactly where Gizmo's going to be coming from here to try and shut this down. Yes, they do. And just a little bit too slow on the flank. London need to get in now, Bryce.
I do love this. You can already see Boston committed several players to this one. They got so many bodies on. The stack has paid off for them. And that will be Boston with the attack. Both sides completely taken. And one of the things we did talk about in the past 2 weeks is considering the risk versus reward before about stacking sites didn't really pay off. Nade was so dangerous for these teams, but now the fact it's tick-based, if you can get players on, you can get those ticks, and Boston decided to commit. And the fact they won even more gunfights off the back of it didn't just give them the ticks, it gave them the entire round.
And that's just about clearing out your rear side, isn't it? When you are making this push over towards B, you have to make sure you do not get flanked. Boston cleared that out, knew where all the players were. As soon as you see that 4 dead and everybody's been lit up, you can then just lock it in. There's +6 on the capture points now. London Royal Ravens have, of course, got their chance to attack, which they are doing now. Let's push over towards A. Afro inside the church. Methodz eventually does deal with them in spectacular fashion, but London with the push over towards A. Let's see if they can answer back to Boston's fantastic attack.
At the moment, the Ravens just happy to get A and play a little bit mixy. Already seen us looking for him at the same time, and will eventually gun TJ. And as they manage to lock in A, it's looking like a long slog towards B. And they now have to break one of the hardest sides for us. Capsidal goes for the long side and does go down. That's already 2 for them. Fortunately, it will be Boston Breach who managed to get 2 back on the board as well. No pressure now from London until they regain their teammates back up the field.
You can see Zero's turn around. He knows where Methodz is. He needs to check that nobody's coming from your flank. There's so many different routes for the defensive team to get up in this area around radio. This is the control that you want, but this for London is pretty good. You've got somebody in top church. They can watch the push up from ladder. You can watch the push from top church. Now the rest of the team need to try and find a break through the front. TJ will slow that down. This is good scenario for London. They got everybody from the breach pushed back, if that is only momentarily. Cap and Nero will find the kills to maybe ease that tension.
Well, Zero, another wobble against Capsidal. That's twice that's happened now, the same place as well. And the problem with that kill as well for the Ravens is it shuts down radio. It means all of the Ravens now have a little bit more treacherous move up the board. They cannot freely just push straight in and put the pressure back on. And already see TJ and Nasty going at it as well. Going to go for the challenge. It's TJ again. And London are being rocked here. Boston look like the better team.
2 from the church side coming in here for the London Royal Ravens. Can they find a breakthrough? Good shots coming in, and they eventually will clear that out. Now they've got everybody in front of them. Got one watching the flank, but they need to find these initials. Boston are already set up. They're ready and waiting. Here come London.
Now Methodz going to try and do something. Gets one. Looks for the second as well.
Wow.
Just a complete shutdown. Methodz doing work here on the control. He's been the most consistent player for Boston in this series, and he's proving it once again. Going to look for that play as well. Throws the shoulder. C0 eventually will go down. TJ's not going to get it, but Capsidal is on the flank as well, and it is a shutdown. Somehow Boston have let 2 through, though. Capsidal have to go on the flank to get him.
There's too many players in and around it. Capsidal now just pushing forward, just putting the hurt on as best as he can. Can't find the second. After all, traded out for London. There's maybe a stab at it here. 20 seconds to go. You need to get somebody inside the point. Boston have turtled up here a little bit, though. Completely forgo any sort of flank that could potentially come in. Maybe Capsidal is the one to make it late. Starts to make the move through church. The kills need to come in here for London, Brycey.
Well, it is one big last roll of the dice, but Boston stands strong. Only Gizmo has an opportunity, and he can't even make the point. And it will be Boston up 2-0 now in this control. And London Royal Ravens just not having the opportunity to do really anything.
This was a nasty round for Methodz, wasn't it? Finds those shots in Afro, and this is the huge part. Nero gets killed, trades that. It's the second kill that comes in on Nasty. Nasty checking the corner. If Nasty trades that out, then there's a little bit more purchase, a little bit more real estate there for the side of London to work with. They're in an advanced position. But what I really love about what Breach did, they weren't necessarily flanking immediately, going for that instant flank just to shut it down. They were waiting, they were delaying that. You can see Capsidal was waiting in church. Give it a second, give it a second, give it a second. Then we push, then we flank. We're just defending from the back and allowing that late flank to come on through. So very, very well played here from the Breach. London Royal Ravens now need to hold their defense and win an attack if they want to see round number 5, which they're going to need to see if they want to win this game.
Well, you can already see they're trying to push Boston back as far as possible. I suppose if they can try and do something here, Gizmo does eventually find 2. Boston have been pushed back into their spawn quite considerably. Obviously, ideal scenario for London will be a completely clean sweep here and then somehow find something on the attack. But I don't think Boston are going to let it go all that way. They're already starting to make moves towards A. Capsidal coming around and finds a 2-piece. Gizmo's going to try and answer back, but he gets shut down.
It's a bit of a waste of life, I think, from Gizmo pushing on through. It's always going to be watched. 3 uncontested kills, you know, Breach are going to be that. Now the progress starts locking in it there. Gizmo falls again. Capsidal having such a better map here. 17 and 9 out of him, and we knew he would wake up. He's woken up maybe a little bit too late, but let's see if it's going to be enough to bring Breach back into this game.
Looking for it as well. Nasty somehow does gun him down eventually. Stops the Capsidal rampage. Nero going to make a move towards Church. Already takes down Nasty. And Boston, they've done this before. They've already won one attack. Obviously, winning the second will put this game to bed.
For London, they just need to do their job here on the defensive side of things and then hopefully formulate an attack. A couple of kills away from getting some sort of control over towards that A site, or B site, I should say, in their previous attack round, but they never really got it. Boston held very, very well. But can they hold the defense this time themselves, London? aBeZy's going to find two in mid. That might have been the push coming in here from the side of Boston breach, but aBeZy shuts it down. Rest of London can respawn, get themselves in a better spot.
aBeZy comes smashing through, and I thought he was about to hit him with the movement. But Gizmo managed to turn and get him before any of that can go down. And now Boston, time is ticking. They've got to find their way all the way back across here and make successive waves of kills. Is it a step too far? We'll find out. Boston not able to win that first gunfight. Gizmo does get it and stays alive, P5.
Nasty's getting a lot of info here. She's not seeing anybody in mid-map, so it's going to be a push through church. As you can see, aBeZy's turned around, keeping an eye on it. There you go, a little bit of info there as the kill comes on through. Those Methodz is where he's going to be. That's over top church. Need to watch that. TJ with a big gunfight win against Gizmo, though. Keep an eye on Capsidal from behind. He is going to get shut down, so London going to have to defend from the back. They're doing well at doing so far, though. There's 3 kills and only 10 seconds remaining. Boston, no hope in this round, and that is going to eventually be a round over towards London, but is it too little, too late? aBeZy's got the gunny, but you're still 2-1 down. Boston onto the defense to try and win this game, but a good hold there from London.
And here's the difference. That was the easy way. Now, can they do the difficult story? All Boston have got to do is hold. Just hold the defense, and it's all plain sailing. They do have a little bit of a cushion, of course. If they do lose this defense, they get to go into a map number 5 for the London Royal Ravens. All the pressure is on them now. They have not been having it their way. And speaking of that, Methodz has been the man of the moment. 22-12 currently.
So, if London do get all 6 points, of course, that does force round number 5, I should say. Then it will come down to kills. So technically, this is coming down to kills. London need a good round here.
Already seeing a bit of a problem. London not really doing anything. Somehow, Zero comes alive and does get it. Nasty gets another one. They're just looking for A at the moment. They don't have a single tick yet. Methodz eventually goes down, calls that one a little bit wrong, and London may just settle for the first tick here, or at least trying to slow that clock down.
Trying to make their push come on through. 1 minute and 6 seconds. We'll, of course, go up to 2 minutes and 6 seconds as we head over towards B. Gunfight in radio, going to be won by Capsidal. He has dominated that specific area of the map all the way through. There's a second as well under Nasty. London they have never had control of that. Not at all. Maps, radio, no control whatsoever. The majority of the game. That's why they find themselves behind. Capsidal has been an absolute menace.
And this is looking difficult for London. Boston are so good at defense. They are not letting him through. Gizmo eventually will stop the clock for half a second, but he's now going to look for kills towards it. TJ already dialed him in. And Gizmo's trying to stay alive for it as well and goes for the challenge on the TJ, just causing issues. But London, if they want to make anything out of this, have to get out there to back him up. Gizmo continuing to try and open the door for his teammates. They just need to walk through it and will go down eventually to Methodz. Almost got the collateral there, Ton, but it's no good. If anything, it's just a breath that he has given his team now as they head into P5. And Methodz almost catches one grenade to the teeth.
TJ from behind as well. They're ready for this, London. So there you go. You clear out your flank. Probably expecting Capsidal to be there as well, but he's actually all the way around over towards Church. He's going to be making that flank now. Next gunfight's won by Gizmo. London going to start stacking this. There's only 2 players over towards the back. They go for the push. Nasty will find Nero. Methodz needs to go huge. They all fall. Stack potentially coming in here from London. This is their chance.
Capital's going for the flank. He's going to go up top. Zero's watching this at the moment.
Oh, they found him.
Ham already, and oh my goodness, aBeZy tries to just push the tempo and go straight through, and that does mean Boston hold them off. That is the difficulty. It looked great for London, but you have to keep making those kills. They didn't go for the stack like Boston did. And Gizmo eventually gets taken down at Capsidal, who's on fire himself. And what was a big London push has gone to just 1 tick on B.
I mean, that fell apart very, very quickly. They found the rotational kill that was coming in. The first guy that flanked, they took him down. And then from there, you kind of just need to get set up, but it just felt like Boston never give them the chance. London have 1 more shot, you would say. Maybe 2. But the problem is, they're going to have to do this again.
Boston just so solid in the defense now. There's nothing for London. TJ refused to let them move. Methodz now coming to chow P5 as well. He guns aBeZy down. And the pressure mounts for the Ravens.
Look at Cap. All the way from behind. Are they going to be able to clear this out? I don't think they know he's going to be here. 5 lives remaining. They may well be down to 2 immediately. Hold the trigger. There's one. No, there is the second. Afro will trade it. London, no time, no lives. This is a map over to the Boston Breach. And I tell you what, Brycey, that was very, very comfortable. As we get to see a map number 4, that was all Boston.
All Boston all the time. You gotta say, they just look so impressive on the defense. Massive outslaying from them as well. And the difference was that attacking round. Once that went the way, Boston was sitting high and sitting good. 2-1 to London Royal Ravens, but this is anyone's game.
It is, especially with the hard point statistics that we have, seeing both these teams match up well against each other. But that was as comfortable as the game we've seen so far. Yes, of course, London did take a 5-0 lead in the Barrage, but then they let it slip, but still closed the game out. Map number 1, relatively close. Took one decent break coming from London that changes the game. But this one never, ever looked like London's map.
Yeah.
It just felt like they did look very, very uncomfortable on it. We heard Nameless say at the top of the show that they really do concentrate on GaVootoo when it comes down to control. Tuscan, we have barely seen out of them, and Boston Breach so far look really, really solid on this map.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. Just if you want to kind of think about how that actually went for London, think about what happened on that last attacking round. The only real time we thought London were going to do anything significant is when Gizmo did basically everything he could. Hero plays, not teamwork, were essentially London's big plan, or where they got the most success. But Boston just continued to put the pressure on, and the thing is, they're winning all the gunfights. You've got Methodz, who's gone huge, that Capsidal's gone huge, TJ gone huge. I think Nero did okay, but like the slaying was so far in for Boston that London Royal Ravens just never really looked like they got anything going.
Yeah, I think I would love to be able to see the point of where they actually cleared them out here, London. This was Gizmo finding those little moments. Was this it? No, I think it was after this. So Gizmo staying alive here towards the back. This is kind of what set it off. Capsidal flanking at the end is kind of inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, but yeah, it just felt like London, they got that control similarly to what happened with Boston when they found their attacking round. It was 4 dead, you've cleared out your flank, and then they just kind of looked a little bit messy in their setup. I think, you know, Dominate, their coach, will be looking back at that one and probably won't be pleased. After that initial break comes through, they do little to nothing with it and send us to a map number 4. They still would have had to find another attack based on the slaying side of things. Of course, to let you guys at home know, it would have had to be a tie-up when it does come down to it for those attacking rounds, because we did see for the side of Boston Breach, they had a 6-point advantage. It would have had to be the 6 points for London to find on their attack to maybe make something happen. But it never looked likely. It never, ever looked likely. Now, Breach are able to bounce back. Can they find something here as we head over towards Berlin? Which is an interesting map between these two, to be honest with you. Both relatively close across this stage, and think about how it breaks down. It's relatively similar towards the side of GaVootoo. Very rotational heavy. We said whoever would win those rotations in map number 1 would win the map. And there you go. I mean, the stats. These guys are all at the very top of Berlin.
And this is what we were talking about in terms of close games, right? Look at this, the point difference. It's Boston, then London. It's then Boston, you know, it's second and third, and then break percentage is still obviously going to be London Royal Ravens. But genuinely, this could be anyone's game. I do know the Boston Breach get the majority of their time off of P1. Like, that is their big difference maker.
Yeah, it is, and I think in particular that is on an average outscoring team 35-8 on the open and P1. So I mean, immediately heading into the rotation of hills, you then go to 2 and 3, which can be big hills. You already have a lead, which means you can kind of dictate a little bit more. When you've got that little cushion straight off the rip, you can maybe take your time a little bit more. So let's see what the Boston Breach do here. Question is, if they don't find that opener break, then how does it look? Last map in our point, I should say specifically, we've seen London with a phenomenal start, and the gap never really reduced from that all the way through. So can Boston have a good opening and then continue and let that snowball into something? Or can London answer back on Berlin and make things very, very interesting, Bryce?
Well, I'll tell you something. I was looking over the statistics for this game as well, and it's kind of a mix for both teams, realistically. Like, London's last couple of games on this have been against Paris and OpTic. Both wins. Sorry, they lost against Paris on this. Boston beat Minnesota very recently, though. Of course, that was a big game for them. 250 to 126. it's interesting to see how these two teams match up. Obviously, we've gone through this entire series so far, and if you were looking at map number 1, you'd say it was a very slow start for Capsidal, who definitely came alive in the control. If he is a different player from that first hard point, Boston do look like a very dangerous team.
Last time around, we've seen Boston play this map, Boris, he was up against Minnesota. You remember Zinni? How many kills? Was it 35 and 7? I think I remember rightly. If you can do that again, we'll see the map number 5, put it that way.
Well, let's find out. Let's find out. It's a big hit coming in from London. They want to get into this P1 as quickly as possible, but Nero shuts down so much pressure already. And Afro's going to have to try and do something here as well. He gets 2 back himself, but he is alone and he will be flanked. And surely, but no! Calls out Capsidal. And that has let London get in here.
Yeah, that has allowed London in. He seemed at the point, somebody jumped off for just a second, so he knows that that's probably the flank that comes on through. Nero, though, does get control of side alley, and it should be the control here coming in for Boston. 20 seconds to go on this point. They get a little bit of control back. It's a nice break, of course, with that side of spawns. It does make things a little bit easier, but Afro is the only one who can really make a dent in the defense of Boston. Who are now pushing on through, now have a little bit of aggression. Can they turn this into a P2 hold as well?
See, at the moment, it's going to be Methodz. So influential every single map here for Boston. Eventually will go down. It does look like London get a little bit of brief control here over at P2. Now already Afro trying to push out and gets pretty much gunned straight down for it.
Zero will trade that out though, but keep an eye on Capsidal flanking around behind. Nasty gets the good timing and the bad timing at the same time with the stun. We're back on down, a little bit of team support coming on through, but can they hold this down? Afro winning this fight of the SMGs so far, 7-3. He's going to need to keep it up as Boston now making the push.
Afro trying to stay alive here. He knows an awful lot of pressure coming in from Boston. They have been calling this out as Afro gets 2. And is now looking for Capsidal coming in. Methodz is on the outside. There are guns flying everywhere for it as Capsidal gets his own 2-piece. Nasty now flying at the same time as both teams have managed to get a significant amount of bodies around this, though. It does look like Boston will eventually walk away with the advantage. Gizmo finds one as well. TJHaly gets the trade. And now both teams are going to be thinking rotation.
Has to be about these rotations, but have they seen that Afro slipped the net down? Now they do know he's there. Shots are being fired. The rest of the team can now push up through fire, though, because Afro knows exactly where they are. They don't have control of this. Can they clean out the street? There's one of them. Capsidal will fall. Zero doing his job. Can Methodz continue to lock down this side, though?
Wow, Afro managed to get around the back here for the spawns. Trying to stay alive on foot. I was going to say, unfortunately gets caught, but somehow Zero gets him as well. And Afro, the slide cancel master. I'll tell you something, I don't believe there's a player in the CDL right now who slide cancels as cleanly as Afro does.
That was just so well played by London. They find all the kills that they need street side. And as soon as Methodz falls, you just see the Jenga block of Boston Breach just fall down. Very, very well played by the Royal Ravens. That's a big break to coming through. Boston Breach momentarily had rotation for P2, and they continued it. They found that break. They momentarily had rotations for P3. London break again. Their breaking prowess has been so good so far in map number 4 here. And they have a lead heading over towards P4.
They do. Afro still alive here at the back. He's going to need some reinforcements at some point, but patience coming in. I think they're looking for him. They're trying to figure out where he is. You can already see Boston Breach on the mini-map, trying to figure out exactly where he's gone.
Yeah, they know there's somebody back there because they aren't spawning towards the back. They start spawning over towards trains. So Nero knows. Both sides are going to be pushed here. Royal Ravens have complete docks control. What can they do with it?
TJ being naded over and over again, but he's still alive. This is a great power position if he can stay alive in it, though. Zero's going to see him, and he goes for the challenge as well, and he's still staying alive. There are many Boston Breach back here. The last one will be Methodz. He takes down 2, looking for the third with a pistol, but Zero managed to get it. And tell you something, Boston Breach have done a great job of keeping the lead on the London Royal Ravens. They have not bowed to any of this pressure coming through, and nobody's getting much time off of it. But you don't really expect that out of this hard point.
No, you don't, but to be honest, for the Ravens, that's actually not too bad. Complete rotation control came in for the Breach there, and they locked that in. Now the Breach have them exactly where they want them. The spawns still come in, but thankfully for London, 2 kills come in from Nasty. It should ease the pressure, it should let them out. TJ trying his best, but now Boston, they did momentarily have a really nice setup. London get control, though. They should be able to break through.
We've seen some big P5 holds before, but it's not shaping up that way, Ton. Zero just trying to hold fire, not even going for the point at the same point. Nasty just takes down Capsidal, gives them a little bit of a shake and shimmy. And TJHaly will eventually get into this one, but he goes down as well as both teams trade away. Eventually, London should be able to get some points onto this. Boston Breach spawning out.
Yeah, they have them in a good spot. Thankfully for them, Nero has broke through. That kill's gonna go Nasty's way. This could be a tough push here for the Breach. 23 seconds remaining. They're obviously thinking about P1. London are ready for it though. They lock it in. Is Methodz gonna be able to find anything back? Yes, he can. A little bit of control over towards trains. And Boston Breach will be able to make this push over towards P1.
Methodz getting a little bit different today. A little bit different today, Methodz. 15 and 9. He's going to push in with a pistol. Sees Zero as well, and that's the second time he's tried a pistol Zero, and it hasn't worked. TJ just trying to get these kills coming through in this time, and Boston are currently behind here onto P1. Let's find out how they are feeling. We jump in with a Boston Breach. Listen in.
aLLeY maybe. aLLeY maybe.
Back left desk.
aLLeY dead.
Back left desk, guys.
I just want to deep desk.
You're in the one.
Okay. No, there's two.
Okay,
Nade time. I'm aLLeY right now.
I'm trying to pinch you.
Okay. One's aLLeY on me.
I did deep.
He is dead.
Let's go. Stun time. I got one.
I got time. I got time.
Office spot. Office spot.
Okay.
Office dead.
Nice. 4.
I got front.
Yeah, okay.
Flip. We flip.
We did. Okay. Trying to go new. Nice.
I hit this. I'll watch
on me.
Watch rally.
Low P2. Back door.
Hey, back door.
I think
no, he went deep left. Nasty.
Shit.
I know there's 2 new.
Back alley pillar.
Nasty is deep left dogs.
Leaving you?
Okay. Gizmo's like probably in a spot, and Nasty's deep left dogs.
Is that in spot?
Nice. One was deep left dogs. Yep, he's still deep left dogs.
Deep left dogs. Land on the other boxes.
And they did it. I'm with it.
Back door. Laying down behind the box. He's laying down behind the box. Was deep of sun.
Okay. I'm watching your street.
I'm the stairs. Time dead.
He's dogs. Nice.
He's back left.
We flip.
Just run up.
Yeah, just try to play life.
Try. You don't attack.
We're pitching.
Nice. When we top P2 maybe.
P5, go. He's behind you. Take a step. They're pitching P4.
Okay.
Trying to get
P4 after low P5.
Could be street.
Yep.
Two there.
2 upstairs.
Spawns flipping left, right, and center. Ultimately, it is going to be London. Flip the spawns, but then find the push in from the front. The comps from the Boston Breach are a little bit shaky here and there. A couple of calls being made that not necessarily correct. You can only call out what you can see. But ultimately, it's Ravens who find the break-in eventually. Just about get control. But Boston, last time around, over towards P3, they couldn't hold it down at all. Can Ravens find the break once again in such a fashion?
And that's the difficulty here now. Boston are entrenched. They are ready. And TJ's not even going to let them get past Docs here if he continues this. They're going to try and come against him, but TJ just gets the better. And that is going to be forcing the platform push from the Ravens. They're going to try and hit fire here to try and get around the back, because really that is just a dead zone pushing through. But they have a lot of players going to try and do this. After already gets a kill, they're going to try and get into the corner. No, TJ and Capsidal combining to shut it down. Zero's going to be here as well. Not able to take down Methodz. And Boston Breach are doing a fantastic job now of holding this off. London, forced into the bad break, have not managed to crack it open.
And I think, you know, if TJ doesn't find that kill onto Zero, then suddenly you're getting pinched if you're Boston. But so far, so good. They are going to be able to find a break, but only with around, what, 10, 15 seconds left to go. Are they going to be able to find the break? Eventually, they will. The scrap time goes their way. Boston could have had the lead if they kept a hold of all of that, but London just about survive that onslaught of points that was coming through for the Breach. Can they find this break over towards P4? Last time, they just kind of limited Breach to a minimal amount of points. But can they clear them out properly? They never found a good solid 4 down.
Yeah, this is basically the same scenario again. London doing a very similar setup to break the Breach. They're not winning it at the moment so far. Afro managed to get one, but they've got to be careful of those players at the back. You can already see it's TJ and Capsidal.
Spawn in the back.
They do not want to let anything go here as well, as TJ just stays alive, refuses to let London take any control over this site.
Works out beautifully for London in the end. They will completely flip these spawns the way that they want them. But Capsidal has found a route through. Can he find the second here onto Zero? The challenge is surely going to come in. Maybe from London to help Zero out. Absolutely not. He is going to get traded, but London do a really, really good job. They control over towards Train as well as pushing out the back. They then force the spawn for Boston Brits towards the back, but Boston to flip back now. 10 seconds remaining here on this hill, and P5 rotations coming in. Can Boston set up? Well, not if Gizmo finds the head of Nero. Now they can push out. London with a little bit of control. You can see Nasty on the flank for fire. It's going to be a hard break here for the Breach.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Nasty needs to do now. He's got into the perfect position. You need to push out fire. The one thing this will do for London is allow them to get out if he can find something. But at the moment, Boston are punishing them.
Yeah, Nasty hasn't been able to offer absolutely anything here. He's in a good spot, but as soon as he shoots, he will probably be converged on as he's going to be seen from behind. Push is going to start coming in. TJ is below him. Will find the kill. Can London finally find a breakthrough here, though? Because Nasty, well, up until now, had done absolutely nothing to help his team out. And that's one of those scenarios, you find yourself in a good position, but he couldn't find anything with it. It's a 15-point game. Eventually pushes in, though. Has the help from Gizmo. They're clearing them out. Good time on the board here.
Does go down as well. It'll be a clear out from the London Royal Ravens again. They have managed to flip the spawns eventually off the back of Nasty Ton. And that's huge for them. And they're trying to punish the breach themselves. But keep an eye as somebody else has slipped the net. TJ looking to try and make a difference himself, but Zero has called that one off. And Gizmo's proving an issue that they can't even get past him.
Oh my God. I mean, look how far away Breach are from P1. Look how far away they are from it. 30 seconds left to go for the Royal Ravens here. And Breach, I've got a good 10 seconds of walking, but look at the spawn that comes in here for Nero. Can just potentially set up. Apparently not.
London just doing a phenomenal job keeping Breach on the back foot, and the back foot is miles away. Capsidal can't do anything. London have played a pitch-perfect P1, and they just can't get anything going. Boston have to run and gun the entire way here to try and contest. They don't have the time, and somehow Nero breaks through, gets a two-piece as well. That is outrageous. The London Royal Ravens held them for the majority of it, but Nero makes the hero play. And now they have a chance. Now they have an opportunity. The rotation will come in for Boston. They have to hold P1 Ton.
Afro on a 5 spree, keep an eye on that. Maybe he can get something going with that, and that's why he's maybe playing his life just that little bit too much. But Afro from behind comes TJ, and what a break that is from the breach. But they need to be perfect. London are still only 8 seconds away. These transitional kills are so important. Methodz towards the back is going to get taken down by Zero. There is support inside the point here for London. It's going to be Nasty. He goes down momentarily. Zero, the only one here. Boston break through. London spawning towards the back.
London have done so much hard work, but Boston are in control. They now have this hard point, and the Ravens are going to have to try and pinch it from every single way. Can Boston hold? They've already lost 2 players. TJ going back and forth. He knows he has to be massive. Already takes down Nasty, breaks out of it, tries to turn and burn, not going to be able to. And London are in, and London are secure. And they will take down the breach, but it was not comfortable, but it's still a win.
2 very, very good players out. Both these teams made it a very interesting end to map number 4. London from P5 to P1 on that final rotational set of hills were flawless. They locked in that P5 control. I was questioning what Nasty was doing in fire, but he took his time, wasn't helping his team much. But when he finds those kills, that then forces the spawns to come in for Breach over towards back docks to allow London to have so much time over towards P1. It was a valiant effort by Breach to get inside of P1, but the damage was maybe already done. The rotation over towards P2 was good for Boston, but when London only need 5 more points, it makes your life so difficult. A very good series.
Well, we knew it was going to be a close one. We kind of kept parroting it through the series, and it played out exactly that way. I generally thought Boston may have it here at the end here when they pushed London out. Unfortunately, I think it was some of the big kills they just weren't able to make. I think Afro made a very big one out towards Statue. And when that pressure came in from every single side, they just couldn't get all the kills against London. It was kind of a squeeze there towards the end, but genuinely, for the majority of it, yes, we had the Ravens kind of leading. And the difference maker, by the way, we've got to talk about that rotation, P5 to P1. The Ravens and Gizmo were unbelievable.
Yeah, Gizmo just locking this down, staying alive because of how far they are pushed up. And even look at that actually from Zero. He's at P5, TJ crossing over the road. You can see number 3 on the minimap as it just disappears there. Huge kill, because if then TJ finds that wraparound, then Boston start to get those spawns. All of a sudden, look, I mean, before Boston even get near, how many points is there going to be left on this one? There isn't going to be many, I'll tell you that. Afro then finds 2 here, I believe. Look, Boston have given up 25 points about to come up now before they even got a sniff of that half point. That was sublime from London.
Yeah, and again, Nero made a massive piece to break it.
Yeah,
yeah, that would have been a VOD review. That would have been if that had been gone the other way. They would have been a little bit of panic coming in, but it will be the Ravens that do walk away with the win here against Breach. And kind of a highlight for our major, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, you know, it says for the Ravens that they're still in that 3rd place spot for me. I think it would be very hard to contest that now, especially with this win. You know, a lot of people will say, let's do it online as well. I would love to see this game online. But for Boston, I think, you know, that shows that there's still work to do. The Search and Destroy, you can't go 5-0 down. A couple of those clutch situations shouldn't really be coming through. Really good control game, relatively close hard points, but ultimately a couple of big moments from London is what wins them that one. You think back over towards the first map, you think that break over towards P4 to close out the game, you think about that final couple of hills on map number 4, you think about the 5-0 lead on Search and Destroy. These are big moments for London, and they make them count in the series overall.
Yeah, they certainly do. Well, Boston Breach still brilliant, but the Ravens are better today. Let's throw it over to our desk then and find out how they thought that game broke down.
Called it. 2 hard points and 4. Listen, London Ravens look
It's
fantastic.
the only reason I'm annoyed.
Listen, hold on, because
he was so hyped about it.
Ton was bringing up some good points. No, like the way London played that map was phenomenal. He was talking about how on that P5 they flip the spawns going into P1, Nasty getting the cuts, and they rotate over towards Train to get the cuts as well. But it started before that. They have this play like where they just continuously push P3 at the very end, no matter what, and they just set up their break on P4 every single time. And it worked both rotations. They break on in at the very end, they flip for P5. Like, it is seamless. This is a team that was not rotating early. They were relying on their breaks, and at times their breaks work, like on the Gavutu when, you know, you saw Zero going around for P3, excuse me, he gets the big break. But when they rotate, you can see how excellent they can be. They were in control for basically that entire game. It got a little bit close there at the very end due to, you know, P2 a little bit sometimes, but overall, like, that was phenomenal gameplay. I was impressed by every single player on London. That Berlin was great.
No, Gizmo Spree was dominant as well on that map. But, ladies and gentlemen, we actually have a Mountain Dew post-victory spotlight with the one and only Zero. Treyboy Cardi, man, how you doing? Congrats on your big win. But I do have a serious question for you, man. When it comes to control, you guys are so good on Gavutu, right? You're 7-3, but currently 1-3 on Teskin, heading into Major 2. What are things that you guys are looking at sharpening up, you know, your skill set on that map for whenever you face off there?
Honestly, me and Byron just got spawn killed. Absolutely blended. Nothing we could do about it. I said there's a running joke in our team, and it's me. Yeah, Tuscan control. I'm a 0.3 no matter what. And, you know, it's impossible to play that map, bro. It's so hard when you got aggressive players. But you know, we're here every day. We're here working on it, and you know, it's a personal thing. And you know, I'm just more surprised Byron played worse than me. That was impressive.
Trey, dude, the hard point was absolutely on point today. It looks like you guys prioritize rotations more heavily than we've seen in the past. I want to ask, though, about you guys on Berlin when it gets over to that P4 hill. It seems like you guys just play for the break every single time. You set up the same play both times. Is that something you guys are thinking about? Like, it's easy for us to break, so why prioritize the rotation here?
Our scrims this week have been like difficult. We always find scrimming difficult. I don't know. We find it hard to emulate what we do at matches. But come match day, our teamwork, comms, everything is just so special. And you know, there's a lot of people right now that are saying that, like, you know, we're third, blah blah blah. Like, that's perfectly fine to us. We know where we stand. We know we're third. We're just working on not being third anymore. We're trying to, you know, take down FaZe and OpTic, and we know we can do it. We try and, you know, we're believing that we can do it.
Absolutely, man.
So these hard points that you're seeing right now, you know, it's working. You know, we just got to throw a few early rotations in there. We might be up there.
All right, hey, Zero, throwing some love to the fans out there. I'm going to catch you next week in Minnesota for Major 2. A lot of big expectations for you and your team, man. Can't wait to see you guys pop off.
Oh, wait, I have to say one thing, though, Veli. I apologize. Okay, I said to my coach, I'd say this. Yo, Zin, I apologize. Okay, beating you live in front of... I don't need to say it, don't worry, everyone knows.
Oh, that is true.
Everyone knows.
Oh, imagine if
everyone knows. Listen. That's on me. That's on me, Zin.
Listen, Trey, that's not right.
Listen, and it's not right, but I had to do it.
All right, well, congratulations, man. Good luck at Major 2. I'll be looking out for you guys, solidifying that top 3 spot right there. Much love.
Gizmo, you're so beautiful, man. I'll catch you guys next week. You take it easy.
Have a great day, boys.
You too. Yo, honestly, man, I love
third best team in the game.
Best team in the game?
No, third best team in the game.
Oh, like, yo, and
I mean, that was the battle. That's what it was for.
That
Like,
was a good game.
Streak, yeah.
You know what it was? In my opinion, the game wasn't close at all. London were just outright better in that sense. Cap, Nero, TJ was even struggling at times. The fact that they were able to take players who just run off on streaks day in and day out whenever we have these games on weekends and made them look just less than human.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the Boston Breach, like they're still a very good team. They're on a great streak. They've separated themselves from the middle of the pack.
Oh, no doubt.
They are an elite team. They just haven't cracked into that area yet, right? It is OpTic, it is London, and it is FaZe. Those are the three teams that are clear-cut above the rest. Boston, maybe another major to get to that level, but what we've seen, right? Like they have improved in control. Their hardpoints look great in the past. But yeah, I mean, you have to take strength of schedule into account here. They did not have the hardest schedule. They played a lot of teams that have not been great at hardpoint. You look at Minnesota, you look at Toronto, you look at Florida. Those are some of the teams that Boston has beat. So while they have separated themselves, I think a lot of people jumped the gun on calling them, you know, an elite team. But, you know, I kind of felt that, but I was waiting to see this match, right? This was the match that told it all, and we learned a lot here.
Well, do gotta say this. I think that London definitely needed this win heading into Minnesota, and I can't wait to see the boys fly high. So shout out to London right there. Also shout out to Boston as well. That was a good series. But ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we have a banger of a matchup. We have OpTic versus FaZe, a rematch of the grand finals from Major 1, and there's actually a surprise we're gonna mention on the other side of this break. We'll catch you guys soon for some more Call of Duty action.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League sends out amazing emails before each major tournament, painstakingly crafted with love and care, and filled with nothing but premium content. Scan the QR code on screen and sign up today. You'll get incredible CDL updates and be entered for a chance to win a free in-game team pack of your choice. Welcome to Call of Duty League Resurgence, Rebirth Island. You versus the 12 CDL orgs. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. Sign up through April 7th to stand up and be counted. Those who dare win.
Inside there, less than 30 seconds, and that bomb goes to boom. Scumpy finds one, second as well. Here comes the push, pressure out from mid. Drazah. Shotzzy wins a big one. Shotzzy's got to stay alive. Shotzzy tries to make it that bit easier, but that's 3v1. Dashy all alone. Makes it a 3v2. They reach out. Bang!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. And if you're a fan of two Titans facing off against each other, imagine this. The Lakers goes against the Celtics, but Kobe Bryant is subbed out. And that's pretty much what we're seeing right now with Atlanta FaZe.
I mean, dude, like you see Prestinni's tweet. He's like, I was at the gym, no warm-up. I don't know what was going on. And now I'm going up against OpTic. Let's have some fun. I mean, and that's exactly what it is for him and these guys. Like, I don't know how much time Prestinni has put into this game, but I think he spends more time watching than he does playing. So he's getting thrown in the blender, like, not versus anybody, versus OpTic Texas. And obviously, big shout out to Simp. Hopefully he can recover and get healthy for the major coming up. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be a tall task. I was looking up like map stats because map 1 is Gavutu, and I was looking at like P3, P4. I'm like, how good has FaZe gotten at Gavutu hardpoint? Like, are they going to be able to take this map 1? And I open up my Twitter on my phone and I see that Prestinni's playing. I'm like, oh, all right, well, there's no point to look at this anymore. It's just going to be a frenzy.
Yeah, it's pretty much. It's not chalked the other way though, because I like Prestinni. And matter of fact, the last time Prestinni played with his twin brother Arcitys, nameless looked it up. Champs MW 2020. You got the boys back together in FaZe. This is their last game before we head out to Minnesota for Major II, so this is going to be a pretty interesting one.
No, this is chalk, bro. OpTic's coming in with 3-0. It's got to be. I mean, this is like no,
what do you do?
Like seriously, like with FaZe, like they're an amazing team, and I would honestly probably pick them versus everyone in the league, despite Prestinni being in. But it's OpTic Texas we're talking about. So for Atlanta FaZe, let's pull up the game field keys to victory. I mean, really, they're just gonna have to get going. If they had like some bow cages in here, some smaller maps where, you know, Prestinni, if this is your first time seeing him, he's sort of a maniac on the map. He plays hyper aggressive. Okay. They might have been able to work it out, but they have Gav maps 1 and 3. So game field keys to victory, prove you're the #1 hardpoint team in the game. First in win percentage and average point differential. OpTic second in both, and then also improve your offense on Tuscan Search and Destroy, winning 42% of offensive rounds 9th and 59% on defense 2nd. And also time is now to improve Gavutu control before Major II, winning 42% of rounds on Gavutu. They do have that for map 3. So if Prestinni can plug and play and, you know, try to play the role that Simp plays, it just sounds funny even saying that. Maybe you can work on it a little bit, right?
All right. Yeah, look at Prestinni right there with that smile. He already knows the deal was about to go down. They're going against Titans, man, the best in the CDL, OpTic Texas, and Scump and the boys got to be licking their chops right now because this team has been flying high so far. Yep. Currently 11-2 series record this year, and going against Atlanta FaZe without Simp. That is like, that's the best feeling ever.
Oh, I mean, maybe though, like I'm pretty sure they want this practice. Like you look at the series and the map set, I mean, they have Gav, right? So they're trying to test out how good FaZe has gotten there. That's map 1. And you look later in the series, they have a Berlin hardpoint as map number 4. That is a map that OpTic Texas is 0-4 on, right? So they're trying to test it out. They know that they're in a good spot. So let's open up the game kill keys to victory. As OpTic Texas, I mean, they were set in to have a really tough series. Even Desert Siege was game 5, went all the way there. But Berlin hardpoint rep before Major, OpTic going for Atlanta 1-1 on that map. Get the offense going on Desert Siege, winning 33% of offense, 62% of defenses. We saw that big L that they had earlier in Major II Qualifiers to the LA Thieves, so still work in progress there, but they got better after that match. And then also don't let Atlanta trap you on Gavutu P4. Atlanta averaging 36-15 on P4, 28-18 on P5. They get you in that spawn trap and they rotate to P5 they set up, and they've been beating teams there. I mean, that is the crucial point of the game where Atlanta FaZe really takes the lead.
And we're looking at an OpTic squad where everybody is just firing off on all cylinders at the moment, but the main guy that we're going to be watching right now will be our Mountain Dew featured player.
Best player in the game.
It's going to be Dashy, best player in the game. Control KD is at 1.27, 1.19 overall all season long. Yeah. This man is killing it. First in Control, second overall, and I mean, yo, Control, that is why OpTic is just so damn dominant, man. You got to get out there in front of Dashy first, and the question is, okay, you knock out Dashy, he has everybody else behind him, man.
I mean, the guys, this team has won 11 straight controls. Like, they are dominant when it comes to control. It gives them a massive edge over everyone that they play. But I just got to reiterate once again, OpTic Texas has to be so pissed. Their last 2 matches they're playing up against sub players because, like, they're trying to test their map, so they just can't. So, you know, just got to come out here and do what they do best, come in and get that 3-0 and just focus on the major, improving scrims.
I'm guessing when it comes to pick'ems, because Simp is out for a sub, we're both going with OpTic, so let's go ahead and get comfortable with that.
I was actually going to pick Atlanta going into this match.
Yeah, he's actually right. But
now I'm going on OpTic.
Let's see if Prestinni can go ahead and get jiggy with it this game. Let's send this over to the commentators. OpTic versus FaZe. Landon with Steady. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Vel. Yeah, man, it's not gonna be easy, right? If you are Prestinni coming to this game, like you said, Jay, he was just at the gym. He was warming up. He was pumping some iron, and then he gets the call. I got to face off against Shotzzy today. I got to square up against Scump, Dashy, iLLeY, the boys today. It's not going to be an easy task for this Atlanta FaZe team, specifically for Prestinni, who's basically in the exact same spot that we saw Spartan for the LAG side the other day. A weird situation, to put it lightly, Study.
Yeah, if I'm Prestinni, I'm giving Smart the call like, hey, what happened in that series? I watched you play. I'm basically throwing into the same exact situation, probably with a better team, but this is still not going to be easy. You're going up against the best team currently in OpTic Texas. And when you take a look at these maps and modes that we have, I heard Nameless touch on it in the desk. You're starting off with a Gavutu. You got the Gavutu control. You also have a Berlin hardpoint, followed up by a Desert Siege S&D in that game 5. So you can just tell that OpTic, they're really trying to expand their map pool, and there's no better way to do it than when you're starting off with a Gavutu. Let's get into it.
Yeah, let's get into it. Let's take a look through the man who's making his debut technically in Vanguard, a vet in COD without a doubt, but we'll see if he can put up some top caliber numbers. Maybe at least go even. That would be huge for the team, but how about the opening break? Atlanta FaZe run on through. Prestinni at least puts in a little bit of damage, 3 seconds to his name, but it's the rest of the roster who is doing the dirty work. A great start for Prestinni. 1 kill on the board. Jay, I'm doing my best.
25 seconds left so far. Atlanta FaZe, they're starting off this game hot. Arcitys on a 4 spree. This is a guy who I was looking to really step up on a 5. That's looking easy for Atlanta on this P1. Now you have to start thinking about that rotation though. 15 seconds left. You already have number 7, which is aBeZy, in a great position to cut some players of OpTic off.
Yeah, we'll take a look through the eyes of our Mountain Dew featured player, that being Dashy. I know the conversation does get, you know, changed up a little bit, but he versus Cellium, anytime that we get to watch these two battle, it is going to be a blast. The race for MVP, the race for really best player in the game is absolutely on the table. And while Atlanta not in the greatest of situations in regards to where they sit right now and having a new player, based off the score, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, at least through our first hill and a half. Back and forth we go. 40 valuable points still left at bottom ship. Prestinni, 7-2 to start.
He was on a 6 spree just now. I was like, go ahead, Preston, get that kill streak, man. Earn that glide bomb, but he does get shut down. But Atlanta FaZe, they are up by 30 points. You see the early rotation coming in from our Mountain Dew featured player. Dashy has to try to win a huge one-on-one. He is going to get taken down. So now the 2 remaining players at our top ship, you're going to see Atlanta FaZe putting a lot of pressure on. They should be able to get this remaining 15 seconds, and they have ring control. OpTic need to try to fight out of the back.
See what they can do about it. Is Dashy doing a great job at least securing some early kills as they prepare for the rotation. It has been all Atlanta throughout our first 2 hard points. A decent amount of seconds for OpTic as they held the rotation, but really, as we said, man, Prestinni is continuing to heat on up. Now at 9-2, leads the lobby in overall kills, gets taken down there by iLLeY. That'll be a nice 3 spree. Granted for the OpTic Texas end as aBeZy decides to rush on through. He gets dropped, and now some free seconds at Beach for the OpTic end.
Yeah, Smart definitely gave some good tips to Prestinni to try to turn this around, as he's having himself one hell of a game 1 to start this game. 33 seconds remaining on this P3. Hardpoint, we see a lot of pressure from Atlanta FaZe coming from top ring, coming from the middle of the map. All of OpTic trying to stay alive, swanning towards that back. Because you know how effective Atlanta FaZe are at that P4. You do not want to try to flip these spawns towards that backside, because one thing that Atlanta are so well at doing on that P4 is just simply not attacking low beach. They're not trying to give themselves any disadvantage, any opportunity to spawn in towards the back. That's why they're able to do a great job at chaining that to that P5. But we're going to see here OpTic trying to break in from that ship side.
I mean, this is a weird situation that we're already in. I mean, like
yeah, it's throwing me off.
20. FaZe have got the rotation as well, as you called it, partner. They didn't want to rush too far forward. A very well played first few hard points here on Gavutu, as we'll really be trying to take a gander on how OpTic Texas looks to try to break this. Right now, Dashy not at all having a great beginning to this. Gavutu now sits at 3-7, but a great opener. Prestinni on the other side picks up 2. He and aBeZy combined for 3 overall. iLLeY, the last player up, and really the closest player, as he'll have a few of those close spawns granted at the cliff. A Scump will have to watch at a distance. 25 seconds left on this hill, and based off the positioning, it looks like FaZe is going to get every single one of those seconds, and aBeZy very well may have just found the angle to sneak through for next.
He's trying to flip these spawns. You know that OpTic are going to be spawning out towards ring. So all you want to do is just try to stay alive in this position. Allow your teams to pick up a potential of these kills towards the middle of the map. The hill's eventually going to pop, and you see where OpTic is starting to spawn. They're spawning out towards that P1 area. Actually, one player does spawn out towards Red Tower. Shotzzy takes that player off of that point, so OpTic will be able to get on the hard point. But down by 60 points, Atlanta FaZe, you're not stressing at all. This is a great start to this hard point.
A great start for them, and as we said, that P4 to P5, it's been brought up, right? The ability for that team to dominate on those 2 hills in particular. We'll see if they can make the break, as right now it is a 2-for-2 trade. Arcitys from the top, 30 seconds left. And that'll be the kill that he needs to find. Taking that player off of the point. That was Scump in particular. Still seizing, still hunting for kills, as he and the little twin brother of his, Prestinni, the Sanderson twins, back together. And they are lighting up OpTic Texas right now. Another break. Atlanta FaZe have got to be rolling right now in the comms. Let's step aside and see how they sound. A listening with Atlanta.
You want to
What's on new on me?
I'm here, Tyler.
200, I got one.
Actually, one shot.
One shot for new.
Got me. You should rotate.
Yeah, that was other.
Yeah, I know. You're pressing your side. Pressing. There's 20 on your side.
Here.
I'm nading over. Come here. I'm nading top. He's coming. Is anyone coming outside?
Yeah, I'm waiting.
One's like
And you down. In a ring, Seth. He's by himself.
Pushing. Okay, come on.
Seth is in a ring by himself.
I'm at. She was you.
Cutting, I got
Dashy,
I'm cutting.
And he killed me their side.
Take one shot.
Take your time. Try to get one.
Scump on
Outer Seth, one shot.
That's on 6. That's on 8. Come our side.
And you one shot.
Yeah, here's a street, guys.
One shot are you and one's front green.
We need to go our side.
We gotta kill him.
Outer, I'm pushing.
Shotzi's
already in our green. Shotzi's already in our green. Who's done? Out of the rim.
Yeah, Shotzzy dead.
Let's in a hill.
Dashy got me. Alright, make sure we're floating time, alright, more?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm named old Danny.
Top close, slow down. I'm rotating.
Scump one shot. He's on like
one's on new somewhere. One's on new.
Mid.
A composed Atlanta FaZe having a still somewhat solid advantage coming in toward P2. OpTic have brought this game back, and it has been off the back of the King. Now sits on 8 in a row. as we said, for Texas, trying to rebound off of what has been a very slow start. They take the lead. Let's step aside and see how the comms now sound for the other end, OpTic Texas.
One more top green.
I can't jump.
Top green, watch out. Top green done.
Good shit.
Still on side green. One guy side green.
I got right side.
One guy side green.
You have to get time. You have to get time.
I'll get time. I got it. One guy, click on the guys.
They could have flipped.
Yeah, flip it down. One guy's going top boat, I think. One's top boat in here.
They were missing one. Yeah, top left. So absolute. Yo, get towards you as well, guys.
Yep, I hear that.
Doing that dead. Good shit, yo.
One beat
time,
up.
Good shit. Let's go. Where is he?
You want top step, one top.
Are you?
Hear that. You have right. I
don't see him.
have
Good shit, set.
your side.
No top clip set.
No, they needed this. I'm one shot under.
I have top set.
I have P1, guys. I have P1 from mid.
Are you? Someone new?
I have to back up again.
Yeah, back up.
You should probably
I can help you one.
Yeah. Help you one.
Yeah, I'm gonna top base. One top base.
They're top right tower. Yeah, they're going P1 stairs. 2 P1 stairs, I believe.
Yeah, one's a rep.
I'm one shot. I can't shot.
I'm take that.
Yeah, you're right.
What's top P1? Top P1.
Fucker.
Our side rock. A little weak.
I'm still both. Guys, I'm cutting.
I'm P1, Alan.
Take your time, man.
And comms for both teams were beautiful, man. Obviously, on the side of Atlanta, FaZe, you hear Arcitys, you hear Cellium really stepping up in the communication. Because with Prestinni being that new player on the team, he's only trying to fill in the gaps, give minimal call-outs, just trying to basically get set up around his teammates' information that he's getting. But on the opposite side for OpTic, it's just business as usual. Everybody's starting to turn up towards this later half of the game. And one player that I really wanted to focus on has to be Scump. He started off this game about 8-8. But on this map specifically, he averages a 1.32 KD. He completely turns it around, picks up that glide bomb, and you have OpTic that were able to chain P1, P2, and P3 together to basically add that up to 140 points. Now they have a 40-point lead going into this rotation of that P4.
Yeah, it feels like OpTic Texas have woken up, and as you said, Jay, it really has been off the back of Scump. And I mean, I remember that kickoff classic map, like one of the first ones that we got to see, where he had like a 0.5 on Gavutsu hard point to start things off. But ever since that we have got into major play, he has turned it up, and doing so right now for the squad, as they are less than 25 before calling this one theirs. Great rotation so far, as Dashy will take the head off of both of the twins. It is a 2-for-1 special on the haircuts today, and Dashy continues to mow him down. aBeZy, yeah, hop in the chair, buddy. We got 8 seconds left. You better do so before we close things out. A wonderful spree there out of the OpTic boys, as they will rebound off of what was a very slow start to this game. Stunned but not out. OpTic rally and take game 1.
That was just beautiful from OpTic Texas towards the later half of this game. Once you hit that circle rotation, they dominated that P1 hardpoint. Basically got a full 60 there. But then they were able to chain it to that P2, get about 35 to 40 seconds there. And then even with that Atlanta FaZe spawning in the back, OpTic were able to put enough pressure on towards that P3 to eventually flip them and gain a good chunk of time there. Towards the very end, they were able to flip and get those guarantees for P4. OpTic, they knew exactly what they needed to do. The first go around, they got smoked at that P1. Atlanta FaZe, they were able to chain it to that P2 a little bit towards the P3 as well. But then the second rotation of the hard points, OpTic just really ran away with it. iLLeY steps up 25-16, but the king 27-16 goes on an 8 spree to pick up that glide bomb, makes it a little bit easier going down the line for certain rotations. And OpTic, they get the job done in map number 1.
Yeah, some clutch plays that have iLLeY and Scump combined, as we'll take a look at the highlights of this game. And there you see the good old Cellium spot. He brought it out at the major and continues to rock it here in our Major II qualifiers. But like I said, Jay, you and I, we were speechless. We were speechless looking at the beginning of this game. Prestinni was frying. What overall changed up dramatically on the OpTic side? I mean, we could talk about rotations, but were there any plays specifically that you noticed?
Nah, it all simply starts with that P1, because you saw Atlanta FaZe. That's when, as soon as we went in for the listening, they were just going one by one, eventually getting picked apart. Prestinni tried to go for that flank. He gets taken down by Dashy towards top cliff. And then once that starts happening, OpTic are just getting back into this game slowly but surely with great time off of this P1. They committed to trying to break it at least 2 to 3 times. That didn't work, and then they found themselves on the rotation. The rotation to P2 was huge because you had a couple players from Atlanta FaZe who were there early, but OpTic Texas, they were great off the rotation. They find a couple kills, they chained it to that P2 like I said, and then eventually it was just a chain reaction after that. They get to the P3, they keep the spawns for P4. It was just flawless hardpoint from OpTic to close it out.
Yeah, great work out of OpTic Texas to secure, as we said, what was a little nervy game to kick this bad boy off, but a Gavutsu hardpoint win is a win nonetheless, especially when we're talking about the #1 seed. So the big race coming into today was between OpTic and Boston. What, Jay? Boston only wins 1 map in that series versus London. So one more for OpTic Texas, and they've got that #1 seed as well.
Yeah, if I'm OpTic, that's the big picture. That's what you're focused on. You want to come out here. You want to try to go undefeated throughout this stage. And so far, they're looking pretty damn good at doing it. They're going up against a team like Atlanta FaZe who don't have their full roster. So going into this next map, this Search and Destroy on Tuscan, so far these teams head-to-head are 1-1. We saw it at the winners finals. OpTic were able to get a clean 6-0. They held aBeZy to a donut, and it was all in the back of Dashy. He was getting a majority of those first bloods. I'm pretty sure he puts up like a 4.0 on that last map Search and Destroy, which is insane. But then the next series, which is in the grand finals, OpTic end up losing that map 6-3, and they also shut down Dashy that time around. He goes 1-7 on that map, a .14. Players who really stepped up were Arcitys and Cellium. 3.5 out of Cellium, Arcitys with a 2.7. Looking at those guys to really shut down the MVP player right now, our Mountain Dew featured player in Dashy, for them to stand a chance here.
Yeah, man, it's going to be a lot to handle if you are this Atlanta FaZe side. The best thing about it, though, is when we take a look at this Atlanta FaZe roster, we take a look at the numbers so far, has to be favoring OpTic when we talk about the Search Destroys. We take a look at the round percentage. But you do have Cellium, right? You do have, what is it, like a 1.47? You do have MC on your side, which, again, I know I'm playing devil's advocate here, but the way that Prestinni started, I mean, he's obviously, the gun's hot. He can definitely do it in the Search Destroys where things start to slow down. But to have somebody like MC, the guy who had at one point like a 2.2 to start off the season, as we take a look to the top performers, he still sits, as we said, at that 1.47. It's not going to be easy. Regardless of a new player being brought into the team or not, it is not going to be simple for the OpTic Texas team to slow down this guy.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit easier for them, though, ever since the update on Tuscan. Because you know on the defensive side, what Cellium likes to do is to go towards top middle broken, towards that bottom middle head glitch, and he beats them usually every single time on the offensive side. But now with OpTic Texas spawning on defense a little bit closer towards that church, this is where they are allowed to get aggressive towards the middle map, allowed to put pressure on Cellium to not get that opening first blood. It allows your ARs to just set up, hold down the map, but also your SMGs to really be playmakers. Look at Scump. The stats on that map, number one, 1.69. Also on the opposite side, Prestinni, a 0.91. Not bad. Not bad for Prestinni in your map number one versus the best team in the game.
Yeah, versus, like I said, the best team in the game. Man was at the gym, as we said, pumping some iron. He gets the call, and well, he's here to play. And now we'll see if he can try to light things up in the Search Destroy the same way that he started off on the Kavutsu, as he and aBeZy look to make their way into P5. Problem being that, well, he's lost aBeZy. Just like that. Shotzzy right around the corner. He's going to hear the steps of Prestinni, guns him down, instant 2v2.
And Cellium was able to find the first opening two-piece on the side of Atlanta FaZe. So now you see Atlanta trying to approach this A-bomb. iLLeY and Shotzzy trying to use their teamwork to try to take control of the middle of the map. The Atlanta FaZe, they're just waiting for the push. They're not going to try to plant this bomb without trying to get some information at least.
Bomb begins to make its way through, and Shotzzy just gets the worst of timing. Does Arcitys actually spot him in that moment? Regardless of if he does or not, MC is there to gun him down. Great work, great coordination from the ARs. In the middle side of the map, as now it all comes down to iLLeY. The Pope in his primary location of choice does get taken down. FaZe do secure it.
That's good work from Atlanta. It all starts with Cellium. Finding that first blood onto Dashy, we know how impactful that can be. Said it before the map even started. Last time these two teams have played on this map, tied up at 1 apiece. The first go around, Dashy drops a 4.0. Second go around, 1-7. Got a majority of those first bloods in that first Search and Destroy, but Cellium shuts him down, picks up 3 on the round. Atlanta FaZe starting off hot. Let's see what they're able to do on the defense, though. Oh, yeah, super aggressive towards A.
Very, very aggressive over at A. I believe that's the glint coming in from Arcitys. So he's got the bad boy out, and aBeZy is there on the rush. I don't think iLLeY's going to read this. No, he does not. aBeZy, a great first blood, and no surprise, leading in first blood percentage so far throughout Vanguard. He and Shotzzy actually both happen to be in the top 5 for the moment. Dashy right on cue, answers back with one on the Prestinni. Problem, obviously, for OpTic is that the bomb is on the other side of the map. So that is something that you're going to have to work on. Something that may change up this strategy quite dramatically, actually. As FaZe take back over B, and again, it is Cellium being a problem in the middle of the map. Top church absolutely belongs to him. Now gives it FaZe the numbers. Shotzzy grabs the objective, and he can be challenged quite soon.
And Atlanta FaZe, they've picked up so much information pushing through P5. They know that both OpTic players have to be towards that A side of the map. Arcity's able to spot one player into Shotzzy. Not able to pick up the kill, but aBeZy does find Dashy. Now 1v3 left up to Shotzzy. He is going to be able to get this bomb down. Can he try to get out with his life, though?
Heads over toward the ladder and looks to make the long route. Nice little nade. Not sure if it's a pre-nade or not, but unfortunately the nade lands. It doesn't strike with anything. Nice little plays from Arcitys. Eventually gets the pistol to land. They're onto the Ant-Man. FaZe will put in the defuse and now find themselves up 2-0.
That's good work from Atlanta. Early aggression on the defensive end. You have aBeZy who just pushes straight through that A bomb. He finds that first blood onto iLLeY, and then that's the bomb down. At that point, OpTic have a lot of time to try to get back to their spawn to pick up that bomb. It allows eventually Atlanta FaZe to wrap back to B. They push through P5. They get all the information that is needed. They take control of top green. They know that all of OpTic have to be around this A bomb. Clean cut round coming in from Atlanta. Cellium on a 4 streak.
Yep, flawless through our first 2. And FaZe once more toying with this B site. Shotzzy, first one that's going to be here. A player in prime position. He will take down aBeZy to start. Cellium and Co still lingering, still hiding with Shotzzy around the corner. Eliminates 2. Giving that info over toward his teammates. And problem being is that that bomb has made its way through P5. Closer toward the plat than FaZe would like. As once more, it is down to Cellium and Arcitys. Try to bring this one back. Dashy starts to distance. But Arcitys does have to go for the bomb. He'll be able to secure it and wrap on back. So first job done out of Atlanta.
45 seconds. I love this play out of Atlanta. They're going to basically try to play mind games with OpTic, forcing them to think that the rotation is going to come back in towards A. But the delay push, that nade is going to give the information. They have a couple players in towards top church. Cellium's on a 5 spree. Can he potentially pick up a glide bomb? Gets shut down. 3v1.
3v1. Arcitys, a bit of information to work off of. One on the Scump, and knew that there was one headed toward Arches. A near opportunity there for Arcitys. And really, like you said, Jay, that kill that comes into MC has got to hurt a little bit if you're a FaZe fan. But OpTic finally are able to get on the board. Sweat off the brow type of situation. If you are Texas at this moment, you don't want to allow for the 2v3. You don't want to allow for Cellium to get hot early. They're able to stunt that for the time, and well, you see everybody getting vocal now.
And that all starts with Shotzzy. Like, Shotzzy pushes P5, finds that first kill. I thought Cellium guarantees that trade.
Yeah.
But then he stays alive and finds 2 before he drops. That was just beautiful plays out of him. And he's continuing right where he left off. Finds that first blood. iLLeY with the second immediate 4v2.
Oh, and Prestinni, great work at least to bring the numbers. Now to a 2v3, all up to the Sandersons, but there goes Arcitys. It's going to have to beat Prestinni in a 1v3. It's going to take the ace to give FaZe a hard-fought third round. Not going to happen. Shotzzy answers again versus aBeZy in that first blood battle, and from there, Texas roll.
Once Shotzzy takes control of on the offensive side of middle map, it's basically chalk because you get all the information that you need. You know that Atlanta FaZe, they beat you to the middle map, but once Shotzzy gets towards that middle trunk, he finds that easy first blood and allows iLLeY to find that second, because that player who's playing towards top church, he's going to try to get that trade onto Shotzzy, at least even up the numbers, making it 3v3. That was just a quick, fast round. No hesitation coming out of OpTic. Clean.
And that's one thing, too, that you are really going to look forward to as this rivalry heats up more and more as time goes on. It's going to be that, like you said, aBeZy versus Shotzzy matchup. Because again, they've met up quite a bit of time so far. Right now, it's FaZe with numbers as Prestinni. Gun Scump on the bomb. Once again, a clutching situation for the guy who got the call just about 30 minutes before this series started. What a play it would be. Looks to lock down the plant nice and early. We'll see if he can escape with his life. Just spot the head of one. Shotzzy there, rounding the corner he comes. Texas again with the round. Nice little moment there for Prestinni. A second earlier, the plant most likely goes through, and who knows at that point, Jay?
And right there, that's when that defensive spawn is a little bit more beneficial on the side of OpTic. iLLeY does what he needs to do at that A bomb. He gets to that outer head glitch, finds that first blood, and finds 2. If these island players continuously keep finding a 2-piece, that's like the best case scenario possible right now for OpTic. iLLeY finds 2, even though he drops. OpTic at the end of the day are putting themselves in a man advantage in the majority of these rounds. Shotzzy on a 4 spree.
Trying to pick it up from a slow performance in that Gavutu. I know he had like a 0.5 overall. Not customary numbers from a man like him. Starting this S&D off well, picking up from where he had a great performance yesterday on Siege versus LAG, dropped 13. Continued to be the story in the First Bloods. Prestinni, known to be a fast player. Well, he is in a comfortable spot. He will have to sit in the respawn screen, barking out some orders to his teammates, possibly. And at this stage, the round slows down, and a whole lot of information over at A, but take a look at the little spot that aBeZy finds himself in. Just on the outside of fire. Dashy deals with Cellium, but aBeZy could be hot on their heels. He knows that there's a play being made in P5.
And Dashy, he actually does know the positioning of aBeZy, because once he opens that window, I'm pretty sure he was able to spot aBeZy as he was taking down Cellium. So now in the 3v2, Shotzzy with a huge kill onto Arcitys. He's on a 6-3. 1 kill off of earning that glide bomb. 1v3 left up to aBeZy.
And there he goes. Swing and a miss. Difficult opportunity. As we said, man, it is just OpTic. No, I mean, like I said, man, like, the search destroy has been great, and it's so difficult, right? From this Atlanta phase in, you see Prestinni, he's getting aggressive, just not really aware of where OpTic players are going to be. He makes a nice play, or we're talking about a number of different situations. It's just difficult if you're phased in this moment. It's almost difficult to critique them, right, James? Just given the fact that obviously with the new roster, we know this team can be elite in search destroy. Just right now, OpTic in their bag of tricks. And a great trick that could be coming up is a good old explosion. The glide bomb very well could be in the future of Shotzzy. He's hungry for it. He wants to rush for it, and he will find it. A great opener once more onto Arcitys. That is at least 3 First Bloods there for the Ant-Man as aBeZy evens things up.
And he takes down Shotzzy. At least you shut down the pressure. You don't have to worry about that glide bomb if you're Atlanta FaZe. But this is a round that they need to take. This is the swing round usually. And the majority of our search and destroyers, our Mountain Dew featured player, in a great position to at least spot a couple. He's going to spot one cross, spot a couple cross actually. I don't know if he notices all 3. He's potentially still waiting for one, but now it all falls on the iLLeY. Can he try to find one?
I was going to say, surely he doesn't go 0 for 3. Despite holding that angle, it may have at least spotted one. Or unfortunate timing there for Bruce, but honestly, the information now known as Cellium able to find one as they make their way into the bomb site, and now with numbers. Up to Dashy and iLLeY. Over at the ramp, Dashy not looking toward the bottom. iLLeY falls as well, and FaZe able to get on the board. Despite what was the nice opening streak there for Shotzzy.
Yeah, once Shotzzy find that first blood, it's a great job from aBeZy to neutralize him. They take him down from that fountain area. Then into 3v3, I think it was just bad timing from Dashy, because if he spots all 3 players on that cross, OpTic probably played a little bit differently, but it looked like he was a little bit hesitant, thinking that there was another player camping towards P5 or just trying to go for a delayed push. As Atlanta FaZe are able to win the swing round. Now down 4-3. Shotzzy still has that glide bomb in his back pocket, though.
They're really like, this is going to be our 8th round. He's already at double digits. Great start for Shotzzy. Prestinni and aBeZy working in tandem together as iLLeY there for the first, and they run right into the jaws of Scump, putting in his 2nd kill of the game. Shotzzy from the skies at least gains the information. No official elimination for the time, but a 4v2 bomb being planted, and post-plant position is now in play. All up to Cellium. 1v4. At least able to drop the first, making things that much easier. Also get some info on Scump. Is he gonna break the ankles? He's gonna break the ankles. That's gonna be 2. And 2 more to go. 30 seconds. Does he have the fast reaction to deal with Shotzzy? Unfortunately not. Nice play, a nice attempt there, the 1v4, but not gonna happen, Jay.
Yeah, OpTic, that was a clean round from them. They find the first 2 kills, and then once they find that first 2 piece, Shotzzy just commits to using that glide bomb. Use that glide bomb, get the bomb down, force it into a 4v1 situation. Cellium does find 2, but just eventually he's not able to get the positioning of Shotzzy. He's been taken over in search and destroys for this OpTic Texas roster so far throughout a lot of stage 2. Sitting at chopsticks, hold the swoosh. 1 round away from closing this out. All out aggressive towards the middle of the map.
Hold the swoosh. Shotzzy, okay, I was gonna say, he tried to instantly go for the challenge at middle alley. Nope.
Oh my
Full
God.
flank time. Full flank time. Scump finds the first on the Arcitys. Now it is instantly FaZe with man disadvantage, but there we go. Right on cue. Prestinni for 1, aBeZy with the other. FaZe look to rally, but it's the nade. It is the nade that cuts down 1. Shotzzy again. Now at 12 kills total. Is it going to be the clutch from aBeZy, or will this game end here? The timing could work out. aBeZy makes his way through. Thought for a moment Shotzzy may just fly his way through P5, but 40 seconds left. Corrals that bomb. Ready for the first challenge. Is he going to be on cue for the second? Tosses out the stun and has the info. How does he look to play now with the information? 28 seconds now, Jay.
aBeZy. He's going to make such a heads-up play. Going to bring this bomb all the way towards that B site. So it's going to take Dashy quite some time to work his way across the map. It's now with 40 seconds left on the clock. What kind of information can Dashy pick up? He's just pre-aiming from top fire, trying to see if he rotates towards the middle of the map. Trying to see if he's pushing out towards back P5. He's just wasting a lot of that clock currently. 25 seconds remaining. They're just running back and forth. I don't know if Dashy's going to have enough time. He's just checking way too many things.
Yeah, 20 seconds. Trying to check everything off the list. All the angles, all the routes, all the plays. With 15 seconds, aBeZy might have got the information. He backs on up. With 10 seconds to play, it looks like it will be the clutch from FaZe. It will be the clutch from aBeZy. The 1v2 trying his best to keep FaZe afloat, at least get him a map on the board, get them some life in this series. A nice clutch there, trying to stay alive. And Jay, so many different players would have gone for the challenge, right? Over toward top fire. You got the guy stunned, but he looks to play the timing. It works out well. FaZe still in this 5-4.
aBeZy plays it beautifully. Finds that first blood onto Shotzzy, and then once he hits Dashy with that first blood, you know that Dashy's not going to fully commit towards the gunfight, but then uses the tactical, uses that stun grenade to slow him down, wraps that bomb all the way to B, and then just plays the clock beautifully to keep Atlanta FaZe in this game. But into round 10 we go. Atlanta FaZe putting a lot of pressure once again on defense towards his A side. OpTic have read it a majority of these times when aBeZy finds first blood.
And that's just great adjustments being made out of Atlanta FaZe. Prestinni and aBeZy did that just a few rounds ago. This time it works out perfectly. And just like that, everybody from OpTic falls, except for Bruce, except for our Mountain Dew featured player. Can Bruce go big? Can Dashy make the plays? Gun from Prestinni, and just like that, FaZe fire on through the early strats out of the old E-United duo of aBeZy and Prestinni. Start things off hot, and the rest of the roster answers from there. It is time for OT.
Yeah, I thought that was Simp and aBeZy on the Røkkr right there. That looked like straight chemistry out of those two players to find every single kill in that last round. To now force us to the round 11. Such a huge map if Atlanta FaZe can try to win this one, at least even up the series. But they are going to be on offense. This time OpTic are going to slow it down a little bit, not being aggressive towards the middle of the map. You see Atlanta FaZe just taking full control of the field.
Oh, full control. They're going to call on Prestinni to go for this. He at least gets the information. Those that are in church, but what does he do with that info? Relied so heavily on him, not able to stay alive. iLLeY catches the shoulder, and with that FaZe,
look at
I've got to seize on in. Take a look at player number 3, Shotzzy. He snuck his way through. He has snuck his way through. Gives OpTic the numbers. A 4 versus 2. And once more on the flank, Arcitys feeling the pinch, feeling the pressure. Shotzzy and Scump take a quick gander at each other and realize this very well may be ours. MC, another 1v4, finds the first, but will not have the success from there. OpTic will hold on once more in another game, getting it done in round 11, and Shotzzy goes for 13 and 6.
What an insane round 11 it was, man. OpTic, obviously, it looks like they were going to play a little bit safer on the defensive side. Atlanta FaZe has put a lot of pressure on towards field. If I'm Prestinni there, you have to try to stay alive, though. You do not want to give up that first blood, especially on their side of the map, because you have control of their side. Now all you have to do is worry about middle, worry about your flank. But once he gets taken down, someone has to fill his gap. And this is where Atlanta FaZe are really missing Simp, because Simp, a majority of the times when he plays Tuscan Search and Destroy, he's always around that P5 area, always trying to go for that late flank. Him and Shotzzy have majority of one-on-ones. But when Prestinni gets first blooded, you force someone to go fill that gap, they completely give up flank, and that's why you see Shotzzy already in your spawn 15 seconds into the round. He finds the opening. Once he gets behind them, he turns it into a 4v2. Even though Atlanta FaZe, they get the bomb down, they single out Arcitys, then a 1v4 for Cellium. Not going to be an easy task to get done. OpTic, they just took advantage of everything that Atlanta FaZe were giving to them. All the information that they provided to them throughout that last round was beautiful. You have Scump, you have iLLeY who plays slow towards field. They spot all the players being aggressive. So this is when you tell Shotzzy, hey, you can commit to that late flank. And then eventually, once they find that first kill, this is when Shotzzy gets back into the play. That is beautiful search and destroy out of OpTic. They've been turning up in S&D for quite some time now.
Yeah, they absolutely have. You got to give them props for the W that they're able to secure. A few nice moments, though, out of the Atlanta FaZe side. I mean, you and I, we were calling out the little moments where Prestinni and aBeZy started to get on track. You could kind of feel, right, looking through the eyes of Prestinni throughout the rounds, starting to get a figure for it, starting to get an idea of the way that this Tuscan plays, and maybe even a few of the strategies that OpTic Texas like to bring on out. But in that first blood, it ends up dying, and from there, OpTic will take all of the mistakes that you make and make them pay for it. OpTic Texas now up 2-0, but it has not been a bloodbath like many would have expected. Prestinni doing his darndest to try and give FaZe at least a map, give them a fighting chance. But folks, when we come back after the break, it is time for some Gavutsu control. Will it be the 3-0 sweep, or could it be a chance for Atlanta? Stay with us, as we'll be back right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
Howdy friends, and welcome back to the final day of our Major II Qualifiers. It is not long before we'll be sitting in Minnesota, shivering but having a great time watching some COD. But right now, it is OpTic Texas versus the Atlanta FaZe. That man at the very bottom right of your screen, filling in for Simp. Chris, I know you're watching this. We wish you the absolute best, brother. Hope that you're recovering well. Prestinni's doing his best, and so far he's had a pretty good performance, but let's go and hop into our top performers in control up to this point. It's been pretty defined, right, on who are the two guys to look out for. It feels like, again, this is like the MVP race, the two best players in the game leading their teams right now in control as well.
Yeah, both of these guys are insane, man. Two of the best players that we have in the game, if not the best currently. 1.27 out of Dashy, 1.10 out of Cellium. These guys really know how to play their kills. But now is when we focus on the tick segment. This is where we can get to see Atlanta FaZe play control completely different. Even though they don't have their full roster, this is not going to be easy. You're going up against an OpTic Texas team who are currently on a 13-game win streak, which is tied, I'm pretty sure, with Toronto Ultra's control win streak last year. So this is insane. This is a tall task to handle, especially when you have the #1 KD on the side of OpTic. You have Dashy with a 1.27, but more specifically, Shotzzy on this map is insane. He has a 1.4, so you have to try to shut down both of those guys.
So you're telling me you like their chances to break the record?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay,
I really do.
That's all I was getting at. I just had to make sure. Yeah, I think the odds are stacked in their favor, but as we said, for Atlanta, we'll see what they can do. I mean, in all seriousness, right? Once this FaZe team is back to full strength with the ticks, we expect for this team just to get that much better at control. But into the round one we go. OpTic off to an excellent start, at least in regards to bottom boat. Shotzzy, well, living up to that #1 KD number. Nice 3-0 beginning for him as Arcitys on the long route. We'll see if it eventually will pay off for him. 2 ticks through for OpTic, but Arcitys doing the best that he can to try and be a thorn in the side. Is behind enemy lines for the moment, but time looks to pause here for a second. 58 seconds on the clock. FaZe, great job at the early wipe, but the next team fight is going to make all of the difference. Early shots established as aBeZy looks to hold down P1.
And you see what OpTic are trying to do. They're trying to take control of Ring before they complete this A capture. Huge win coming in from iLLeY, but he does get traded. So now Atlanta FaZe, they keep control of the map. They have top Ring. OpTic should be able to close out this A point. They're up by 2 lives currently. You see #4 and #2 though. Their sole focus is trying to eliminate Cellium from top Ring because you want to try to attack this from the front.
As we said, that top Ring basically works as a checkpoint for the attacking team. You're looking for every single advantage that you can get, especially when it comes down to that B objective on attack. We talked about the numbers, we talked about the statistics. Not easy at all. We'll see if OpTic can make it work, and in the opener would just be another dagger that Atlanta FaZe would have to deal with, that they would have to suffer. Prestinni, a decent start. Some big kills up next, but unfortunately caught sprinting. He and Arcitys drop in a moment's notice. aBeZy on the long flank, due to timing, very well may get found out. That is a nice 3 spree granted for OpTic as they made their way into P1, and right now it is Shotzzy in the back lines, helping, guiding this roster to the objective and doing well at it. Dashy now for 3. Nearly makes it 4, tosses out the nade. Some great damage done. OpTic do stop the clock.
They have a 2-stack going as well. They're just trying to at least get 1 tick of progression, but Prestinni, great shots, great nade to at least find that 2-piece to get him off of that point before the segment is completed. But 14-9, 14-8 now, as OpTic are finding every single kill in the feed. They get back onto this point. All of Atlanta FaZe starting to swan out towards the back. The King not missing on a 4 spree. First tick is in. OpTic looking like they're trying to close it out here. Oh my!
He cannot miss! He cannot miss! Shades of Shotzzy at the Major, and now Scump is doing the exact same thing. 1 more away from the glide bomb as he will carry that streak into round #2 with a smile on his face because OpTic just won the opening attack.
That's just way too clean from OpTic. They have their game plan. They say, hey, as long as we can take control of top Ring, we have guys that can shoot really straight, so we can gun them off those back head glitches, take them off of that tank, and they do a great job of doing so. They put on so much pressure from top Ring. They allow 1 player to eventually sneak through back Ring, which was Shotzzy. He finds that kill onto Cellium and basically breaks the entire setup on the side of Atlanta FaZe. OpTic take round #1. Scump on a 6 spree, 1 off that glide bomb.
And it's already terrifying if you're Atlanta in regards to that round 5, already down by 6 ticks. And as we said, folks, that does decide defense now in round number 5. But hey, a great little beginning for Atlanta, an array of kills to begin their campaign. At that A zone to kick off round number 2. Scump still in hunt for the streak, does not earn it. Another positive if you're Atlanta. We're talking about all the negatives, right? All kinds of negativity right now for FaZe. But hey, they've started off well. They get Scump off of the spree, and they've already got their first tick.
They have their first tick at A, and they also have top ring control. So you see Arcitys, he's just taking his time. Him and his brother, Prestinni, trying to time this perfectly. If Arcitys can pick up this kill, you could potentially see Prestinni just push straight on and try to get towards that point, but he gets taken down. The second tick of aggression is going to come in from Atlanta. OpTic, they're just going to decide to give this one up, play the defensive forward at B.
You don't mind that strategy, given the way the things have gone, but I was gonna say, if they find another pick, they find somebody over in oil, that could be their chance, and just like that, they look to seize on in the point. aBeZy, like a thief, decides to hop on out, not trying to make his position known, and watch your head indeed. Going down the stairs, his body hits the floor, and just like that, OpTic have now got FaZe in the trap, putting him in the full Nelson as Prestinni has got to deal with the pain. Not really able to breathe. It's 38 seconds left. OpTic breathing down their necks, as it would seem. A 1-for-1 trade, but with 24 seconds, can FaZe find anything? Is iLLeY now having a spree of his own? It is highlights for everybody right now on Texas. 13-6. Not much time, not much hope. FaZe continue to fall, and one more for the glide. Can he find it with 3 seconds left?
It's a big kill if he can get it. You don't want to die, though. You want to at least stay alive, and he does so. Because you got to keep in mind that Scump still has his glide bomb to work with on this offensive round. Atlanta FaZe, they just simply could not get out of their spawn, man. Let me tell you, if I had to play against Shotzzy on some of these maps, I'd lose my damn mind. He's just in their spawn, just running around. You see, when he pops that kill, he immediately just pulls out the pistol, runs to the back of the spawn. He eventually gets taken down, but he's just causing so much havoc in the spawn of Atlanta FaZe. The smiles are all there. I'm happy to see that, but down 0-2 in this series, down 0-2 in the control. OpTic Texas, this is looking way too easy for them right now.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And hey, it's good to see. If you're an Atlanta fan, if you are Atlanta FaZe, it's good to see that the boys are smiling. They're at least having a good time, despite what has been somewhat of a smack show so far throughout this Kabuto. You have to call it out. iLLeY does, in fact, earn the glide bomb. He finds the 7 in a row that Scump was desperately hunting for over in that round number 1. So he'll carry that over throughout the remainder of this game. And well, so far throughout this attack, FaZe, a great little job in the early stages of this round. As we said, trying to set up the same spawn trap that OpTic had them scratching their heads with in round number 2, but iLLeY breaks through with 2, Scump on the 3rd, and just like that, OpTic sprint their way into bottom bow.
Now there's 40 seconds left. You see number 3 on your minimap. He's just trying to control top ring. He's gonna be able to find that kill. Great work out of him. All they have to do is just eliminate aBeZy from this position. As Dashy finds one, they're able to stop that clock. 37 seconds on it. Dashy does get taken down, and right now it's looking like Atlanta FaZe, they're just trying to commit towards this B point. They are not trying to allow Shotzzy to be the playmaker, so they're going to give up A, just try to stack over toward this B side.
Looking for the stack. aBeZy again continues to be a problem in these close quarters, trying to hold off everything that he can for now. Shotzzy does get handled, and from there OpTic will stop the time. An instant engagement. aBeZy doesn't check his right, and with that, iLLeY will stay alive again. Brought down to 9 HP, but that is not enough to take the Pope down. Makes his way on through, and now inside oil, he gets found out. 26 seconds and some change. Is OpTic doing everything they can just to make sure they get the job done today? It's been a little bit dicey. FaZe have had to make them work. At the end of the day, it will be the A capture and another minute added onto the clock. As OpTic continue to dance between both sides of the map, Dashy, our Mountain Dew featured player, is going to have a lot of assistance now as the streak comes in from the skies. We say goodnight to MC, but aBeZy doing the best he can to try to hold things off for the time. Arcitys contested now in the point. Great support fire. Minute left on the clock.
You still gotta think, though, that OpTic have another glide bomb to work with. They're up by 4 lives currently. But aBeZy towards top ring, he has to try to go big. He does find one. Has to try to do as much as you can to keep top ring control. He eventually does get taken down. So now this should allow OpTic with top ring to use that second glide bomb to try to get on this point.
Just want to find that pick before they bring it out. Shotzzy. Aggression does not pay off in that instance. Oh, but it will for the other side. aBeZy, how about the plays? You can see he wanted to go for Dashy. He wanted blood. He's not going to get it there. And as the time begins to tick away, as we said, is it going to be the glide bomb invested? Or will it be held on to? Is it time to buy or is it time to save? It looks as if it may be the time to save. However, all of that depends on if that nade can come through. It does. Shotzzy somehow has managed to find his way on the flank. aBeZy continues to be a problem. Atlanta with no respawns left and 6 seconds now on that game time. Dashy with the support fire takes the head off of Arcitys. As we said, the barbershop is in full force, and Scump from the skies.
Oh my.
Makes things that much easier, but they clear them off the point. They clear them off the point. The streak does not come into use. And FaZe, they went around, Jay. They went around.
Yeah, that's really good work out of Atlanta FaZe, because I thought OpTic, once they got that clean forward dead, you got them all spawning out towards green. The glide bomb gets invested. They should be able to close it out. No more respawns on the side of Atlanta FaZe, 5v2. But then Prestinni, he goes big in those final moments. I'm pretty sure he was able to find 2 kills to get him off of that point. And with only 2 seconds left, once Scump gets out of that glide bomb usage, he's way too far away from to get on it. So Atlanta FaZe, they stay alive. They get the investment from OpTic to use both of those glide bombs. So this could be a good game now. Atlanta FaZe can turn this around.
Yeah, they can. They are going to have to win an attack, though. That is the biggest thing, and maybe 2 attacks based off of how that current tick looks. We'll see. Who knows? It's possible, but we'll see what can happen. And as we said, this is also big for Atlanta FaZe in regards to seeding, right? They want to try to win as many maps as possible. If they are, in fact, going to lose this series, which it's possible, a 3-2 record is going to be quite competitive with a lot of other teams in the league. So any maps that you can take, any rounds in this game would be huge. But so far, it is great dominance displayed already for the bottom side of your mini-map there from OpTic. And with that being the case, FaZe make the rotation and now find themselves in that B zone. Prestinni, by the way, sitting on 6 in a row. That could be huge. And just like that, Shotzzy takes him down.
He gets taken down, but they do complete this first segment over towards A. Now, if you're OpTic, you want to try to push the ring. You want to try to set up on that flank. iLLeY finds one, but he immediately gets taken down. So now someone has to try to fill the gap, and it's good that it's Shotzzy. You take that guy down. Do not allow him to be in your spawn. Great shots coming in from Prestinni to take him down. Second tick is about to be completed towards A. OpTic down by 5 lives. Atlanta, you could potentially pick up some streaks here to try to close out this offensive round. They could be huge to try to break in towards B.
And as you said, really, once you capture that A zone, you're instantly looking for P1. Arcitys looks for it, doesn't get the info, but doesn't want to die. Up majorly right now in lives is player 4. Going to be called upon. It's going to be on to Scump. Try to hold off this initial push. A few shots come in toward green. It allows for a scare in the FaZe camp. And that's where the King looks to strike 2 to start off. A great opening halt out of OpTic Texas. Scump still sitting in top green in primary position, but Prestinni answers back with 2 of his own. It wasn't the glide bomb last time around. We'll see if he can do it this time. Beginning to heat on up and doing his best to try and give Atlanta FaZe a map to try to make them somewhat competitive. The FaZe will have to deal with Shotzzy in their base. Job done. And with a minute left, we'll see what FaZe can do.
Now OpTic need to fight out of this spawn. They do not have top ring. They do not have any control of the map right now. As Atlanta FaZe, they're able to find a 2-piece, make it 3. Last player up to at least watch the cross is going to be Dashy. He hits a couple shots, but aBeZy putting on the pressure, at least able to take down 1. Atlanta do get on that point. 15 to 10 lives remaining. The King does find 2, though. That relieves the pressure. 40 seconds left. Atlanta FaZe have like 1 or 2 more good pushes.
Yep. 1 or 2 more. See if anybody looks to make the flank. Take a look at the bottom side of your map. We'll see somebody do it for FaZe. And it looks like it is going to be on to Cellium. So making his way through green. We'll see how that strategy looks to work out as Dashy, again, Mountain Dew feature player, having himself a game so far. 21 and 13 and holding valiantly right now at P1 for the game. Can FaZe extend it? Can they stay alive? As the final push looks to come on in, iLLeY ends up getting taken down. It will be a trade that does favor the side of Atlanta. as Dashy still remains alive. He eventually gets dealt with a 4 versus 11. 3 seconds on the clock. FaZe still here. Cellium firing. Prestinni over at the rock, but they both get taken down. They both get taken down, and just like that, OpTic Texas will walk away with the game. A 3-1 win on Gavutu, an overall 3-0 victory in the series versus FaZe. And that will be the control record captured, the 12-game spree secured, and the #1 seed heading into the Minnesota Major.
OpTic just came in and they handled business. Obviously, Atlanta FaZe, didn't have their full roster. Simp is such a big part of this team, and it showed. It definitely showed. OpTic Texas, they start off on that map #1. Started off a little slow, but then they turned up towards the later half. The search and destroy was the biggest thing, though, because OpTic, they always put themselves in a great position to close it out. The fact that they were in another round 11 situation, I feel like OpTic, at least in every single search and destroy, they have the potential to go round 11. They're like best friends now. But this time, they're able to clutch up and they're able to win these round 11s. I'm pretty sure that's like 3 round 11s in a row for OpTic Texas. Huge clutch up from them. And then they're going into their best game mode of control. Right there, it got a little scary, though, in that last round. You saw Atlanta FaZe are putting a lot of pressure on. They were up by 7 kills. No more respawns remaining on the side of OpTic. But I think the biggest turning point had to be Dashy. Dashy, the fact that he was able to stay alive towards bottom ring area. He flanks, and then even with his teammates dying on point, Atlanta FaZe put a lot of pressure through the middle, through a lot towards top ring. Dashy finds that 2-piece to eventually shut down that initial push. He eventually gets taken down, but then at that point, Atlanta FaZe only have 2 players left in the play. They team fire onto Cellium onto the point. They take down Prestinni off the rock. That was just cleanly executed out of OpTic to close out this series in a clean 3-0.
Yeah, and I feel like while you're never really going to be fully happy if you are, obviously a part of the coaching staff, like, it's not the full FaZe team, you can still be happy with the result, right? You don't lose a map. Granted, it does get dicey from moment to moment. Maybe you do walk away with some VOD. You learn some information on FaZe coming into the major, but still, you don't want to lose a map to this team. You don't manage to do that. You clutch up. You have some great moments coming through from a number of different players, but as you said, buddy, Mountain Dew featured player, Dashy goes big, Bruce goes off here toward the stretch, goes on the nice little spree, and takes away any of that little Cinderella story type of magic. It sounds weird to call FaZe a Cinderella type of story, but with the new addition, you got to give them that title. But not going to the ball today, as OpTic will stop that and make this series quite quick. A nice W for them, a 5-0 throughout our Major II qualifiers, defined as the best team in the game. And right now, that record absolutely indicative of what seems to be one of the best OpTic teams, one of the most well-rounded teams that we've got to watch in a long time, Jay.
And the scary part is that this Atlanta FaZe team, obviously in this series, a little bit different because they don't have their full roster, but think a big picture. Atlanta FaZe, when you think about their team, they have so much slaying power. Every single time that they've matched up versus OpTic, they've only been able to beat them in 1 respawn, and that's Bocage Hardpoint, which is their best map. If I'm OpTic, I'm getting rid of it every series.
You might have to. We'll see how those vetoes look to progress, and who knows? Maybe if FaZe wins a map. We had that Berlin, we had that Desert Siege up next, so who knows? Things could have been differently, but it's going to be fun, as we said, to watch this rivalry continue to develop. Not sure if this will be an official chapter, but maybe it's just a little side note. Maybe it's written on the side of the page. Who knows? But let's go and bring in the desk. Veli, nameless, it wasn't exactly the series that we hoped it could be, but they showed some life. You got to give them some props for that.
It was a beautiful scrim, man. But then we do got to give credit to Atlanta FaZe as well, right? Because
and Prestinni.
Prestinni, my boy Prestinni stepped in, and Simp is what? He's FaZe's second best when it comes to control, second best in search and destroy statistically. And that first map, my man's went off.
Yeah, Prestinni started off real hot, man. They were looking pretty good early in that series. The first rotation was looking good, but on the second rotation, when it goes over to P1, my boy Scump, he put on the gloves and started frying, dude. Like solo took over that game for the team, dude. That was a nasty streak.
Right, you got that right. But speaking about Scump, we actually recorded that. Let's go ahead and take a look at Scump's streak, which was insane. The Scump played a game. Nameless, when you saw this, you said, I need to tweet something, man.
I was like, dude, this is literally disgusting. Like FaZe was beating them on most of the rotations. This was the first time where OpTic got a clean setup, and it wasn't even all that clean because it was really only Scump there as the last line of defense 3 or 4 times. And we went into a listening here with FaZe during this, and they kept calling Scump out like, he's in ring, he's weak, he's in ring, he's weak, and he just kept finessing, winning taking big gunfight after big gunfight. It was literally only Scump who brought them back into that game. If it wasn't for that streak, him picking up that glide, FaZe potentially win that map, because like after that, FaZe did do a good job moving over to P3. So, I mean, Scump really, he took over, man. They needed that to come back in.
You got that right. And also, ladies and gentlemen, the record was broken in that series right there. OpTic Texas won 14 control series in a row, beating out the previous record that was held in Cold War by Toronto Ultra.
Sheesh.
Sheesh.
That's very impressive.
That is really good, man. So heading into Major 2 now with a little bit of, that swagger with you, they got to be feeling great.
Yeah, and that control got a little bit scary too, because they used 2 glides in that round. They thought they were going to be able to close it out on that offense, and unfortunately they weren't able to. But in the end, I mean, these guys are so clutch. You saw Dashy picking up the big kills. Scump also had a big performance once again in the control. So, yeah. I mean, OpTic, they're just so clutch. Round 11, Shotzzy once again goes around on that ultimate flank, gets behind them, and gets those kills. Like, he just has the guts to make plays like that, and it's been working for them.
So OpTic Texas are currently 5-0 when it comes to control on Gavutu, but we have to talk about the simple fact that FaZe was still in the game, even with Prestinni as a sub, and with Simp sitting out, and you're going against OpTic Texas. Like, this isn't Paris, no shade or whatnot. Yeah. But it's like you're going against the best team out there. They were still able to hang in there. I think that says a lot about the core values that FaZe has moving forward.
I mean, it's Atlanta FaZe that we're talking about. This team that's been dominating for years. They obviously have a fantastic squad, and they've gotten better over time. I mean, their Gavutu in Major II qualifiers, at least in hardpoint, has been great. Control, not so much, but clearly they were going into this series. They wanted to get more reps on that Gavutu. Even though Simp isn't here, they're definitely going to be able to take something from that, right? Like, there were some fantastic moments on that map. Winning a round despite getting glide bombed twice is very impressive. So, yeah, for FaZe, I mean, they're going to have some battles with OpTic Texas in the future.
Yeah, I'm going to see a rematch so bad next week in Minnesota, man. But we actually have a Mountain Dew post-victory spotlight with the one and only iLLeY the Pope. iLLeY, how's it going, man? I have a question. When you guys found out that Simp was going to be sitting out today, were you kind of upset that you wasn't getting a full squad on Atlanta FaZe?
Oh, yeah, no, 100%. We wanted, chill, boys. Yeah. So, well, me personally, I wanted to play, like, the whole FaZe roster, just because, like, it's just good practice, going into the major. But it sucks with just like the circumstances that's been happening, honestly, the past 2 days. But hopefully Simp and Pierce feel better.
iLLeY, you guys look fantastic throughout all these series. I mean, undefeated, haven't lost a match in so long. But where do you feel like you guys have progressed the most through Major II qualifiers?
Honestly, just working on everything, just our comms, just our fundamentals. Like, we're just polishing our gameplay and trying to extend our map pool. We were hoping we got a little Berlin HP in today, but it makes sense like that they vetoed it because they had a sub. But yeah, no, we're just trying to make our map pool better and just polish our gameplay and just keep getting better every day.
A quick question, because you guys didn't really get to get too many reps on Berlin Hardpoint throughout this. Are you guys going to be playing that at the major? Like, do you feel comfortable in that map in scrims? And is that a map that you're going to be leaving in the veto process?
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, Can't be giving away the secrets. Come on
now. Get Rambo Ray on here, huh?
Exactly. Hey, yo, iLLeY, man, congrats on the big win. Congrats on breaking the control record, 14 in a row, by the way. But you already know the deal, baby. What you got to say to the green wall out there that will be cheering you guys on hard as hell when you're in Minnesota next week for Major 2?
For real though, appreciate every single one of you guys. You guys have been insane since, honestly, like, this team has formed. The amount of support you guys have shown, I've honestly never seen anything like it, and I'm grateful for every single one of you guys. And you already know, man, we're working our hardest every single day, trying to bring home championships for you guys, and we're going to keep continuing to do so, and we appreciate your support.
Good luck.
Hey, yo, iLLeY, you're a dog, man. Keep killing it out there. I'll catch you next week, all right? You take it easy.
All right. Appreciate it. Have a good one, guys.
No problem, man. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen.
Well spoken.
See,
what a good kid,
man.
Absolute beast in game, out of
Definitely.
game. Great interview.
So lovable.
Yep.
Exactly. But hopefully he's not going to be too lovable when he's in Minnesota next week playing against everybody else out there. Can't wait to see OpTic and FaZe there. But, ladies and gentlemen, we actually have one more series on the day. There are major implications for this series. The New York Subliners will face off against Toronto Ultra. And if Toronto can't win this game, they can find themselves in big trouble. Yes, they will find themselves on the loser side of the bracket for Major 2. They want to avoid that. We'll see what the conclusion will be on the other side of this break. We'll see you soon.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. Welcome to Call of Duty League Resurgence, Rebirth Island. You versus the 12 CDL orgs. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. Sign up through April 7th to stand up and be counted. Those who dare, win.
Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore. Just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Job that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big. The only way that I can live. Talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. Stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running. Getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League, where you caught us on the last series of the day, which is the most important match that we've had all stage 2 so far. The New York Subliners are facing off against Toronto Ultra, and this is a must-win series because, nameless, if Toronto loses this one right here, what happens?
They're 11th seed. Guess what happens if they win?
What,
6 seed.
Yeah,
we have a whole sheet of different scenarios based on map counts right here. We'll know soon, and you guys will have the confirmed bracket. But the ball is in Toronto's court. All right, they've lost to the Paris Legion. Now they're playing the New York Subliners, the 2 worst teams in the league.
But against Paris Legion, that was basically a gimme for a team that was second best last year, and a team that we can see in a championship game.
Yes.
I like Toronto, but that's unacceptable. And in this series right here against the surging NYSL, they don't have any more gimmies before they find themselves in the loser side of the bracket.
So let's jump into the game fuel keys to victory. You're absolutely right, Belly. I mean, they lost 2 hard points in the last series, very narrow losses, but like we said, it was Paris. So in this one, show composure after 3 tough losses, 3 series losing streak. Paris, Atlanta, and Boston, all map 5 Ls. So for this Toronto Ultra team, man, there's a lot that is left to be desired. They're gonna have to focus up on that hard point here in this series. They have Berlin and Gavutu. These are maps they have not been great on. I mean, you look at the record across those 2 maps, and it's 2-8 combined. So looking at this team to step it up.
Yeah, they're gonna have to step it up, of course. Stats aren't the end-all be-all to being successful, but right now, currently, nobody on this roster has over a 1.0 KD overall. I mean, that's pretty impressive for the simple fact that we know what these players are made out of, man.
Impressive.
Right, exactly. And looking at the maps right now, Toronto, they're gonna have it in for them. Currently 2-8 on both Berlin and Gavutu, which we will be going to. And we're gonna see if NYSL can continue on with their little streak because this team has been so impressive lately. I'm loving what Paul is bringing to this team. Crimsix is looking great, and I like the fact that Neptune has his moments now, way brighter than what we saw earlier in the year.
Yeah, Neptune on that bow cage was going off. I mean, he started the map 15 at first. Like that, yeah, at first. I mean, there was a little bit of a lull in the middle of the map, but that's what you want on Neptune. You want him to feel free. And honestly, bringing in Paul, he plays a little bit quicker than Clay. It changed the dynamic of the team. You saw their coach D-Real on Reddit talking a little bit about it. It wasn't really all Clay's fault. It was just a team dynamic thing. And having Paul on the roster, we've seen an immediate impact in their hardpoint game. Paul's in the mix. He's playing alongside players like HyDra, being aggressive, as Neptune is more so of an island player. So let's jump into the game fuel keys to victory for the New York Subliners. Keep turning the corner in hardpoint. NYSL's 4-0 with Paul X, Toronto on a 6-game HP losing streak. A lot of those being nail biters too at the very end, which NYSL had on that bow cage, so no strange there. And then Paul X leading the way in S&D, 2.2 KD and 12-3 S&D round count turnaround with New York Subliners. So clearly brought new life in that game mode. And then also take the Gavutu hardpoint. Toronto 1-6 this season, but they might even have to go there. That's map number 4. So these teams are going to lay it all on the line right now. This is so important for seeding going into Major 2. This could be the Cinderella story, as you like to say, Valley, for the New York Subliners.
I like this picture from Neptune, by the way, as well. But take a look at this team as well. You said a 2.2 search and destroy KD. That's absolutely insane. Hey, Mama Paul, I know you're watching right now. Your son is going off right now. Let's see if he actually goes off in this matchup. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, Toronto loses. They're in the loser side of the bracket for Major 2. If they wins, the top 6 seeds. So this is a must-win series. Let's send this over to Bryson Ton. And, fellas, it's all in for Toronto, man. All eyes on them.
It's kind of a crazy scenario. You're right. 6th or 11th. It's insane. Bearing in mind they're a similar position to LA Thieves, obviously coming out of Major 1, and both teams could be in straight free fall. The difference in this series, Ton, obviously, is to figure out how good are New York at the moment and are Toronto in the bin. Like, both of those scenarios could be a big deciding factor going into Major 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I would say the bit of a difference between Toronto and Thieves, like Thieves can't string anything together right now. Toronto, you know, we kind of know what the issues are. Hardpoint, the glaring one in game 5 at this moment in time seems to be a distinct issue. Obviously, they've had a couple of issues here and there in terms of actual just player health. I mean, Cleanix and Bansport going through it at this moment in time, so that hasn't helped things either. However, let's not detract away from how good New York have been recently. Their hardpoints looked a lot better, and they're going up against arguably the absolute worst hardpoint team in the game. So, I mean, it's kind of written in the stars which way this one's going for me, Bryce. I'll be honest. I'm feeling the game 5. I'm feeling it. I looked at control. I really feel like Toronto will be able to take that. The search and destroys, you know, for the most part, have been pretty solid for them. Hardpoint, though, Subliners need to get the dub here. If Toronto can find some hardpoint wins, it could be clean for them. But they haven't been able to do that all season, so I don't know if it starts yet.
They certainly haven't. We kick off, though, with Paul X, and this has been the difference maker for New York so far. And he's trying to do it again here. It opens up cleanly with a 2-piece straight into P1. Ultra have held nothing.
Yep, hasn't worked out so far. Ultra, you know, one of the biggest issues, again, I've spoke about it before. We were in the talent room, in the Ultra warm-up room, etc. during the major, and they just were talking about rotations and how much of a problem that has been for them. Right now, they're having a problem with Paul X, as he's now 4-1 in this guy in every single game that he has been in so far in the CDL. He's just been lighting everybody up. That's 5-2 for him to kick things off. For all the Subliners seem to have had most of the pressure over towards P1. They don't really have the points to show for it. However, rotations over towards P2. Kami, important fight that might set Ultra up. Let's get this rotation locked in.
Yeah, we see a lot of teams get a lot of time on that P1, but not for Ultra this time around. The rotation could prove critical, though. They have managed to get some players in and winning a few gunfights in there as well. We will see HyDra, French Phenom, just hovering around, trying to open up a little bit of a sight for his team. And both teams still continuing to trade around the side, not really able to lock it down for time.
Yeah, this is fine for Ultra. They were the second ones here, and they really haven't allowed NYSL to get much of a point. My goodness me, Paul X, that was very well played, surviving with some help with his team. Able to lock this hill in. Now the start of the point starts to ring on through. Crimsix on outer needs to get taken care of by Ultra, who need to force their way through, get a hold of the spawns as best as they can here as well. Inside trying to do as best as he can. They're going to get taken down, where the spawn's going to be here for the Ultra all the way to the back, and well, basically Kami has to go huge.
Oh, he's been gunned. I was going to say, it's a big gunfight, and Ultra haven't got it. This is just, it feels like the same old story with them. Just not able to get rotations, and when they do, they're not able to hold it. Whereas New York are in ascendance. This is a team that is definitely tipping the balance of power in the CDL, and we're only going to find out how high they can climb. Another big scalp if they can take down Ultras. Right now, they are in the lead, and here comes the pressure.
Let's see if we can find this break. The kill's still coming through here for NYSL, but nobody got a hold of the spawns there for them. I don't know if somebody's misstepped just a little bit. That should be spawns there for the side of Ultra, maybe not. Still spawning towards Plat, but look at this split because they're not spawning there. Neither are New York, and look at that. That's going to come in for Neptune. If you're Ultra, you need to be perfect here to actually get a hold of something. They have managed to wait to find a break through here. HyDra will find one. There's Neptune to possibly find the second. They break back, but all things considered for Ultra, that's actually maybe one of the best case scenarios. You really haven't allowed Subliners that much time, considering how locked in they looked.
Well, one last push there coming in from New York, but now we go for the rotation to train station. It will be New York who will get that first control. You can already see teams racing across the map to try and get any sort of flip going through here. Cammy does find Neptune, and that opens up street for his team. It's going to allow the Toronto Ultra to try and get it around that train and make this a little bit mixy. Because right now, they aren't really as close, and the time is ticking up for New York.
See if they can find a bracket to push towards back docks that they have to look for. Good shots coming in from inside. That might open things up now. The spawns aren't going to be there for NYSL because of the push that's coming actually through from Cammy. NYSL now spawning over towards train. Insight knows it's coming. Can they find the kill over towards the back, though, to finally start getting some points? And who's that surviving up top? It's going to be Crimsix. Ultra will eventually break on through, Bryce.
They are, and it is scrap time again for Ultra, but that is a decent amount if they can hold this here as well. Clear's going straight through, and he missed the player next to him as well. Neptune will eventually take him down. New York going to go for one last swing at this and try to put Ultra back further towards that spawn.
They may just try and pin them back into it, but Crimsix getting aggressive will get caught out. That's the worst possible time for New York to lose those gunfights. They could have probably just sat tight and waited for the push that had to come through from Ultra over towards P5, but as it goes, they start losing the gunfights. See Insight now pushed up over towards the dock side, and we'll be covering the cross on the way to the hard point. Not if he gets gunned like that, though, by Paul X, and all of a sudden, NYSL can break in. This is a good chance of a haul of points. 3 members of Ultra dead.
Oh, they're going to be looking for Bance now as well. They know he's going to go between it, and he is going to get the flip eventually. And once that spawn come in, you saw Bance turn right back around. His job done for now, Bars Fire. But at the moment, it's still New York who are winning the majority of these gunfights. They do seem to be controlling the tempo of this game. And there it is, another one, Neptune, a big gunny there. And you can see New York moving into action. Now they know they've got those kills. They're going to try and get this P1 control.
Will they be expecting it so early here? If you're Ultra, Bance pants down inside of office. Now Neptune, can he continue to find the kills here over towards Plat? That should be a second coming on through. Plenex is going to go for the challenge. The shots come through. Doesn't need his teammate, who just goes for the bait. And there Bance was as well. But this transition for NYSL is looking good. Let's see if HyDra and Paul can lock this one down. Not quite. Ultra just about get inside, but Paul there and ready to fight.
They're looking for it again, and it's Paul X. It's all Paul X. P1 specialist by the look of it, as he continues to just put Ultra in the dirt.
Oh, he's done well.
And I tell you what, Ultra had this rotation. They had the spawns ready for this one, and New York have made them look silly. No points, no time.
Fantastic work by the Subliners, and they're forcing Ultra out. 37 seconds remaining here. Let's see if HyDra can pop off in and around tank. There's one, there's two. Give him the third as well, going up against these EU comrades. Comrades, no more though, my goodness me. That's a huge 3 kills. Completely shuts down the push that comes through from Ultra from mid. And that's a free 37 seconds that was on the clock. And if you're Ultra, you've got nowhere near. Rotate for P2 and try and lock that in, because that is a leak of points over towards P1 for NYSL to lock in.
They are now dominating. New York are dominating here. An unbelievable start from them, and they are putting the pain into Ultra every single time. Ultra just seem to be failing. It's almost like they're not even got that teamwork they're so famous for, Ton.
Yeah, it really has not been there, but that teamwork, usually the comms is for Toronto Ultra. Let's go for a listening with Toronto Ultra.
Could be rubble, could be rubble.
Yep, they're gonna play for Jamie.
Too long, left.
Yeah, they split P1. I can get.
Watch your front door, watch
They're
your
gonna
front
hit me
door.
broken now, so I'm gonna open steps.
Yeah, okay, I'll get it as well.
I already have it.
Fine, they can go,
Pull like absolutely too far,
Open out.
Stop doors. Open steps, can
Stop doors, HyDra as well.
P5 as well. P5
dead. Nice.
We'll bring this back, come on.
Yep, we play this time. Alex on the street, dead.
Nice, go ahead.
What, two spawn, only 2
from him on time, I'm baiting him, 2,
nice.
close.
One more, close, back with that. One more front door. Weak, Crim on that. I'll play for it.
Get a break here, let's go. Is he dubstep?
Can't really do much on one shot.
Steps.
Crim's old on me. Crim's old. Where'd he go?
I'm in fire.
I don't know.
He's in there, challenge me.
Just criminal. I've been stunned.
Fire.
Shoot me somewhere, Crim.
In fire behind the tank.
Crim on the street. Crim on the street, weak. He's like a tin tank or something.
You two can.
Or a dub tank.
Yep, fire tank dead.
Oh, absolute, Jamie. He's on time, absolute. Close right.
Nice.
I can try and kill them off spawn.
We're looking for one, ain't we?
They're gonna spawn the back.
In back already, Jamie.
In the back, Crim in the back. One shot in the back, Crim.
I can't challenge. 2 in the window, 2 back windows.
Got your window, jump in the back, dead. Could be low fire, Ben. Yep,
windows coming left side.
Low fire on me.
Quick.
Low fire.
Wow, a little bit of frustrated comps maybe coming in for Toronto Ultra. Not really able to get anything going here as New York extend their lead over and over again. And it's the slaying that's paying. As Ultra, no matter what they do, they're just getting gunned.
Yeah, they really are getting got off the map right now. I mean, Cleanix is 12 and 28. Neptune very much in and amongst it now. NYSL just have been so strong on that slaying front. Honestly, what was impressive for me was over towards P2, that scrap. Crimsix staying alive and found 4 or 5 kills while just fighting for 7 or 8 seconds of scraps. And you might think, well, these are pointless kills, but he was just forcing Ultra away time and time again. This transition over for the NYSL once more is solid. Crimsix inside the point, trying to lock it down for his team. Subliners still can't quite win it here, but they're going to be in touch and distance. Ultra have really not been anywhere near them in this game so far.
It is a bit of a shutdown coming in, and New York continue to just pile it on. HyDra even pushing this far out. They can't even find him here at the moment. Ultra look lost. Cannot get into P5, cannot get near train, and they just continue to win maybe 1 or 2 gunfights and then all get wiped.
It's just not working out for them whatsoever. This has been free time for Crimsix and Co. 5 in a row from him. The rest of the team there to clean up the rest of the mess, and Paul X and Co have just done fantastic. Look at that kill with the other kill feed. Look at the scoreboard in the top left corner. Everybody from the side of NYSL is positive. Everybody has been finding influential kills across the map. There's Cleanix as well. Give you another one. Looking over towards the other side. Neptune. Already the streak's there. Already the win may well be there for NYSL. One more point. It's all it's going to take. Ultra is the dream alive, possibly.
Wow, it would have to be an incredible dream, probably one of the best dreams of their career. Neptune bringing in the glide, just going to try and get another kill with it at the same time. He does get Cammy, jumping on the point, Paul X, and that is done, dusted, and destroyed. New York Subliners take map number 1 against Toronto Ultra, and that was not pretty. Oh, New York, they look very, very good.
That was quite flawless from New York. I think Crim had a sensational game there. Every time we needed to see him find some important kills, and as I said, even in that moment where you heard Bance saying, I'm going to play for it, I'm going to play for it, Crimsix finds a shot. I think he killed Bance twice because of the dock spawn that's going to be forced in by the fact that NYSL are pushed all the way over towards P3 and then still have P2 control. Crim finds a few more and shuts down the push, and you've got to give a shout out to HyDra around the tank as well when he found the 3 once again on that rotation over towards P1. That's when Subliners started to stretch their legs just a little bit. But if you're an Ultra fan, the only person you see positive there on that side of things is Insight with a positive 4. Other than that, Cleanix 15 and 34, Bance 14 and 27. If you're not winning your transitional gunfights, it's never going to work out for you, and it's been a huge problem for Ultra all season long and continues to be.
It's almost like they're just not really adapting to the change of pace that kind of comes out of this game, and I suppose the only thing I can really say here at this point is obviously in the Ultra camp they get to see more day in and day out than we do, but I wouldn't even know where to begin to figure out how to fix Ultra because they still seem to have the teamwork. You know, we see it in Control, we see it in S&D. Hard point eludes them. It is eluding them, and it continues to elude them. Like, we know at the major, they went like 0 and 8. They beat Minnesota Røkkr in one of the qualifiers, and then since then they've gone 0 and 7 again. And New York are on the ascendance. Paul X comes in like some sort of gracing Jesus and says, hey, we're good again.
You know, it's kind of chalk and cheese for these two teams. It's, you know, a team who were struggling immensely. One little change up comes on through and suddenly they look very, very strong. As for Toronto Ultra, like they kind of, I mean, they won kickoff, right? That feels like a long time ago now, Roxy, I'll be honest. And I think that
kicked in.
Yeah, and I think the biggest country, and look, we kind of had this conversation off broadcast, but I'm quite happy to bring it to it, is that when does this start becoming a problem that needs fixing? When does this start?
About one major ago.
You know where you know what I mean by that. And I would, but the problem that this is the biggest thing for Ultra, and sorry to hop on about it a little bit more though, is that their other 2 gamers are pretty decent. So you don't want to make a team change for one mode, do you? Or is it too much of a difference? That's the thing. Like, we know this squad are really good. We know how good they looked all last year. We know the teamwork is there. They all get along fantastically, and I personally love this team. It was Toronto Ultra EU all throughout the last year, of course. Yeah. But at what point does it become that problem where something has to change? I'm wondering when that, because that's the thing though, that we know they're still good at the other two game modes, but you need to fix hardpoint somehow. When does it get to that stage? That's my question.
All right, I am going to give some context. Now, I am going to give some context, and I'm going to give something for people to think about, because the same thing has happened with Thieves. It's only been a month. It's a month. Bear that in mind, right? The last Major 1 was a month ago, right? Not even that. I was in America 22 days ago when we were at the Major. It is not that long of a period of time. Yes, it is not a good record for Ultra. Don't get me wrong. Their Major 1, their hardpoint was dreadful. But at kickoff, they were doing okay. It's only been a small period where they haven't been good, and there is still an awful lot of the season left to go as Devil's Advocate. But I don't want to talk any more about Ultra. I want to talk about New York, because New York have gone from being almost a meme of a team to looking incredible. And that is the difference I like to talk about now, because New York are now a team that I am struggling to benchmark. How good are they, and where do we start thinking about actually putting them?
Yeah, it's a weird question, isn't it? We're still quite unsure, and I think the whole of the mid pack is very much one of those that you look at and you sort of think, right, okay, well, where is everyone here? Right? I think everyone's pretty confident. It's OpTic first, it's FaZe second, it's London third. From there, I actually just do not know. and that's the beauty of it. You don't really know who's going to be fighting in and amongst it through Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and of course Sunday as we get into the latter stages. But for the side of NYSL, this is going to be a difficult one. For Toronto, very, very solid when it comes down to this map for them. Well, apparently not 1 and 3. But when we've seen them at the Major, we know what their plan is. Search and Destroy typically has been a catalyst for them. Can they get something going here on map number 2? And I'll touch on my point once more. Thieves, for me, just to make that comparison, because I did want to chat, but you did want to talk about New York, which is absolutely fine. I think the Thieves situation is a lot worse than this is. That's why it's one game mode for Toronto that they kind of need to fix, which is why it's a big problem.
We'll find out, though.
We will.
Side with the snipe. Slow, steady, surely. Not seeing anything yet. Paul X rotating, and I got to talk more about Paul X, because this has been just a change of fortune, one player change. The last time we've seen such a dramatic team change, by the way, was probably with Ultra doing it, with Insight coming in for Methodz. And now it seems New York have found their golden change. But still on this S&D, both teams posturing here for a little bit of positioning. Ultra yet to commit to anything.
HyDra, very, very pushed up. If he can find a pick here, oh, he may well just get some beautiful timing if he goes around the corner. Sometimes with Cupcaster, you're just willing them on. Did Cammy see him, though? Did Cammy see him? The answer is absolutely not. There's one. The second, not quite there for HyDra. Insight living on a prayer as he does actually find Crimsix as well. 3v3.
And a little bit of mixing now. Paul X just looks like he's going hunting.
They didn't see Bants.
2 versus 2. Big fight going on towards the back now as well. Bants is going to win it against Paul X. Neptune, 1 versus 2. And Toronto are going to try and commit to this bomb and get it down. And Neptune's going to know there's nobody here. Is he going to make a move? He's going to wait. With that confirmation of the bomb down, he now has to find 2 Ultra players.
It's going to be a hard one to lock in for Neptune. Does have the auto as well. Did spot Kleenex there. Here's a sniper. Oh, yeah, Kleenex would have seen that glint and thought, absolutely not. Get the hell out of there, but plenty of info coming in here for the side of Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, and if it's just a slight bit quicker there for Neptune, you might be able to get it, but I think Ultra are going to try and play it around this now. They're just being a little bit evasive. And Neptune not really committing towards it at all, and he's been seen again, and Kleenex says, all right, fired a few shots. Bants, you can probably get out of it. No, Bants is going to go for it at the same time, but it's not going to be any time left. And Neptune might try a trick shot. Not going to get it, but that will be the first on the board. As Kleenex eventually cleans him up, and that was a little bit anticlimactic 1 versus 2. Neptune wasn't really feeling it.
Yeah, he didn't really try anything. It was kind of just like, I'm going to linger here until I find something. But at some stage, you got to go. There's always a difficult situation, though. Let's not take it away. It was very, very tough in that scenario. Bomb down, you know where one of them is. He's in tower. It's going to be tough. Nonetheless, I would have liked to see him at least attempt the no-scope, though, in fairness. I'm a bit disappointed he didn't. Anyway, into round number 2 we go. Good start for Ultra, the kind of bounce back they would have needed after being rocked in map number 1. It's now the turn of NYSL to hit an attack. It's looking like a B hit. Those snipers can be very influential once again, but nobody from Ultra is here apart from Bants.
trying to make a move in here. He's got players all around him. He's in a lot of trouble. He's going to go down for the first blood. There is a flank coming though. Clayster just managed to find his way through and tried to get somebody with a sniper. That was ambitious.
Oh, a bit of info though, and it's kind of put NYSL in a really tough spot because they kind of need to clear out both sides. Cleanix surviving, needs some help from Cammy. Surely that will be traded.
And Neptune
this is a huge 1v1.
Neptune's got his health back as well, and just says,
wow.
"Hey, Cammy, thank you very much." And Insight, he's been clutch for them time and time again, but he's going to be pinched as well. Not even going to get that first kill, and New York answer back in dominating fashion.
Very, very well played from Neptune there. Not only finds the first gunfight, which was always looking like it was going to go in his favor, but the composure, the effort of staying alive. HyDra's nowhere to be seen to help him. But the fact that he stays alive just ticks down that little bit more time, and then the fact that he finds the kill pretty much puts a nice little stamp on that round for the side of NYSL. Much better. Neptune now, really a resurgence in his career. But we got to get this man, and you pick. We have to. He looks half asleep in that one. Maybe that was what he was doing halfway through the season, and now he's finally woken up, Pricey.
Well, we'll have to see. At the moment, we are on board with Cammy, and there is pressure coming in already. That stun is going to hit him. He does see Crimsix, who does actually push. Can Ultra have first blood here? I wonder if that's led him to false confidence, though. B is completely open, and they are still making a move towards A. And Neptune is being a little bit sneaky mid-map.
He's going to find a kill here as well. Not quite. Bance in from behind, helping Cammy out, and this should be a bomb down. Insight with the Overwatch. HyDra ready to make the push. He's surely going to fly towards Bance, but Insight with the cover. There you go. It's now a 3v1. Paul X. Oh, hit marker. You hate to see it.
He's going to be upset with that one. He cannot believe Insight has just taken it. And he's seen that nade, by the way, I think come flying in. Had to back off as well, and I don't think he's going to really fancy his chances. So he's going to go for a little walk into the forbidden zone.
Gotta watch out for the worms in those deserts. Pollux will not attempt the 1 versus 3, and rightfully so. Ultra, though, continue this. It was just very well played. I mean, it was crucial that Insight found that gunfight win. Takes down HyDra as the push then starts to come on through. So back and forth, trading blows here in the search and destroy. Both teams really seem to be committing to one site, whether that is defensively or on the attacking side. Interested to see if that continues. And that means same old story here for Ultra. Not really covering them up entirely, just sending it. Look at Cleanix. Full sprint forward. Cammy doesn't have a head anymore, but is Cleanix going to be able to do something in the back? He gets traded 3v2.
They have the advantage. However, I say that, and they're going to get taken down before anything can be converted. We'll be back to 1 versus 3. He's already found around, and Paulix tries to snipe him, and Bance runs away with 17 health. Still on the 1v3. It is plausible. But is it possible? That is the real secret. He's going all the way around for this. HyDra's going to be watching him as well. He sees the second one on the bomb. Paulix! Bance, and Bance pulls off the 1v3. Unreal there. Managing to just hold his cool with that fight. It was a little bit scrappy, but somehow it came off.
Very, very well played from Bance. Reads the transition over towards it. Knows that's where they have to go because time is really not on NYSL's side. But Bance with the gun, he gets a little bit of good time in as he pushes around and finds HyDra. And then it's just about the 1v1 behind the bomb site. Very, very well played. Cleanix opened things up there for the Ultra. Bance does the rest. 4 in a row from him. 3 in that round. 3-1 Ultra. That's a big round.
This is what we've talked about with Ultra. Sometimes they've got a little bit of S&D magic, and it's probably the only thing that's really prevented this team from being in a bad situation they could be in. At the moment, though, a little bit slow. They found Neptune up top. Neptune's going to get away with it. Oh, no, say that. Cammy managed to get an aid onto him. And now Ultra have that first blood again.
Very well coordinated by Ultra. I thought Paulix maybe had the angle. Does this time, though, and I tell you what, they nail the line up for the collateral there as Cammy is now going to fall. Paulix 3 and 4 with the sniper so far. He is doing damage, but they need to convert this into rounds. HyDra lingering up. Oh, Paulix, the French prince himself. On the transition. There you go. Another kill, Bryce. He's found
Second
another
one as well. They're challenging a 1x1 ton. And now Insight. I mean, he's usually the one we talk about going clutch for Ultra. And I think he's probably just pretty happy to just sit still and take this.
Not able to do much there. HyDra does a fantastic job up top. Paulix finds one transitioning over towards the site and wins his second gunfight too. These are the good shots though coming out of Paulix to open things up for NYSL. And well, Cammy now no longer has a head in. That is not going to make it easy to play out this rest of this round of Search and Destroy as we head into the next one now. Subliners trying to bring this one back. That's 3-2. And it really has fell back and forth. I think Subliners are probably disappointed not being in the lead here, considering the 1v3 from Bance, but very, very close game nonetheless.
Well, we can see Neptune going to go for this fast plant as well. Does Insight have any eyes on this? He does not. We can see it. And that bomb will go down. Neptune's going to try and get out there. He takes one to the head.
Just surely fall. Where's the rest of it? How has he got past? How has he got away? I do not believe my eyes. I think Bance jumped over the top of him. They will have no idea where he is. NYSL starting to transition over, but Bance from behind. This is chaotic.
It is as well. Gunfight's going down all over the map. HyDra's going to be up top. He's going to find Inside as well. And now he's left alive. He's going to try and make this push. No. Patience coming out of HyDra. He refuses to move as he's been chowed as well. Kleenex eventually finds him. But you are right. That was chaos. There was players from both teams in both spawns.
Now, Neptune was playing that bomb, and everybody from NYSL is over towards A. Now, I presume they've read what Ultra have typically been doing, which is sending quite a lot of people down trade side or into Palace specifically. So I don't know if they've set up in the sense of trying to presume that the flank's going to come in all the way from A side. Obviously, that doesn't happen in the end, and Ultra kind of just converge from mid-map. I'd like to see Neptune maybe just try and get out there. I know he's been watched by a sniper, but I think in that situation, if you get stuck behind the bomb, your team are on the other side of the map. There ain't much you can do from there.
Well, at the moment, Ultra in the lead in this Search and Destroy. And I wonder if they're going to try and change things up. It looks like Kleenex is going to go straight up top for as well. I think he's been seen to that, has been called out. HyDra's already called it. And they have lost a player straight away.
It's interesting to see a lot of these teams not committing anybody over towards B. Usually you'd see somebody on the hill towards the back so you could snipe from that or just use it AR as Crimsix is doing here now, a 4 versus 2 in the favor of Subliners. But B completely wide open, so ultimately this is doable here for Ultra.
It is, but look at the pressure from New York. They are spread out everywhere, and Bance tries to make a play as well and gets shut down. It's Insight now for a 1 versus 4, technically. So that kill came in afterwards, but he's going to be worried about it. Sees Paul X as well, sees Neptune on the bomb, but there's a player behind him with a pistol. Insight! Not this time, not the Cinderella story. He does get shut down, but that would have been unbelievable if he had got it. But it is New York who clutch up, and it's HyDra who wins the gunny.
That would have simply been outrageous if he'd managed to pull that off. Ultra, they really do have the clutch factor when it comes down to Search and Destroy, and a lot of that resides inside of Insight. I mean, that's one of those rounds that you win it if you're NYSL and you're happy, right? Like for that trade, but you're probably asking how does he find those 2 kills? I mean, let's be honest, very good shots is what got him there. Insight a little bit disappointed probably not to pull that one up. He actually read it as well. I mean, mind you, I'd have woken up the whole street if he pulled off that. That was ridiculous. Nonetheless, Ultra still in the lead. Can Subliners bring it back? It's an A hit again. This time Ultra have put more bodies towards B, so it works out here for Subliners.
Paul X has caused so many problems with that sniper as well. HyDra's managed to take down Cammy. Kleenex manages to get him board, but he has been stunned. And now Neptune's going to challenge him. He wants Kleenex. He's going to go for it as well. The double chow eventually gets taken down, though. And now Crimsix left in a 1 versus 3. Can New York win this? Crimsix looking for it. He knows where that bomb is going to be, but Inside is on Overwatch. And Ultra will get that round on the board, but I tell you something, this is not looking as clean as Ultra probably like.
Yeah, it's been scrappy, but in that scenario, they retake very, very nicely. I don't love that challenge from Neptune, and I know he's feeling himself right now, and the confidence in that player that we're seeing in comparison to what it was is a lot better, and he's looked fantastic, but I think that's maybe just a little step too far for that challenge there with the SMG over into Kleenex. I know that's obviously hindsight's a wonderful thing with the fact that he loses the gunfight, but I'd like to see maybe play his life just that little bit more there, with the rest of his team just still trying to hold that site down. But 5-3 Ultra, the retakes have been pretty good. Clutch moments have been obviously helping out as well, but look at this from NYSL.
Oh, Neptune, huge 2-piece there as well. That was a little bit flat-footed from Ultra. New York have opened it up, bring it back to a 2 versus 2, and Inside with the glint. Neptune says, oh, okay, I am out of here. Has decided to go for it, and Bance is probably having that conversation now with Insight. Where do we go? What do we do?
Look how aggressive he's getting here because he knows Insight has the sniper. The timing on the Bance. Oh my goodness me. That is rough. Now Paul X left in a 1 versus 2. They know he has the sniper. He pushes forward. Ultra get themselves on the board. A very, very solid Search and Destroy with a couple of clutch moments coming in there for good measure. A bit of a back and forth one, but Ultra won't care how it's done. They'll tie the series up heading into the control.
Wow. A little bit scrappy actually coming in from New York. There were a few rounds that could have definitely gone the other way. Toronto Ultra being that 2-3-5 team, and that's the kind of the crazy thing, right? Everyone talks about Ultra 2-3-5. It's never always that clean for them. I will say though, Benjamin Bance 10-4.
And the 1v3 being the catalyst of that one, to be honest. Very, very well played. And again, I mean, I talk about these kind of rounds so often. That would have been 2-2 had NYSL been able to kill Bance. And as it goes, it then goes 3-1 Ultra. It's a very, very different scoreline in that sense. And well, if Ultra win that one, we're currently at 5-4, and it's a different story. But that is a tough one for Subliners. In fairness, we've seen some good moments from them, but the clutch factor of Ultra is not something to underestimate. As we head into Tuscan Control now as well, everything tied up. It's kind of how I thought it would go so far. However, I didn't expect the hardpoint to be as one-sided for NYSL, so let's see if they can continue it off when we go over towards map number 4. But we've got a Control to deal with next, and I'm very curious how this one goes, because neither team really lighting it up for the most part on this.
Now, well, I'll tell you something. There's only one way to find out, and that's actually getting into map 3. But before we do that, we are going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action here on the CDL between New York and Toronto.
GameLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. Upgrade your game with a Scuf, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our Scuf play of the game. This one, of course, is going to be Benjamin Bant as he goes for that 1v3, the first one on the Crimsix, and somehow gets away from Paul Exton.
Yeah, he takes a bullet there on his way to this 1v3. You hate to see it if you're New York. A couple of unfortunate situations in that game for them. But Ultra get the job done and make a series of it. Yeah, HyDra's not watching the right way, and always going to be a different one there for Paul X. But very, very well played from Bance. Seemingly getting a little bit better from his current illness, but hopefully that means Toronto Ultra can get back to winning ways for them. But heading into a control now. And I'm very, very curious if Ultra can continue the old 2-3-5 method. Of course, they would like to do it 1-2-3-4-5, but so far, Control has been a kind of go-to, but I'm not too sure up against New York. Theirs hasn't looked great either, but let's have a look at the top performers who are going to lead the way for both of these two teams in this game mode. Cammy to 1.01. It's probably as good as it gets for the KD front for anybody on Ultra at this moment in time, Bryce.
Yeah, and that's been one of the big problems for them, obviously. Yeah. Everybody kind of talks about Ultra and their KDs not being amazing. Outside of obviously HyDra having a bit of an advantage in this case, but you also got to remember, Ultra are known for being one of the best offensive win teams, and there we go, the stats back me up as well. Not been great for New York, but bear in mind that is before their team change. Paul X has certainly given new blood to the Subliners.
100%. Let's see if they can get something done here. So far over the stage 2, it is 2-0 for the side of Ultra on this map in particular. But for NYSL, they really have struggled. So expecting a little bit more out of Ultra here in map number 3, but I think, you know, they know they'll be looking towards that map number 5 potentially, because hardpoint needs to be a lot better. But they have this control to get through first. Can NYSL upset the odds here on Tuscan? Pull out their first win on this map specifically on stage 2. Let's find out.
Well, straight on board with Insight, and a key player at the moment for Ultra, and already Clayster is going to clean up Crimsix, but there's a big push coming into P5, and Bance tries to slow it down, and so does Cammy. It hasn't worked. New York have gone straight for the site.
Oh, Cammy going to turn around in just the wrong time there, doesn't get off his control, and there you go, radio now. Crimsix in there, now Crimsix dead. Bance with the gunny. Managing to get it done over towards that side with the MP40, and Ultra survived the scare. Of course, A will now be pushed by the Subliners, you would like to think, but Ultra with a little bit of purchase over there. That's now dead. Insight goes down. NYSL going to concentrate on it.
Neptune going for the old drop shot around the corner. Hasn't done that in quite a while, and eventually will get taken down himself, but New York are happy to consolidate. They've managed to get themselves in and around A, and nobody with Ultra really near. The nades are now going to roll in, and then Ultra will try and do something here, but Crimsix crispy.
Good shots coming in here from Crim. Can he find a second one as well? Must have been weak from that previous gunfight as Bance takes his head off with the MP40. Will be going over towards the side of Subliners. Down one life in particular here, so not too much to write home about. Paul X yet to get on the board. I'm sure he'll be wanting to change that as we head over towards B. See Ultra having it pretty much pushed up completely. Cammy's kind of just watching flank. Nobody watching the church push. Everybody in and around base of NYSL. There's the first one to go down. Kleenex is there to clean it up, and but Toronto Ultra, they're just forcing their way forward. That's a hell of a gunfight for Kleenex to win. Eventually will be taken down, but NYSL have got to get through a couple of full squads of Ultra to even get near the point of this point.
Well, they're not really managing to get through at the moment. Ultra throwing up a wall. Paul X goes for the pre-aim, and Ultra just completely leave him alone. It's like, all right, if you want to sit there and aiming at that door, we'll leave you. New York, though, looking for some pressure, but at the moment not being able to get it. I say that as they manage to get 3 down as well. Cammy trying to stem the flow. And now looking for this last player. It'll be Crimsix versus Cammy. And Cammy has managed to get it, and it is another rebuff from Ultra.
Yeah, they rebuffed them, but look at the map. They've kind of had to drop back a little bit, but they look to try and get a little bit more real estate themselves. That's really what it's been about for Ultra. Pushing up, just making it so there's a couple of different barriers that you got to get through if you're the NYSL. Last game of the online season here for stage 2. Can Ultra turn it around? Their season so far has not been fantastic. The resurgence from the Subliners has been tippable, to say the least. This control is where the game really could balance. Ultra really just having their way with NYSL at the moment, though. They extend as soon as they find a couple of kills, and NYSL have just got to get through so many different things before they're even anywhere near the point, Bryce.
Well, here comes New York. They're going to try this. They really want to. And that is going to be a takedown. That's a huge first kill here for New York. Neptune going to be looking long through radio. And already they're going to go for this push. They've managed to get out the black control. Inside does take down one. Banton's Cammy, though, also shut it down. And now New York are nowhere near the site. Only 3 ticks for them. Obviously, no real lives remaining either, but it has been a pretty solid war Ultra have thrown up.
Yeah, really well played. And again, as I said throughout the round, Ultra will find a kill and they'll push forward. They'll find an awkward little route to sit in. And Cleanix was kind of at the forefront for that one. Hasn't necessarily had the best of series so far, although we are only 2 maps deep. Pushing forward, finding some awkward little spots to catch the NYSL before they're even barely out of their spawn. And that's really what you should be doing on control when it does come down to Tuscan. There's so many routes you can flank with. It just makes sense to get it done on the defensive side of things. It's very offensively minded, but here we go. Time for Ultra to try and attack of their own.
Well, that's not gone very well for what is known as one of the best offensive winning teams. Ultra have been pushed back just a little bit. You can see Cleanix is still out there. He's going to be looking for some kills on it. And Insight has called this flank from Neptune in. And Ultra stalled just a second. They're worried about where some of these players may have been after the push-up.
Cleanix going all the way through church. He's going to clear Crimsix out. It's just there. Yeah, just bait him. Just bait him. Here comes the kill. There you go. Easy route in over towards it. Now for Cleanix, it's about holding down church. It's about locking down that route in for the side of NYSL. There's another one. HyDra will fall. If you clean out Paul X in mid-map, I'd imagine you'll probably choke it, but Paul gets behind here, Bryce. It's doable for NYSL to stop this happening.
He does, and that shuts it down just a little bit, and Cleanix will clean it up, but it does shut down some of the pressure from Ultra as they'll be looking to maybe move forward into this one, but they are playing crazy at the moment. They're just everywhere onto this map, and it's probably the reason they're so successful in attacking. However, that hasn't played out. Only 1 tick for them at the moment.
They play very awkward, don't they? They're kind of just a bit everywhere. You would expect there to be maybe a couple of people pushing through church, getting control of this area around block where Crimsix is now, but no, they were all pushed up in mid-map in and around B, but ultimately that means why they lose a hold of it, because one player comes in on the flank and shuts it down completely. Here comes HyDra on the flank, finds one, and ultimately gets shut down. There's A gone, 1 minute and 38 seconds. The life leads with Ultra, it's a very slender one, but look how much look how much map pressure they already have, and they can lock it down here and stop NYSL extending out and then get more map pressure themselves.
That's one of the only times I've ever seen a climb off, by the way. Teams are climbing up both sides, and eventually it will be Ultra who win it, but this is where Ultra really like to do this, start to stack radio and get through, but they have to make these first kills, and it's probably going to come down to the nades to try to get something through. There we go, Cammy gets the first one, trying to challenge as well, gets the second from Insight. And as they try to put more pressure onto it, eventually they will get 1 player coming through, but this is not the amount of bodies they would like. And Cammy gets taken down by a beautiful 2-piece by Crimsix.
He's really been so good on this main AR roll, hasn't he? Been enigmatic for the NYSL, and the shots on the Cleanix are crispy once more. And this is a little bit better now for New York. They can kind of force their way out a little bit. If they can find this next wave of kills, or at least trade them out 2 for 2, they can start to push up, but Crimsix does not slow down. Corner from him, there goes Bant as well, as Paul X can do it, not just with the AR, but with the MP40 as well. Will help Crimsix find more, and they can force Ultra back.
Unbelievable. P5 has gone disastrously for Ultra as they are just farming them now, New York. Alex might even try and play for a streak here. It's a little bit far off still, but decides to back off. And Ultra have 4 players alive. They are going to try and execute this. They probably just want a tick. Cleanix managed to get around the back. Sees Crim at the back, sorry. And there is a few kills coming through. I don't even know if they can get a tick at this point. They are trying to capture it at the moment. And Insight struggling to get through a door.
It's always going to be a problem to get a hold of B on Tuscan when you can't walk through a radio door. It's never the best. Looking towards Archers, not going to work out there for Insight. To be honest, I think the only shame there for New York is you could tell they were trying to bait out for Crim to get a hold of his streaks. He was pretty close. I think 1 or 2 kills off by the time he does fall. And he does actually just go down. So that's unfortunate. Paul X didn't quite get a hold of his as well as far as I believe. But still, a solid round for NYSL. Tied up at 3 to 3 as far as the capture points go. So for round 5, being decided on kills if it continues this way.
Wow, I tell you something, they really put Ultra in a blender in that P5, and I think Paul X was like 0 and 7 off the rip, and he's now really accelerated. He's going to go for this one as well, trying to take that gunfight versus Insight. Watching people come through as Bant's managed to get a 2-piece. And now Bullet tries to get out of there, and he gets another one! Not the last one, though. Crimsix will get away eventually into the gun of Kleenex. And it is back and forth now between these two squads.
Neither one able to get much map control. Eventually, it looks like NYSL may clear them out, but Bant's doing well, taking down Neptune. I'll force them away. Subliners still combating against this, but 4 lives down before they've even really got much going on over towards it. Ultra will happily keep an eye on this one. Good shots coming in. Equally good shots from Crimsix, though, to take down Insight. If you're Toronto, you probably leave that one alone now. Very, very quickly going over the Subliners. They're going to have a full 2 minutes or so to have a look at B, but the lives not in their favor here, Bryce.
It certainly is. Bant's going to hit a flank here. He's going to find people. He's not actually going to get anyone, though. Eventually, we'll find a HyDra who chows him. And they may be right. You might be right, Tom. They might be just looking to get as many kills here as possible and make it difficult for New York to get towards B.
Again, they kind of do the same thing. Look how far Cammy is up the map. NYSL have only got kind of an idea that they're over there because of the fact that they spawn over towards the green side. Now they know they need to make a push to church. Insight's ready and waiting. Toronto is so good at doing this. They run forward, they manipulate the spawns to their advantage. Still need to find the kills, though. There's a lot of presence in church from the Subliners. Well, Insight may well need Jesus just to survive this because there's 3 members pushing over towards him. New York Subliners looking to get control of the back. This is the only thing here for Ultra. They can stay alive as best as they can, but it's a bit of a harder retake for the attacking side if NYSL get in from the back.
Well, Neptune trying to get it, and Paul X does get another one as well. This New York stack has played out. They're looking for it, though. Cammy managed to get the first blood against them again. Crimsix, though, watching the back. He's been clean the entire way through, and Cammy cuts him down. And this may not even be a single one here for New York. I say that, but Paul X! Paul X has done a madness. He's on a 4 streak himself. He could try and stay alive. I would have liked to have probably seen him grab that first tick for his team. It might be all important.
It might be. Oh, he's not going to have a chance to. That's unfortunate. He's done so much work and continues to do the work. My goodness, he's still surviving. Where's the rest of his team to help him out? I mean, do they need him at this stage? Because eventually Paul will fall. NYSL got a chance here, though. There's another 3 members go down. If you're Kleenex, you need to survive. And at worst, this is a tick on here for the New York Subliners.
Yeah, they managed to get the tick coming through as well. This has worked out so well for them in the end. It's like coming through. HyDra and Cammy can only get it. The kills all around here. It's still New York who have the opportunity, eventually taking off before that second tick. Crimsix holding fast. He has been the rock, of which round New York has based themselves their anchor. And he is going to try and make something here. Look at him just putting that pre-aim everywhere he can. And I tell you something, Ultra refused to engage with him, and they actually used the nades to get him out. As New York go for one last opportunity to get that second tick on.
Yeah, might as well give it a go. HyDra will find 2, isn't going to be able to find a 3rd, and well, that may well be it, unless Crimsix can find all 4 and then get a jump onto the point. They can't, but I think for Subliners that you take away the small wins, you get 1 tick over towards B. Ultra will have to do the same if they do want the defense heading into round number 5, which Ultra, they'll have to hold their defenses to force that New York will have to hold their defenses to force that nonetheless. Ultra will get the round, but as said, a small win for the side of Subliners there. And it was all off the back of Paul X just going absolutely crazy towards the back alley. Very, very well played. It's a +4 for NYSL. You'd expect Ultra to get that site over towards A, which is a +3. Then they need to get something at B if they want a hold of that defense.
It's been slowed out a little bit here. Eventually, there was a flank coming in all the way across at P5, but that's now going to be trying to push up here, looking for a player. Eventually, we'll find Crim, who has been instrumental so far for New York. And does take him down. Bant's now going for it as well. They slammed through the door, and I lost where they both went. It has been backed up by Cammy, and it's Ultra trying to be a problem again. It's Bant's in the back, who gets another 2-piece.
Oh!
3rd? Bant is on a tear.
Challenge.
No way. Ego chow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Bant was like, yes, I was once the young bull in Europe. HyDra, don't you worry. NYSL are just about going to clear out B here, but as that has all been going on, Toronto Ultra, a really good job over towards A. They're going to tick this one in. There's going to be plenty of time to make a hit over towards B. And look at those lives, Pricey. That's a big factor. 6 in the advantage of Ultra. What can they do with that advantage?
Well, Bant's eventually taken down here, and Insight tries to get that trade. They really did want it. HyDra's going to try and take him on as well. I don't think Insight knows he's here, and he walks straight into it. But now, this is where it all went wrong for Ultra last time. The P5 blender.
Can they find a way out. Remember, they need a tick to give themselves a chance to get a hold of round number 5 defense, and then that's when kills will come into it. So far, so good on that side of things for Ultra. Can they keep it up? That's a disgusting shot coming in from Cammy. Does that get traded? No, it does not. HyDra will find 2, and he'll just advance on forward. Exactly what Ultra were doing. Push forward, get inside of maps, disrupt the flow of players into B as Crimsix finds 2 as well. They're just locking them down. That's 5 in a row for HyDra.
This is exactly what happened last time around the attack. Ultra just cannot get out of this blender. They had the massive life advantage coming into it, and that has all fallen. HyDra says thank you very much. That's 6. Can you find the glide?
It would be huge. His Subline is looking to hold on to this defensive side of things. Of course, for that round number 5, and so far, so good. They have that extra tick. Ultra at least need a tick on to B if they want the defensive round 5. Keep reminding you guys, Ultra need to find something at least here. Are they going to be looking down the barrel, having to win an attack to win the map?
Well, you see, they're just not really getting anything going here. We're still on board with HyDra looking for his streaks. And Ultra just losing their gunfights over and over again. They cannot get anything going as well. Clinix eventually takes down Crimsix, but this is going to be a big P5 push by the look of it.
They've got to clear so much up because they haven't really found many kills. Bans. Oh, he can't find the shots at the HyDra. Continues to survive. There's the glide. There's number 8 as well. He is skating at this moment in time. The French Phenom getting the job done. HyDra's looking for number 9. Not going to find it. But is the damage done? Is Ultra? Can they surely not find a way through? Absolutely not. 11 seconds to go. It's got to be perfect.
It has, and they're looking for it. They're not really going to find anywhere to go for as well. They jump out as well. Neptune shutting it down with a 2-piece. And now Clinix all left alone in a sea of troubles.
Wow.
It's all defenses all the way, but it is advantage to New York.
I think New York went about 15 or 16 kills to about 4 deaths in that last few moments. And that solidifies the round. Ultra did not get a touch, did not get a tick over towards B at all. And now they need to win an attack to win the map. They lose this, as you can see, New York now on the defensive side of things. But Ultra lose this, they head into a hard point, and they need to win back-to-back maps.
Oh, already they managed to get 3 down as well. Neptune is going to just sit here a minute and wait for anybody to kind of push through. Neptune's like, where on earth are they? Been sitting here, I've been waiting. And it turns out Ultra are trying to get in towards it, but they have lost every gunfight after that initial flurry. And now Cammy goes down as well, and that is not what Ultra wanted at all.
HyDra's absolutely frying. I'm just seeing him on the minimap just spin and kill people around him. Guy's having a game. Cammy and Coda looking to try and get some purchase on over towards Crimsix. Can they find him? He's been instrumental here for the Subliners, specifically in map number 1 and now in map number 3. Clinix pushing forward. They need to get a hold of A here, Ultra. It's not done and dusted by any stretch of imagination. Only down 2 lives, but it's not been looking good so far.
Yeah, New York have done the hard work. They've sacrificed everything to get an extra tick, and it's probably going to go into a map win. Neptune are going to challenge once again. Eventually, we'll go under bans. Ultra now having to consolidate and trying to get this actual A site down. Cammy almost gets gunned there by HyDra as well, who's just been on a complete tear. Now Neptune.
Let's see if he can find this kill on the Clinix. That's big from Clinix. Staying alive as long as he can, but it's going to allow the rest of the team to push up just that little bit there. His presence now bans with some control over towards Patio, and here we go. This is where Ultra can maybe get something done. They need the rest of the team to get there very, very quickly, but this is the ace in the hole. And Subliners have a hold of. Vance, we'll see you later. Back to the respawn queue. The rest of the kills come in for Subliners. And that just about works out for them. A still hasn't been captured, though. Ultra committed everything over towards B. They have to be careful here.
And HyDra's trying to make everybody now onto the attack as HyDra gets 2! And Ultra are feeling the pressure. They now have to get A desperately before they can make this a game.
Neptune's
just determined not to let them. He doesn't want to let them. He's going to push through as well. He finds the first.
No way!
Neptune should have never won that gunfight. And Ultra not only are not going to get B, but A is now in serious, serious trouble.
How on earth does he find these kills? Is eventually going to go down. HyDra's there to help, but 3 seconds to go. If you're Ultra, you've got to fly into the point. You've got to get in. And New York Subliners do not even let them get A. Ultra go quietly into the night when it comes to control and find themselves down 2-1. Subliners have barely won a round on Tuscan control before that. And that is a 3-2 win in what felt like a relatively comfortable win on Control. Find themselves 2-1 up. Ultra staring down the barrel.
I tell you something, Ultra really struggled there. There were some big kills coming out of HyDra and Neptune to shut them down. Crimsix was a problem the entire way through. Ultra, they just didn't really seem to have, well, anything in the tank, let's be honest.
No, nothing. I mean, it comes down, you know, obviously the fact that you have to get something, but this is why the fact that we've been asking for this side of things on Control. Slaying wise, you know, before the last couple of rounds, they were in complete control. They were in complete control, and that would have meant that they would have got that round 5 defense, which had been held by each and every team so far in this game specifically. But in this scenario, because NYSL had that momentum, they had that tick, they knew they had that to bank on, they knew they had that round number 5 in the bank if they could stop Ultra getting a touch, and it was mostly because of this man, Polex, doing things like that. And that's ultimately what got them a hold of that one tick over towards B, because they could get so much pressure. And that's ultimately what gave them round number 5, which ultimately gave them the win here in map number 3.
Wow, I tell you something, there is a lot of people worried now because Hardpoint is up next, ton. And it looks like New York may put Ultra down into 11th place for the upcoming major.
Look, Ultra have had some issues, it has to be said, but he's still got to do better. We know how much potential this team has. We've seen it all last year. We aren't seeing it so far. I know we're saying it has only been, you know, a month and things have been a struggle, but we just expect more of them, I think. I think we just expect a lot more, and well, they need to turn Hardpoint around big time, and they need to, well, start doing it now as Gavutu is coming up in map number 4. Need to win it to force a Berlin search and destroy. It's NYSL's game to lose this, very much so.
Well, you can see Ultra trying to regain in the bottom there. They do not look anywhere near as relaxed as New York do. Bit of stress, bit of anxiety coming in, bit of breathing coming in from inside. Full regain.
Needs to get it done.
We've spoken about the Ultra trying to keep calm, trying not to let their stress get to them, but I would be stressed. I certainly would be stressed, and here's their record, by the way, this season. It's not good.
It isn't. It really isn't looking good at all. And 3 of those losses for Toronto. Oh, sorry, 2 of those losses. The only win coming up against Minnesota. Well, they lost to Atlanta by 130 points. They lost to Boston by 150 points. It was NYSL. For the last few weeks, they played London on this one and also got bodied. So, it's the only team, I believe, with a win in this stage for these 2 teams on this map specifically is Toronto. So, maybe they're feeling a little bit better about it. However, the way that NYSL played map number 1, the way that Crimsix has been playing, heading into Gavutu with him and Polex, if they can keep up the slaying ability, you know, Neptune and HyDra at this moment in time are definitely going to do their jobs. If the ARs of New York Subliners can perform to the par that they did on map number 1, Toronto Ultra are in big trouble.
Well, let's find out. Going into this next one, then our top performers for the hard point. Obviously, Polex 1.16 KD, and that kind of sums up Ultra's story, by the way. 0.99 for Cammy, their top performer in hard point. Yeah, that kind of sums up. They're really having a struggle in the slaying here, and they've got away with it before with great teamwork and rotations and playing the fundamentals, but not winning gunfights is not winning gunfights, and in hard point, that usually spells disaster.
At this moment in time, it really is. I mean, I'm just having a look over the last 9 times that both these 2 teams have played this map. There has been 1 winner, and that is Toronto Ultra. I mean, that's kind of just like, you know, you hear some teams like play to their best maps. These 2 just went, right, what's our worst? We're both really bad at Gav. Let's just play this and see what happens. You know, and I wonder for the Ultra to maybe just trying to change something up to see if they can get something done. Maybe they just think they match up a little bit better on this map, specifically against New York. Well, something's going to have to change for one of these 2 teams here as we head into map number 4. Could it be the last one, or can Ultra force a map 5?
Wow. And it's the truth, realistically, already. New York breaking in with some force. Bodies coming straight into this one as they look to just beat him down in here, and that is unbelievable as Crimsix throws bullets, gets Polex, and pretty about the best trade Ultra could have hoped for.
Ultra now forced into a little rough spot here, but it's very early on in the day. P1 can be a very, very good hold. Let's see if Ultra can get in, get some points on the board. Cleanex, a little bit better from him. There you go, 3 kills to start off your map as an SMG is always a nice little confidence booster. This fight over towards P2, though, is going to be important. Insight is first one there.
Oh, can Neptune find him? He's going to be looking, and you know somebody's going to be here as well. Ooh. And he actually gets beaten to the punch. Insight stays alive. Currently 3 and 1 for it. Will be gunned down by Paul-X in the end. Ultra are here for this rotation, though.
Ready to lock it in. They've got the side of the map that they want, and they want to try and keep a hold of it as best as they possibly can. Bance is an important figure here on this one. As you can see, HyDra in around P1. He's going to be looking for a route in and around behind. But if you're Ultra, you need to defend the front as well as Crimsix guns Cammy. Cleanex now needs to go off for the team. There's one. Surely we got traded. What am I saying? Crimsix then falls. But ultimately, it is going to be Subliners who get on through, but Ultra not too far away.
Bance gets a terrible card timing, eventually misses the person he was going for, and at the moment it's the same old story. Look at the scoreboard. It is not going well for Ultra.
It isn't, but the points are pretty level, and they have a decent side of the spawn here to get P3 locked in. Cleanex is going to be super important to try and look at P1 control. He turns around at the wrong time. HyDra locks that in. Now Neptune, can he find a chink in the armor? The answer is absolutely yes. There's one. Cammy will trade it, but he's going to be a thorn here. If he can find Cleanex, it'd be huge. But looking like Ultra have got the spawns locked in here. Over towards P3, they're looking for some good time.
Oh, managed to get into it, and Cammy's going to be holding top ring. That is going to be a problem for New York in the end. HyDra trying to do some work mid as well. I think it's something Ultra have turned it up just a little bit. Neptune, though, going to be a problem they have to deal with. The rest of New York are going to try and hit ring. The only player that's going to be up there is Cammy. And Neptune's being a problem towards the mid-map. Eventually finds inside, but that teamwork from Cleanex does take him down eventually. By the way, New York being slow on this taking of ring. Cammy's been up in for a while.
I think they were kind of waiting on Neptune trying to do something there because they could take ring pretty easily if Neptune finds a couple of more kills, because mid-map is completely shut off for Ultra to try and reinforce from that area. But still, for NYSL, it's a very, very difficult push, and so far so good for the Ultra. They lock it down, 20 seconds to go. NYSL choke it, and Ultra, I think that's pretty much a shutout there. Every single point going over towards the side of Toronto. Now they need to break though. Let's see if they can find a break over towards P4. I think it's pretty much going to rely on the guys at the front. As you can see, Ultra having to clear out everything here, but Subliners have, well, pretty much dug the trenches over towards the back, and they're ready and waiting for the Ultra to make the push.
Well, if this is anything like Ultra's normal breaks, they'll be waiting on those grenades and tacticals to punch them a hole. At the moment, they don't have an awful lot because they haven't died, though. Cammy does manage to find one, but Neptune and HyDra answer back. Cleanex has gone through it, and they're going for the mid-jump up as well. Cleanex goes around the back, tries to find these players. Multiple everywhere, and Bance eventually gets 2 as he comes swinging into this.
Now NYSL still going to spawn in towards the back here. Bance has got a big job to do. Can he cut off the supply of reinforcements that are going to come through? Paul-X has done so well to find the kills on the way in sight. And Bance though combining well with the ARs. Paul-X still getting the time here, but NYSL still in the blender at the back.
I was going to say that. They had all the players down at the moment, and Ultra seemed to stall. Maybe didn't really want to give away the time if they managed to get flipped. And I think that's probably the only thing they were worried about. Because now they're going to try and get boat control and wait for this rotation to come back in. But it will be New York. I think you tie this up pretty perfectly.
There's great shots from Neptune, and again, give him the third as well. Bance should be dead to rights from Paul-X. Really nice break coming on through. It's Neptune who finds the kill, but Ultra still have those spawns over towards green. Can Cleanex lock this down for his team? Paul-X just still trying for make it 5 in a row and getting aggressive with the rest of his team. It's a clean break coming in here from NYSL. Time on the board for him. These last 2 hills so far have been flawless.
It's just been an unbelievable sight coming out of New York. That was 10 streaks for the 2 players. And now HyDra's going to say thank you very much for that easy kill. That's another easy kill for HyDra. And they are having them on this map at the moment. Ultra are really struggling. I'll tell you something, the points at the moment don't really tell you the full story.
No, I mean, look, Ultra have kind of kept themselves in it by one really good hold over towards P3, but it's kind of felt like NYSL have controlled the game other than that. But ultimately, Ultra have done their job on one hill in particular and held it in a superb manner, to be frank. And it puts them in such a good spot, and keeps them in this game, and keeps them in the lead.
It certainly does. Well, let's find out how New York are feeling as we go for a New York Subliners. Listen in.
Nice.
Top ring right now.
Nothing top red. I got one. One more in the hill. Yeah, I'm
flying.
Okay. The next
other side. One's
One's their side. 2 their side, yo. 2 their side. They're gonna
looking for bench.
Tank. They're on the tank.
Yeah, one's tree.
Outer, close outer. Cammy blue outer.
Yeah,
Inside,
yeah,
outer.
die. This side. Save
Nice,
one more
nice,
tree.
nice.
Out tree.
They can push.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Oh. Ring.
No,
Dark corner. Nice, huge win.
Yo, what's your right side? I hit one with a nade.
Nade outer.
I'm watching that side.
He's sitting in there. He's inside a bullet. You can push him.
Man's rotating.
Yeah.
No, that side.
I got. Oh wait, Vance, one other Ivy. No.
Yeah, already.
Vance, one other Ivy.
You can fly this kid out to your ring.
Nice.
I'm playing for a kill, boat.
Yeah.
I don't see anything. There's 2 ring guys.
I'm holding our fan.
Yo, bunker, hit twice. He's top boot. All right, one's in bunker still.
He's in middle of boat.
Bunker came in dead.
Nice.
Yo, one probably pinch. One
No,
probably
he's dead. I got him.
I'm dead.
That's 3.
Top boat, Kleenex. Top boat. Our hatch, I'm pretty sure.
He's their side now.
Okay.
I'm working through time. B5.
Our hatch, a bullet. He's going on top.
He's in between, yo.
He's literally a bullet brush.
I got him.
Nice,
Double
I got time.
Middle, dead.
I'm pushing on P5. I'm pushing on P5.
I'm gonna go P1, okay?
Yo, get my info on P5.
I'm looking top green.
Get my info on P5.
I'm trying.
I'm holding P1, okay?
Have you take?
I'm waiting.
Another
Yo,
one.
junk. Close junk. One shot junk.
Well, New York certainly turning up their heat onto Ultra with a fantastic break, by the way, towards boat. They really cleaned them out, son.
Yeah, they really did. They've done fantastically, and it's actually, of course, HyDra getting aggressive over towards green as well, trying to force that issue. As we head over towards P3 once more. Subliners have been chipping away here, but the lead has pretty much stayed the same on this P2 rotation as it was after the first hill of the second rotation of hills. But it's about this rotation over towards P3 where the spawn's going to be here for Ultra. They're out. Is the answer to that question? It works out perfectly for Subliners as the kills on transition fall in their favor. Where Ultra found so many points on that last rotation of hills, they currently have 0, and I mean zilch control over it. Let's see if we can find a break though.
Well, they're looking for it as well. Crimsix is going to be long and going to be a difficult place to take down as well. They're going to be trying to find it through here, and HyDra wants to challenge his Cammy, and they're all going wrong for Ultra. Every single step of the way, they just really not able to have any luck going forward, and when they need a gunfight, they don't get it. When they need a rotation, they don't get it. And it just kind of mounts up the issues with this team.
And when they do lock these rotations in, they are able to hold it, but it's massively been their biggest issue. As rotating towards these hills, you could already see they start rotating over towards P4, and well, Subliners, I was about to say, are going to get every point over towards the beach side, but not quite able to lock it in. Now Subliners are going to have to make this push, and I think the good thing is for them here is that they know where Neptune is. They don't have to clear that out. They know Ultra are digging the trenches. They're ready and waiting, but can they find the break? They can take their time with it.
Well, you can already see Ultra. Turtling hard. Can't find the kill. Insight's coming under an awful lot of pressure from Crimsix. And for that, there's a double jump up coming towards the front. Crimsix just keeping Insight's head down. Clayster found one. Paulex has got one. Insight gets the second. And Paulex is still alive here. They're going to have to try and challenge him eventually, and will rebuff the pressure for now. Ultra getting these points onto the board. But I tell you something, New York are thinking rotation.
They are thinking rotation, but look at Kleenex. He slipped the net here. Keep an eye on that in your mini-maps in the bottom left corner that Kleenex has got round from behind. These gunfights are really, really important, though. Keep an eye. Yep, they hold the kill cams. There you go. Ultra flipped it. And it doesn't matter because they've all been killed.
Yeah. Yeah, and they get flipped back because of it. Insight now going to have to try and work some magic, because it will be the Subliners who will now be throwing up the wall. Insight has managed to find another one somehow. They're still alive here as Ultra tried desperately to get into some sort of position to help him out. He's literally spawning him on the hill, though.
Yeah, they're spawning very, very close. And if you're Ultra, you need to find the kills in the middle. It's not working out. We're past the point of 200 points for both of these two teams so far. It's going to be NYSL locking in the hill, though. 33 seconds remaining here. And they're dug in deep. They've cleared out the back, and Ultra seem to do everything so well. They're going to find the kills here, though. Bricey, though, maybe push in once more.
The only thing that's really done has made this game not able to end onto this point. You can see Insight going to be looking for Crimsix, does eventually find him.
Huge fight at P1 in a second.
Yeah, he might try and soak up a little bit of time here, but a Neptune already winning a big fight into ring. Going to find Kleenex as well.
Huge.
That's another big fight from Neptune. And the rest of New York come pouring into top ring.
On this
and Ultra going to have to find something here. They're looking for the pinch to set it up, but they don't have time to do this twice.
Cammy's huge here. Cammy's absolutely huge for his team. He is actually going to go down. The pinch was potentially there. Ultra now have to push from one single front. Cleanex is going to find one. It is SMG in these areas is so enigmatic, but can HyDra get it done with his fists in a pistol? Just running in and battering people. It's inside to find two, though. Both teams can still win it here. It's an absolute firefight.
Oh, it's New York. He walk away with it, though. Bans for the Magic. He has to find something, but he's outgunned and outnumbered.
That could be it.
And it may be the last potential push for him. Cleanex desperately trying to make the hero play. The rest of Ultra have to sprint for this as well, as Cleanex finds the second one and gets the contest in the last 9 seconds. Finds a third, fourth, it's all Cleanex! And all he may have done is just stop them here, because that rotation will eventually come in. And
Neptune?
they cannot allow
Neptune!
a tiny amount
Neptune!
for it. Neptune
He's won it!
has sealed the deal. Ultra down to 11th. Unbelievable scenes. Cleanex finds 4, but Neptune finds 3. And Ultra will go into the major number 2 from top 4 to 11th seed.
It's back-to-back huge players out of the SMGs. Neptune pushes up, finds 1, 2, 3, and wins the game with the final 2 points that his team needed. That was the problem there for Ultra. Obviously, they had to concentrate on the rotation as well. But there's 3 of them inside of P1 because they know how close Ultra are. And it's like, well, surely they can't break us. Surely they can't find the last 2 points. And Neptune comes flying out of beach and finds 3 to close the game. Subliners probably would have closed it anyway, but it's a nice way to put a seal on this series. 3-1 Subliners. And the resurgence continues, my word.
Wow. Certainly was a game of thrills and spills and who knows what else. But as we get through it, we're going to see a lot of this final couple of rotations and what could potentially happen for these two teams. As I'll say this, you know, Vance maybe not got the slam, but he was in the hill for over 2 minutes as well onto that one ton. I didn't even see that until we looked through the highlights. But those last few kills, we could see just everybody getting a little bit frantic.
It was getting frantic, but keep an eye on Neptune here because obviously you're looking at the time. New York do well at this point. They start getting the time on the ball. This was disgusting from Paul. Finds those kills, ticks it up. Cleanex does brilliant. Here's Neptune. Oh, he's just got such a good angle though there. Inside, Bance.
None of them hit him?
Third, bang. No, they hit him. He had 16
Bance
HP
yeah,
left.
Bance and Cleanex didn't hit him. That was the first gunfight. Bance and Cleanex never hit him after the first gunfight. But a single bullet may have changed it. I don't know whether they would have managed to get away to boat, but Neptune pulls off the madness, the magic, the unbelievable scenes as New York, in an incredible fashion from just a few weeks ago, go from being a team that nobody thought could win anything to being in the winners bracket at major number 2. And to honor Ultra, they won kickoff, came top 4 at major number 1, admittedly not winning a hard point, but top 4, and now they are going into major number 2 at the 11th seed.
I mean, could things have flipped any more dramatically from these two teams' fortunes heading into major number 2? Ultra, look, I mean, it's hard point. It's just such a big issue. You cannot have to count on winning control in 2 S&Ds every single series. You cannot do it. Teams are starting to adapt. Teams are making changes to get better. It is going to get more and more difficult. I don't know what to say for it though, because we know they're a good team. We know their teamwork is phenomenal, but hardpoint is not working right now. But for NYSL, look, it has to be said, the change up with Paul coming in, a lot of people said a change need to be made. A lot of people said 2 changes needed to be made. Neptune is making a very big case to keep himself on this roster though. A very, very good game out of him. NYSL are completely transformed. We're going to have a very happy Jay Stud in the green room. He's going to be delighted. I can't believe it.
We certainly will. Well, let's find out what our wonderful and magnificent desk made of that game.
Yo, Ten, by the way, if me and you ever work at Dashy, it's me and you, it's going to be complete chaos. Yo, after every loss, you want those team changes.
Roster
you keep
change immediately.
Roster radius.
Listen,
He's horrible. He's a horrible person.
I'm not. But
imagine Ten as a GM.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, you look at a team like Thieves, and I feel like Thieves are like in the dirt completely, but Ultra, I think it's such a harder decision to make because it's literally for the most part one game mode, and it's like we know they're good. It's just I just don't know what else they can do at the moment. They're leaking games they shouldn't be.
Ted, do you believe
we've heard him ton. Let's talk about it now, though. So we'll say goodbye to Bryson ton. GGs. Listen,
take it easy, fellas.
I see where people are coming from when they say like Toronto Ultra needs a roster change, but it really is one game mode. And when you look at it, like they can get out of this run. They can figure it out. I agree with that. And you know, we're gonna take a look at the highlights from that game 4. But you know, speaking of that game 1 where Kleenex and Bans had just a terrible performance, the way that they're playing hardpoint is terrible. They're pushing out and they're getting cut off every single time on rotation. They're losing these gunfights. There was a time on the P4 on that Berlin where they were set up and Kleenex just stands up and dies from a player wide in the open and train. On this map, it was a little bit of a better performance out of the Toronto Ultra, but even so, like there are a couple rotations that they just lost. You see at the very end where Neptune got that 3-piece. These are things that just cannot happen. It just feels like they're in their own head when it comes to hardpoint. The P3 setup that New York got both times is unacceptable. They're able to just set up there inside the hill. The nades are coming in from Toronto Ultra, and they're not able to get P1 control. It just seems like pandemonium on the map when it comes to Ultra, Billy.
No, you got that right, and it looks a little bit sloppy. I mean, even from the listeners that we heard about the team just trying to formulate kills and also trying to pinpoint players on the map, there was a good amount of time where they were like, oh, yo, where's Crim? They can't even find Crimsix on the map. It's Crim is just clapping them left and right. Toronto Ultra is not the same team as last year, and all the talk about teamwork and whatnot that we had previously, this is an entirely different game. And like Carson said earlier on Twitter, and he's been right. He's like, in a game like Vanguard, they're gonna have to really play together better and get some kills.
Oh, 100%.
They have to get kills.
Yeah, but and the way you get kills though is by like pushing out at the right time. When we watch Toronto Ultra, they either take too long to go around and try to get that break, or they'll sprint out too early and then get cut off by a player. Like Crim was pushed up on that P4, just cutting them off over and over on that Berlin. Like these are things that just cannot happen. We see teams setting up traps on certain hills, like how we see FaZe when they go from P3 to P4 on this map, how they set up the traps in the back, and teams are starting to get better at these certain situations, taking advantage of it. These are situations that we don't see Ultra getting better at, or even trying to accomplish in game. The teamwork just isn't there. So when it comes to hardpoint, they have so much work to do, and it was in the palm of their hands, man. The ball was in their court. You had Paris and New York to close out your last 2 matches to make it into winners. So you know, without being too tough on them, like they're in losers bracket in that 11th seed. We've seen what this team is capable of on land. They're coming off of a top 4 winning only Control and S&D. They have to make the losers bracket run once again.
Barky B, baby, get the boys in shape.
Also, I just want to bring up one more thing. They have dealt with the players being sick a lot, so I'm not giving them excuses. I'm just telling you guys the facts. So when it comes to LAN, I'm hoping that Toronto can have it all together. They only have a couple of days to practice in preparation for Major II, so fix a lot.
Talented roster, man. No team changes. Just get the philosophy and the mindset right. But also, New York, okay? New York is ridiculous, and Bryce brought up a very good point. Bryce said after the first map, he says, I don't have a real gauge. Like, I can't gauge how good this team actually is at this point now.
It's tough, right?
Yeah, they're killing it in hardpoint. They're doing so well all around, and every player just looks significantly better and more comfortable. Like, this isn't even a shot at Clayster or whatnot, but we just know that ultimately now, that team just didn't work because of personalities clashing. Sometimes there's just too many, chefs in the kitchen.
Yeah.
But when it comes to this roster right here, they have control of this team, baby. They look good. Paul walking into the day with a 2.2 and search and destroy. Crim's looking good.
He's looking great as the main AR. It's the chance they needed.
Even Neptune's looking good, man.
Yeah, they've all stepped it up. They were 6-0 in hardpoint across their last 3 matches. That's extremely impressive from a team that hasn't won hardpoint since the kickoff. And you contribute a lot of that to Paul X. And when we talk to Crim, we'll ask him a little bit more about it. But, Neptune and HyDra just look brand new. They look reinvigorated. And I think a lot of that has to do with the aggression out of Paul. He's involved now, and it's helping a lot. We're seeing them get these nice setups, that spawn trap that we saw yesterday on Berlin. These guys are getting better, man.
Paul has been perfect, man. And New York has been perfect ever since. But what's going to be even more perfect is we have a post-victory spotlight presented by Mindu with the one and only Crimsix. Hey, Crim, how does it feel to be the best hardpoint team in the game right now?
Let's go. It feels great from the worst to the best. By the way, is that cashmere?
No, this is some Lululemon. It's looking good. We always got to have this back and forth.
Must suck to be broke. Am I right?
Crim, you know what? Stand up.
Just kidding.
Stand
that
up
was a
and
joke.
chair,
That was a joke.
Get up and smell your chair. Just let me know how it smells. Yeah.
Oh, you don't want that. You don't want that. I don't want that. You don't want that.
Yeah, I don't want you to pass out before the event. But I have a question for you. So you guys bring in Paul X. You guys have been looking so much better, especially in hardpoint. What do you attribute that to? Is it his aggression, or is it in-game communication? What does he bring to the table that's making you guys so much better?
Well, I would say it's not only just Paul, but it's everyone. like, how do I say this? I'm dancing on eggshells right now. But pretty much, I always wanted to play hardpoint like this, like just fucking flying at people. You know, just getting in their face, letting them have no breathing room, freedom to do whatever. Right? Who cares about the spawn points? Just, you know, hit the hill, win gunfights, all this stuff. And you know, the last year, like our previous teams, right, in season 1, there's just disagreements over that. And I think that everyone is sort of playing how we think we should be playing in hardpoint, and everyone's on the same page. Everyone's, you know, just flying at the opponents, and that to us is, you know, and all the teams I've ever been on, that's how you play hardpoint. That's how you win hardpoint. Like the best offense is the best defense. So.
Sounds good.
Yeah, Crim, this has been the craziest turnaround that I've seen in a while, right? I mean, you guys went from the worst to one of the best out there, and we don't even know how good your team is yet. Heading into Minnesota next week for Major II, how confident are you in NYSL to really just pop off, man, on that main stage?
Oh, I'm getting sick and tired of us beating people, and then people tweeting out, you know, at the lowest point, you know, we lost to New York. We must be fucking horrible, right? Like, we must be complete. How do I say this? I've already cursed twice. I'm gonna get fined. Like, everyone thinks we're complete dog shit. All right. Hey, no longer. All right. Start taking us serious. Start watching our VODs, and we'll see what happens. All right. Okay. I'm getting sick and tired of it.
Some hard-hitting quotes there from the go right there. Good luck. Yeah. Good luck at the tournament, man. I hope you guys make a run.
Catch you a mini, man.
Hey, thank you, man. Hopefully you can bring some real cashmere to the event.
Yeah, if you want to make it to the event, don't smell your chair, though. I can only assume how that smells. But let's get
probably die. I'd probably die.
Hey, Crew, congrats on the way you take it easy. Prediction is kind of right there. Yeah. So, man, hell of a stage, hell of a day, hell of a game. New York, okay, honestly. Top what? Top 4, top 6?
Top 4. Oh, you're faded. No chance there.
I'm asking. Where do you gauge them? Right
it's very difficult. I mean, I think top 8. Obviously, they land a spot in winners bracket. We're going to see the official bracket here soon. It's very tough to know where to put them. They haven't had the toughest competition, but they're definitely middle of the pack right now. Can compete with all those teams. So.
Right now, let's go ahead and jump into the Zinni Major II preview show, and let's just get into it. What's all happening at the Major next week? We pretty much know everything. No, we do know everything. We know who's going to be in the loser side of the bracket, and also the winner side. But let's talk about the games that we had today. London versus Boston to kick things off. I expected a lot more from Boston, but London came and just shut me up easily.
Yeah, you know, that was the battle for like who is the 3rd best team in the game. And London have had some time to, you know, figure their things out. Boston was, you know, on their high horse. They had been winning a ton of hard points, getting ready to set a record, and they come in and London shuts them down in that Gavutu. Everybody played so well, especially in the hard points. They won both of them versus a Boston Breach team that has been red hot. The only player who really was popping off throughout the series in the side of the Breach was Methodz. Everybody else didn't have that great of a performance, but honestly, it's probably the best situation for them. Humbling a little bit going into the Major, knowing that you're not perfect. There's things you still have to work on. For London Royal Ravens, still trying to crack into that S-tier status.
Yes.
It's really only OpTic and FaZe that are there right now. They had that loss to FaZe, but it was some close games, right? So London, FaZe, and OpTic still just on a tier above everyone else.
That was a good reminder to show us just how damn good London is. But the second game of the day, the Mountain Dew marquee matchup, Texas versus Atlanta, FaZe versus OpTic. Simp wasn't able to join the squad today because he caught the bug that's been going around lately. Hope you feel better, my dude. And Prestinni came in, and seeing Prestinni pop off the first, few minutes in hard point.
Yeah, I mean, he had a good search and destroy, too. Yeah, he had a good search and destroy. And you know he was feeling himself because in that game, too, round 11, he charged all the way up cemetery side, tried to chow and get the kill side church and wasn't able to get it. But, you know, shout out to Prestinni, man. He tweeted after the game like he's only played rank play. And anyways, for OpTic Texas, you know, in their last couple of matches, kind of unfortunate. They played against teams with a substitute player, and they haven't been able to play some of the maps that they wanted to throw into their map pool and get practice on. So for OpTic Texas, best team in the game. Last couple of matches, unfortunate, but they'll be ready to go come Major II.
You got that right. You know what the best type of frags are in video games, man? It's all about snipes and quick flicks. The Aim Labs shots of the week, and we're gonna see some great gameplay, man. So what we've seen so far this week, amazing snipes, and also we got to see a little bit of Dashy plays at the end.
Yeah, we did. I mean, we always see some crazy snipes. It's crazy how snipes almost weren't in the game this year, but you know, I'm always loving it when players are pulling out the snipers, picking up the big kills. It's just a different dynamic to search and destroy.
Can you imagine if that GA happened, man?
I would have been pissed.
By the way, in this highlight reel, okay, I got to get a peek of it. I was wishing that Gunless played, man, to see some of his shots, but yo, Dave Patty, what?
Jumps over, hits the big snipe, and I don't know what Arcitys was doing right there. Brother was just waiting.
He doesn't play around, man. Seeing Sib get some nice shots as well. Yo, Sib? Okay, the resurgence from Sib and Seattle Surge, even Mack in the mix, that's been filthy.
Look at Mack, man, with the nice snap. Yeah, I mean, it was a great Major II qualifying stage for Seattle Surge, you know, finding their identity once again. And then Dashy, you know, we've loved seeing him pull out the sniper here again, finally picking up some kills. He's been playing so well. I mean, he is the best player in the game right now, there's no question.
For those of you out there that obviously need to get better at the game, I'm looking at all of you right now. Make sure you check out AimLab as well. Get, you know, your skills up, your shot up and whatnot. Yo, Nameless, I would destroy you after a week on AimLab.
No shot. I'm on there all the time.
You serious? All right. Now also, let's take a look at the standings for Major II. Excuse me, the settings.
Yeah, these are pro player settings. You can go to AimLab and get those settings, callofdutyleague.com/en-us/player-settings. I know in every single chat that I'm in these guys' streams, you guys are asking for their settings. Well, you can get every single player settings. If you like how a player plays, you think you can emulate it, go check this out. You can grab their exact loadout.
That's actually really nice. Now, when it comes to the Game Field Tactical Player of the Day, I mean, yo, Zero has been lights out. I gotta say this outright, Zero has just been making a mark all year long. He hasn't let off the gas.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about like some of the better leaders we've had in COD history,
he's my favorite
his name gets left out a lot, but for him, I mean, he leads by example as well. Like these guys have so much respect for him, and you could see right here, this is COD timing at its finest. He gets that bomb down at A, and TJ can't see him right here, right? So Zero then bolts all the way through tools right here, and he's just doing the classic like wraparound play. A lot of people do this, and TJ doesn't catch his leg once again. Another crazy COD timing. So he's like, okay, where is he? Maybe he's just inside the old A bomb site. Well, Zero's actually behind them. Look at this timing. So Zero gets behind them, jumps on top of the tank, and at this point they're just bewildered. Like, what's going on? The sun blocks him once again. TJ doesn't see him, and then they line up two-piece out of Zero. Veteran plays, a little bit of COD timing luck, but look at the facial reactions on the side of Boston Breach. Like, what just happened? This guy hit us with the Bruce Wayne.
Yo, Zero definitely saved a bus full of puppies, like his last lifetime or something, man. Now let's go ahead and move on. Let's take a look at the bracket as well. Major II is going to be nuts, and looking at the points, OpTic is on top, definitely. Atlanta FaZe right behind him, and the middle of the pack is extremely close. Take a look at that. LAT, Toronto Ultras, 60 points. Look at everybody that has 50, man. This is a very close race and a very competitive year of Call of Duty.
Yeah, you know, I keep pushing it. Like, remember, champs at the end of the season is based on these points, so you got to be top 8, and that's the scariest thing, man. Like, not being top 8 for champs, oh, that would just be an absolute dagger. So seeing some of these teams like LAG start to step up, you know, and get those points, and then also the LA Thieves and Ultra fall behind, it makes it extremely competitive. We're not going to have that crazy separation like we saw in Major 1.
And you know what's going to make it harder? Take a look at where LAT and Ultra are right now, and let's take a look at where they're going to be in the bracket. I mean, the shot to gain just a big chunk of points after the major can be gone after one loss instantly.
Yeah, no, you can literally lose round 1 and lose his bracket, and that would just be so tough. We have Toronto Ultra and the LA Thieves, 2 teams that played great at Major 1. I cannot wait to see this bracket, to see how things shake up, because that can literally determine everything. So let's check it out. It's my first time seeing this, along with you guys in chat. We have New York versus FaZe. Now that sucks.
Wait, are you going to skip over OpTic versus Seattle Surge?
Yeah, man, OpTic's going to win that.
I like that matchup, 100%.
Though. I think Breach and Guerrillas is the most interesting round 1 matchup, because, like, Guerrillas have some players who have so much experience on land. They're hitting their stride. Breach are coming off of a loss, but they also look solid. It's just 2 like middle of the pack teams. That's going to determine a lot. And then also, like, whoever wins that, like, they have a good chance of winning their next round too. So, you know, that bottom half of the bracket looking a little bit easier. Looking a little bit easier.
Hey, take a look at that second matchup underneath them, OpTic and Surge. Yo, I'm liking Subliners versus FaZe. I'm gonna see how good Subliners.
Liking the Subliners. You're crazy, Belly. This guy's got pure chaos going on.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty much it. And let's take a look at the day 1 schedule as well to see what matches will be on your screen for the Minnesota Røkkr Major II And, oh, that's pretty good, man. Florida versus London to kick off the day. Boston versus LAG. My favorite matchup, New York versus Atlanta. And then OpTic versus Surge. That's solid.
Yeah, I mean, that is solid. I mean, we saw the match that Surge had against OpTic. They lost, but it was really close maps. Also, shout out to whoever does our scheduling. Making London that first match, you know, for the European fans out there to support their favorite team. It's lit.
I'm going to see how pesky and persistent Florida Mutineers are in keeping games close. I'm going to see them really take it a distance. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it for Stage 2 qualifiers. Coming up next, we have a big event, which is next week. I can't wait. I catch all of you in Minnesota. And for those of you that aren't going to be there, I better see you guys in the chat. It's going to be an amazing event. OpTic Texas just led the way and stormed through the bracket when it came to Major 1, surprising everyone with that home crowd advantage, which was so amazing. But here in Minnesota, let's see if the Røkkr can do the exact same. We have surprise guests on the loser side of the bracket and amazing matchups on the upper side as well. Can't wait to see you guys there for some more Call of Duty action. We love you, and I hope you have a great night. We'll catch you next time.